Chapter 701. Yi Yaorao was dragged to the teleportation formation by the pretty lady. The people that Emperor God Qiufeng had arranged to watch over Yi Yaorao didn't stop her when they saw that she was Emperor God Qiufeng's woman. They didn't report to Emperor God Qiufeng either. After all, the lady had followed Emperor God Qiufeng for tens of thousands of years. She had great prestige on the second level. Although Yi Yaorao looked cold on the surface, she was actually very excited. Yi Qinghan could go to the Five Emperors Mountain. There must be a teleportation formation to the Rain Emperor Mountain. As long as she could get to the Rain Emperor Mountain and see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't mind dying. As expected, there was a flash of white light and the two of them appeared in the Five Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao smiled, because she saw that she was standing in a teleportation formation and there were 4 teleportation formations next to it. Needless to say, the 4 teleportation formations were definitely to other tribes. At that moment she felt that she was so close to Yi Qinghan. The pretty lady smiled. Of course, she saw Yi Yaorao's expression change, but she thought that Yi Yaorao was shocked by the beautiful scenery of the Five Emperors Mountain. Thinking that Emperor God Qiufeng had promised to let her go to the 3rd level if she could take down Yi Yaorao, the smile on her face grew wider. Sister, the Five Emperors Mountain is strange, right? Let me tell you, there are many strange places in the Five Emperors Mountain. Do you see? Is there anyone climbing the mountain? This is the first mountain. Let alone you, even I would find it difficult to climb to the middle of the mountain. However, if you want to live a good life in the tribe and enjoy better treatment, you have to climb the mountain. Of course, sister, you are different. Who asks her to like you? The bewitching woman smiled and began to lecture Yi Yaorao again. There were many people climbing the Five Emperors Mountain that day. They were probably stimulated by Yi Qinghan. There were people in every tribe. To improve in the Five Emperors Mountain, one had to keep climbing. The Five Emperors Mountain was very magical. Many people were enlightened while climbing the mountain. Oh, those are demonic beasts? Yi Yaorao looked around and was surprised. She pointed at the demonic beasts at the middle of the mountain and said in fear. When the beautiful woman saw that Yi Yaorao had become more talkative, she became even happier. This was a good sign. He quickly explained to her, "Don't worry, these beasts are all high-level beasts. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack you. Although the Five Emperors Mountain doesn't prohibit fighting, everyone knows that this is a place that the Five Emperors value. Even if there is a small conflict, they won't fight." When the beautiful woman saw Yi Yaorao look at the other cultivators on the mountain curiously, she explained again, "The ones in white armor are from the Cloud Emperor tribe, the ones in green armor are from the Wind Emperor tribe, and the ones in black armor are from the Rain Emperor tribe. By the way, that freak from last time was from the Rain Emperor's tribe. I heard that he reached the top of the first mountain in the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, and he almost ran there. He's really awesome." When Yi Yaorao heard about the Rain Emperor's tribe and that freak, her eyes instantly lit up. She could almost see Yi Qinghan smiling devilishly as he dashed towards the Five Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. Fortunately, she had good self-control and quickly covered it up. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise and said, "Run up? Why are all these people climbing?" "That's why I said that this freak is awesome. I reckon that this person will definitely be received by the Rain Emperor and he will be sent to the 3rd or 4th level of the Rain Emperor Mountain." The 3rd or 4th level. That's a very good place. His power will definitely increase in a short period of time. He might even be able to climb to the peak in the end. The beautiful woman said enviously. She had followed Emperor God Qiufeng for tens of thousands of years and she knew clearly what she could get and what she could possess in the 3rd or 4th level. Otherwise she wouldn't be so eager to go up to the 3rd level. Yi Yaorao didn't speak anymore, but she stared at the group of cultivators at the waist of the mountain. She revealed a cold expression, but her heart was burning with passion. Yi Qinghan was doing well in the Rain Emperor tribe. It meant that as long as she went to the Rain Emperor tribe, he would definitely be able to protect her. There was only one reason why she had said so much nonsense that day, which was to confirm which teleportation formation belonged to the Rain Emperor tribe. If she wasn't sure and entered the wrong teleportation formation and was sent to another tribe, she wouldn't even have the chance to speak and she would be killed straight away. It didn't take long for the suspense to be resolved. Occasionally, there were cultivators who couldn't withstand the pressure of the Five Emperors Mountain and rolled down. Some cultivators continued to rush up while others shook their heads helplessly and walked towards the teleportation formation. Coincidentally, a cultivator in black armor walked towards the 2nd teleportation formation on the left. "I want to climb the mountain." After confirming the teleportation formation, Yi Yaorao spoke without hesitation. Her eyes were burning with passion. The beautiful woman was shocked and advised with a bitter smile, "Sister, You are only a first-stage divine general. You are not that weird genius. Don't seek trouble for yourself. I want to try. If others can do it, maybe I can too, Yi Yaorao said resolutely. Her tone was firm. All right, don't force yourself. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes helplessly. The 5 Emperors Mountain would at most give people a headache for a while. They wouldn't die. Moreover, the cold ice jade body was one of the spiritual bodies in the realm of gods. They might be able to rush up for a while. Yi Yaorao suppressed the excitement in her heart and started to rush towards the Red Mountain. Her goal was simple. She wanted to use the 5 Emperors Mountain to bounce back. Then, she would control her body and bounce back to the second teleportation formation. Before the beautiful woman could react, she would rush into the teleportation formation and be teleported to the Rain Emperor's tribe. She began to accelerate quietly, and then her speed became faster and faster, directly rushing towards the Red Mountain. This girl really thinks that she is that weird genius. The beautiful woman didn't stop her. She felt that it would be better to let Yi Yaorao suffer a little so that she could persuade her in the future. As expected, Yi Yaorao only rushed 10 meters into the Red Mountain before she groaned in pain. Her body flew backward and rolled on the ground. Haha. The cultivators on the mountain laughed when they heard Yi Yaorao's groans. This first-stage divine general really thought that she was that weird genius from the Rain Emperor's tribe. She actually dared to rush like that. Hee hee. The beautiful woman laughed softly. She looked at Yi Yaorao, who was rolling on the ground in pain but didn't move. She obviously had a way to alleviate Yi Yaorao's headache. However, she was still very happy when she saw Yi Yaorao being tortured. Although she didn't have any feelings for Emperor God Qiufeng, Yi Yaorao's appearance had threatened her position. Of course she was unhappy. I'm close, Qing Han. I will see you soon. Yi Yaorao held her head in her hands. Her beautiful face was contorted in pain, and her body was spasming. However, her heart was filled with incomparable excitement and joy. As she rolled, the second teleportation array was less than 10 meters away from her. Chapter 702. Emperor God Qiufeng felt restless that day. He thought it was because he had been thinking about the cold lady recently, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But after sitting for a while, he still felt restless. Call Snake Empress over. After sitting for a while, his restlessness didn't subside. Hence, he waved his hand and asked one of his subordinates to bring the beautiful lady over. He planned to pour all his restlessness into her cherry mouth. In a short while, his subordinate reported that Snake Empress had brought Yi Yaorao to 5 Emperors Mountain. Why are they going to 5 Emperors Mountain? Emperor God Qiufeng rubbed his head and his face suddenly turned cold. He had ruled the second level for hundreds of thousands of years. Most of the people were his people. Even the few big shots respected him and wouldn't reveal the fact that Yi Yaorao had an ice jade body. But 5 Emperors Mountain was different. There were warriors from other tribes in 5 Emperors Mountain. If it were to be seen through, forget about being robbed. Even if it were reported, it would be troublesome if Thunder Emperor found out about it while chatting among the 5 emperors. Idiot. Emperor God Qiufeng slapped the captain and sent him flying. Then he sprinted outside and entered the teleportation formation in the hall. Mother***Ker. The moment he appeared in the teleportation formation, he happened to see Yi Yaorao crawling up from the ground. Then she sprinted to the second teleportation formation with burning eyes. 1086, where are you going? Emperor God Qiufeng waved and released his god territory. He restrained Yi Yaorao's body and smiled maliciously. Ha! The beautiful Snake Empress instantly reacted when Yi Yaorao stood up and sprinted to the second teleportation formation. She was anxious and angry and she sprinted over at lightning speed. She happened to see Emperor God Qiufeng appearing in the teleportation formation and restraining Yi Yaorao immediately. She let out a sigh of relief. If Yi Yaorao were to escape, she didn't know how Emperor God Qiufeng would torture her. Previously, because of a small matter, Emperor God Qiufeng took a metal rod and stabbed her. Mister, I'm sorry Looking at Emperor God Qiufeng's gloomy face, Snake Empress looked pitiful and she lowered her head and said, Pa. Emperor God Qiufeng didn't look at her pitiful face. With a slap, he sent Snake Concubine flying and said angrily, You idiot, you will suffer when you return. Yi Qinghan, Yaorao will still be your wife in the next life. Yi Yaorao smiled pitifully. She knew that she would not be able to escape the fate of being humiliated when she returned, so she decided to seek death. He let out a mournful roar and white flames instantly appeared on his body. He was preparing to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct. If you want to die? It's not that cheap. Emperor God Qiufeng felt Yi Yaorao's strange movement and his expression changed abruptly. After that, he laughed cruelly and a spear appeared in his hand. With lightning speed he shot it toward Yi Yaorao's abdomen. Ever since Yi alluring Rao tumbled out, many martial artists at the mountainside had been paying close attention to the commotion. When they heard Emperor God Xiaofen's words and saw his actions, they were surprised. When a martial artist wanted to burn his divine crystal and self-destruct, it was hard to control. Unless one was abnormally powerful and sealed his divine crystal forcefully, there was absolutely no way to stop the self-destruction of the divine crystal. The expert from Thunder Emperor tribe seemed to be able to stop her from self-destruction? But if he stabbed her directly and the divine crystal exploded, wouldn't she still die? However, a shocking scene appeared. Emperor God Xiaofeng's spear only pierced half an inch into Yi Yaorao's abdomen and stopped abruptly. The strange thing was that the flames burning on the surface of Yi Yaorao's body suddenly extinguished. Blood started spurting out from her abdomen and dense divine energy surged out. It was 100 times denser than the divine energy in the air. Most importantly, everyone's consciousness detected that Yi Yaorao wasn't dead. She had only fainted. Her divine crystal didn't explode, but there was only a crack. Emperor God Xiaofeng looked at the mountainside and the nearby martial artists coldly and arrogantly. There weren't many people in God Realm who knew this move. Then he looked at Yi Yaorao, who had fainted on the ground, and revealed a cruel smile. He turned to stare at Snake Queen and sent a voice transmission. Bring her back and seal her divine crystal. Watch over her. When she recovers, send her to my room. I am going to rape her. Snake Queen didn't dare to say a word. She carried Yi Yaorao and followed Emperor God Xiaofeng into the teleportation formation. They disappeared from everyone's sight. After the three of them left, the martial artists at the mountainside and the foot of the mountain started discussing. Some were envious of Emperor God Xiaofeng's luck with women. Some were shocked by Emperor God Xiaofeng's spear. Some were discussing Snake Queen's waist and Yi Yaorao's beauty. Of course, there were people who entered the teleportation formation and returned to their respective tribes to report to the manager of the second level. There were dozens of martial artists at the scene. There were some with good eyesight and they recognized Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. Cold ice jade body? Wu Shan stared at the team leader in front of him and the doubt in his eyes was obvious. Such a spirit body was very precious. The big families in the divine world wanted to lock her at home every day. How could they let her fall into the forgotten land? Concubine Lan was in seclusion. The team leader could only find Wu Shan to report the situation. Wu Shan kept silent for a while and didn't pay much attention to it. Even if there was a spirit body, it belonged to the Thunder Emperor tribe. He was just surprised. Why would the martial artists in the Thunder Emperor tribe let the spirit body run around? He said casually, "Tell me what happened in detail." It was rare for the team leader to have a chance to talk to a big shot. Of course, he reported the situation in detail. He felt it was a pity. If only Concubine Lan didn't go into seclusion and reported to her directly. Forget about the reward, it would be worth it to see Concubine Lan a few more times. Humph. Emperor God Xiaofeng will die because of a woman sooner or later. Wu Shan chuckled. Emperor God Xiaofeng was famous for his womanizing. He heard that many women in the Thunder Emperor tribe were persecuted by him. After laughing for a while, he suddenly thought of something. His eyes opened wide and he asked doubtfully, "Wait, what did you say the woman shouted before she blew herself up?" "Your Excellency," before she blew herself up, she said. "Yi Qinghan, I will be your wife in the next life." "What's wrong, Your Excellency?" The team leader was a little surprised, but he still answered honestly. "Yi Qinghan? Little brother. Isn't his name Yi Qinghan? Could it be the same name?" The shaman touched his chin. With so many martial artists in the divine realm, it was normal for people to have the same name. After thinking for a while, he decided to go there when he thought of how much the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan. After turning a few long corridors, he walked to the number 1 training room. Wu Shan opened the door and saw Yi Qinghan meditating in seclusion facing the wall. He was full of admiration. This little brother knows that Concubine Lan and the Rain Emperor appreciate him very much, but he doesn't become arrogant. Instead, he comes here to cultivate whenever he has time. If I were him, I wouldn't have such a good mentality. This kid has a bright future. Chapter 703. Yi Qinghan was a little lost. He did not know which direction he should work towards in his cultivation. He knew that he had 3 choices. First, his soul spirit had already reached the God King realm. Furthermore, his soul quietude technique had already reached the 3rd level. Because he had 2 soul spirits, the 4th level was not too far away. Therefore, he had fulfilled the 2 requirements to become a soul cultivator. To become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan would naturally raise his hands and legs to express his agreement. He was very clear about the strength of a soul cultivator. However, he did not know how to become a soul cultivator and how to cultivate his soul spirit. He did not know anything about soul cultivators. The second choice was to continuously integrate the spatial laws into the basic, middle, and even high-grade profound mysteries. From there, he would break through and become an expert in the spatial laws. However, this was also very troublesome because the spatial laws did not have any special offensive profound mysteries. They were all auxiliary attacks. His combat power was too low, and it was too difficult to integrate profound mysteries. The third choice was very easy. He just had to continuously comprehend the beautiful lady dancing sword painting in front of him and comprehend a large number of basic profound mysteries. From there, he could rely on the quantity to increase his cultivation level. Once his cultivation level increased, he could rely on the slaughter god saber to increase his combat power. Furthermore, he had thought that if he wanted to climb higher in the Five Emperors Mountain, he had to constantly increase his cultivation level and comprehend the profound mysteries related to the speed of integration. The faster the speed, the higher he could climb, right? Of the three choices, the first was undoubtedly the best. The second was the most solid and also the king of cultivation. The third choice was a shortcut. He could use the slaughter god saber to increase his strength in a short period of time. However, he knew that if he chose the third choice he would not be able to achieve much. Sigh, my head hurts. Let fate decide what I comprehend. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qinghan still could not think clearly. In the end, he sighed and did not think too much about it. Let's leave it to fate and see what profound mysteries I comprehend. Without a teacher, it was indeed very difficult to cross the river by groping for stones. Just as Yi Qinghan was preparing to enter the soul spirit quietude state and start to comprehend the profound mysteries, Jianghu sensed that the stone door of the number 1 technique practicing room was opened. He sensed that the stone door of the number 1 practice room had been opened. He turned his head in surprise. It wasn't the time for warriors to come in to practice today. Why did someone come in? Oh, big brother Wu Shan, what's the matter? Seeing that it was Wu Shan, Yi Qinghan smiled and stood up. Wu Shan must have something to ask of him. Little brother, you are very hard-working in your cultivation. Even I feel a little ashamed. Wu Shan waved his hand and gestured for Yi Qinghan to continue sitting down. After a few words of praise, he finally said the reason for his visit. Little brother, do you know a girl with a cold jade body? Brother Wu Shan, you're too kind. Yi Qinghan had just sat down and replied modestly. However, he suddenly stood up with a whoosh. The smile on his face had disappeared and was replaced with a serious expression. He hastily said, a woman with a cold jade body? Brother Wu Shan, where did you see it? There were not many people with a cold jade body in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan only knew one, and it was one of his most beloved girls, Yi Yaorao. Although Yi Qinghan did not give a definite answer, his expression betrayed everything. Wu Shan hurriedly explained the situation to Yi Qinghan. This matter was beneficial to Yi Qinghan. In the future, when Yi Qinghan became rich, he would be able to help him. As Wu Shan spoke, Yi Qinghan's expression was abnormally calm. He listened to Wu Shan's words word by word. When he heard what Yi Yaorao said before she self-destructed, his body suddenly tensed up. His entire body trembled and his lips trembled. He said, Yaorao, it's Yaorao. Yaorao, you have to wait for me. You can't die. A violent divine power suddenly burst out from Yi Qinghan's body. His entire face became abnormally ferocious. He arched his back like a crazed lion and ran outside. Wu Shan, help me think of a way to inform Concubine Lan or the Rain Emperor. Yi Qinghan will be eternally grateful to you. Although he was running wildly and his heart was burning with rage, Yi Qinghan did not lose his rationality. He still sent a voice transmission to Wu Shan. Wu Shan felt Yi Qinghan's monstrous rage and looked at his fleeing figure. He seemed to realize that he had done something stupid. After hearing Yi Qinghan's voice transmission, he was stunned for a moment. Then he chased after Yi Qinghan. He knew what Yi Qinghan was going to do. This fellow was going to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people. Along the way, countless martialists saw a strange scene. That powerful young divine general was like a leopard as he ran towards the transportation formation. The cold chi and murderous aura on his body made them shiver. After a while, Commander Wu Shan also ran over. His face was also cold, but his body was not filled with murderous aura. Instead, it was filled with killing intent. What were these two doing? What had happened? Which transportation formation is the Thunder Emperor tribe? After being transported to the Five Emperors Mountain, Yi Qinghan happened to see a martialist from the Rain Emperor tribe discussing what had just happened with a nearby martialist. The rage and murderous aura in his eyes made the nearby martialists feel as if they had fallen into an ice house. The martialists from the Rain Emperor tribe naturally recognized Yi Qinghan. This fellow was someone that the Rain Emperor valued. Who would dare to disregard him? Hence, they pointed towards the second transportation formation on the left. As they watched Yi Qinghan disappear into the transportation formation, the surrounding martialists came to their senses. They were somewhat embarrassed and angry. Just now, they had actually been frightened by a first-layer divine general. A divine king martialist could not help but say angrily, "Who is this? Why is he so arrogant? How dare he barge into the Thunder Emperor tribe like this? Isn't he seeking death? Where is he? Where did he go?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Shan's figure appeared in the transportation formation. When he saw that Yi Qinghan was not there, he immediately shouted angrily at the martialist from the Rain Emperor tribe. The young martialist was stunned. Then he pointed at the transportation formation of the Thunder Emperor tribe. Unexpectedly, Wu Shan's expression changed instantly. With a wave of his hand, he sent the young martialist flying. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and entered the transportation formation to return to the Rain Emperor tribe. The martialists on the second floor were all curious as to why Yi Qinghan and Wu Shan were rushing towards the Five Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, they saw Wu Shan teleporting back in the blink of an eye. This time, Wu Shan's face was no longer filled with anger. Instead, it was filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Needless to say, anyone who dared to provoke him would definitely be killed with a single slap. Something has happened. Something big has happened. Mother ***. Wu Shan was like a madman. As he roared angrily, he rushed towards the third floor, leaving the martialists looking at each other in confusion. What had happened? How could Wu Shan, who had always been calm, lose his composure? Appearing directly on the stairway to the third floor, Wu Shan did not waste any words. He did not salute according to the usual etiquette. Instead, he roared angrily at the martialists guarding the stairway to the third floor. Yi Qinghan has gone to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone. Wu Shan's roar confused the martialists initially. Then they became extremely furious. You ran up to the third floor for no reason and actually dared to roar here? I've never heard of Yi Qinghan. I don't care if he dies. The manager of the third floor, Qi Li, had just walked out of the cave and was about to head up to the fourth floor to report some matters. When he heard what Wu Shan had said, his face turned ashen. Those martialists did not know who Yi Qinghan was. However, as the manager of the third floor, he naturally knew. He quickly turned into a shadow and rushed over. He grabbed Wu Shan's neck and lifted him up. He roared, "What did you say? Speak clearly." Go. Yi Qinghan has gone to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone from the Five Emperors Mountains transportation portal. Wu Shan coughed violently as Qi Li grabbed his neck. However, he could not care less and quickly explained the situation. Hurry up and report to the fourth floor. Mother ***, it's too late. All the martialists of the third floor, come out now and follow me to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch someone. Qi Li's face turned from green to black. He casually tossed Wu Shan aside and roared at one of his subordinates. Then he turned his head and roared at the cave door of the third floor. His voice was so loud that the cave on the third floor shook slightly. However, he did not wait for the others to gather. Instead, he suddenly rushed towards the transportation portal on the second floor alone. Chapter 704. Qianrao, Qianrao, Qianrao. Yi Qinghan kept repeating Yi Qianrao's name in his heart. His blood was boiling and he was about to go crazy. There was a flash of white light and he appeared in an unfamiliar hall. He calmed down a little, but the murderous intention in his eyes and the coldness in his body were still obvious. The layout of the second level of Thunder Emperor tribe was similar to that of Rain Emperor tribe, just that there were obviously more corridors. There were also countless warriors walking in the corridors of the hall. They didn't pay much attention to the teleportation formation, but Yi Qinghan's aura attracted the attention of a few warriors. Luckily, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of wearing armor. He wore a green robe casually. Although the few warriors didn't recognize Yi Qinghan, they didn't pay much attention to him. Where does Emperor God Xiaofeng stay? I have something important to report. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless corridors and was dumbfounded. He knew from Wu Shan that the person who captured Yi Qianrao was the manager of the second level of Thunder Emperor tribe, but he didn't know where he stayed. He was anxious and he didn't care about anything else. He sprinted over and looked at a warrior coldly. You are? The person who was questioned was a team leader. When he saw that Yi Qinghan didn't know where Emperor God Xiaofeng stayed, he was surprised and hesitant. But Yi Qinghan was very fierce and he mentioned Emperor God Xiaofeng straight away. He even said it was something important. He didn't dare to say anything but asked politely. Yi Qinghan was anxious. Of course he didn't know how to explain, so he decided to be unreasonable and cussed, "Mother f*** cur. Bring me there. If anything happens you can't bear the responsibility." The team leader quivered and he couldn't help but take a step back. He thought little God General's murderous aura was strong, but he was still hesitant. Pa. Yi Qinghan saw that the squad leader had taken a step back and was still hesitating, so he didn't care anymore. He slapped him and roared, "Bring me there. If anything happens I will tear you apart." Oh! This slap stupefied the squad leader as well as the nearby martial artists who were stamping their feet. A mere divine general actually dared to slap a divine king? Moreover, he dared to use force on the second floor? Was he stupid? Or was he crazy? The squad leader was stunned. He instinctively wanted to fight back, but his heart suddenly quivered. Where is this? This was the second floor. The second floor forbade the use of force. But this little divine general dared to move. What did this mean? This meant that this kid wasn't crazy. He definitely had something to rely on, and no matter how he looked at it, this kid didn't look like a fool. In other words, he was a big shot. He was definitely looking for Emperor God Xiaofeng for something important. If he were to delay Lord Xiaofeng's matter, "My lord, please calm down. I will bring you there right away." Thinking of Emperor God Xiaofeng's means, the leader's body quivered. He quickly bowed to Yi Qinghan and brought Yi Qinghan with him to run forward. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his rash action would have such an effect. He didn't care anymore and ran forward with the squad leader. Yi Qinghan and the young divine general disappeared in the long corridor ahead. Only then did the hall become boisterous. People gathered around and started to discuss. "Which family's young master is this? Do you know him? So awesome. I reckon he is a disciple of a big shot on the third or fourth floor. Otherwise, why would he dare to fight on the second floor? Speaking of which, this kid looks unfamiliar. Why haven't I seen him before? He looks familiar, but I can't remember where I have seen him before." Stop bragging. This is definitely the first time this kid has appeared on the second floor. How can I not know the person on the second floor? I have some impression of him. I don't think I have seen him on the second floor. I think he is. Oh right, I saw his portrait in Lord Xiaofeng's. *Sike. I remember now. This kid is that weird genius, the weird genius of Rain Emperor's tribe. What? The discussion stopped along with the roar of the warrior. A god-level warrior had a very good memory. He definitely wouldn't make a mistake after seeing him once. After everyone got the confirmation from the warrior, there was an uproar. So what if he was a weird genius? So what if he won 15 consecutive victories? So what if he could climb up the first mountain quickly? Even if he was awesome, he was still from Rain Emperor's tribe. He had already broken the rules by barging into the tribe without permission. How dare he beat someone up? How could he do that? The warriors were furious and all of them rushed to Emperor God Xiaofeng's residence. If Emperor God Xiaofeng gave the order or didn't intend to protect him, they would definitely let him feel the passion of the warriors from Thunder Emperor's tribe. Emperor God Xiaofeng was in a bad mood. If Yi Yaorao wasn't half dead, he would definitely teach her a lesson. How dare she escape? How dare she betray him? And that snake concubine, that idiot, if I don't whip her round buttocks till they blossom later, she won't remember this lesson. "Mister, there is a mister who wishes to see you." At that moment, there was a voice transmission outside the door and it interrupted Emperor God Xiaofeng's thoughts. He waved his hand angrily and sent a voice transmission. "Not meeting him. Get lost." Not meeting him? Yi Qinghan became even more anxious. Regardless of the consequences, he directly slammed his fist on the stone door. The stone door did not have a protective shield activated, so it shook from Yi Qinghan's punch. The team leader looked at Yi Qinghan in fear and retreated quietly. He thought to himself, "This young master is really awesome. Luckily I didn't retaliate. Otherwise I wouldn't even know how I died." How many people in Thunder Emperor's tribe would dare to smash Emperor God Xiaofeng's door? Emperor God Xiaofeng stood up from the chair in shock. There was a flame in his eyes, but it was extinguished instantly. Who dared to smash his door? Did I get exposed? Did someone come from above? You are. When Emperor God Xiaofeng opened the door, he saw an unfamiliar but familiar face. He scanned with his consciousness and found that the person only had the strength of a first-level god general. He couldn't help but feel terrified. He was a fifth-level war god but couldn't find out the person's real strength. On top of that, he had an impression of the person's face, so he thought he was a lord from the 4th level. Where's the cold ice jade body? Yi Qinghan ignored him and dashed in. He scanned with his consciousness and didn't find Yi Yaorao. He turned around and stared at Emperor God Qiufeng with murderous intent and roared. What cold ice jade body? My lord, you are? My uncle is Lord Qiushui. He is a veteran of the 3rd level. Do you know him? Emperor God Qiufeng's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He put on a flattering expression and mentioned his uncle. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about Qiushui or Qiushui. He smashed the table in front of him into powder and pointed at Emperor God Qiufeng. He scolded, if anything happens to Yi Yaorao, you will definitely die. Yi Yaorao? Emperor God Qiufeng was stunned. He recalled what Yi Yaorao said before she blew herself up. His heart tightened. The higher-ups got the news so fast. He looked better. It seemed this person knew his uncle. This time he didn't say cold ice jade body but called him by his name. This is giving me a way out. Emperor God Qiufeng smiled and said, My lord, you are looking for Yi Yaorao? Why does she have the cold ice jade body? Qiufeng is guilty. I didn't see it. She is fine. She is just slightly injured. I will ask someone to bring her here. Yi Qinghan couldn't understand why Emperor God Qiufeng was so respectful to him. However, when he heard that Yi Yaorao was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he thought of something else, his face grew dark again. He stared at Emperor God Qiufeng with a cold glint and said, Did you touch her? No, absolutely not. Emperor God Qiufeng said to himself. Such murderous intent. He is really a big shot. It's a pity that I didn't enjoy the cold ice jade body. It seems I can only hand it over. Chapter 705. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and bring me over. Yi Qinghan couldn't figure out what was wrong with Emperor God Qiufeng to be so respectful to him. But when he heard that Yi Yaorao didn't do anything, the anger in his head subsided a little. When he thought about how he had charged over alone, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. With his strength, any 1 or 2 god kings would be able to smack him to death. He quickly shouted at Qiufeng. It was better to find the person and run away. Yes, my lord, please. I will bring you to get the person now. Emperor God Qiufeng turned around and wiped his cold sweat. He was smart enough to say his uncle's name. Judging by the situation, this person seemed to know his uncle. Otherwise it would be troublesome. Yi Yaorao was brought to her residence by Snake Empress. Snake Empress' residence wasn't too far away. The 2 of them ran forward quickly. When the group of warriors in the hall ran over, the 2 of them had already left. The group of people saw Emperor God Qiufeng leading the way respectfully to the other side. My lord. The warrior who recognized Yi Qinghan saw Emperor God Qiufeng's reaction and was confused, but he still called out cautiously. Go away. Emperor God Qiufeng was burning with anger. Seeing the bunch of brats following him for no reason, he thought, are they trying to make a fool out of me? He turned his head and stared at everyone fiercely. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's go. Yi Qinghan was unhappy and said coldly. Emperor God Qiufeng didn't dare to get angry. He turned his head and smiled before walking forward. The dozen of them suddenly stopped and looked at one another. After being stunned for a while, they fixed their eyes on the warrior. Their meaning was obvious. Did you recognize the wrong person? Or are you looking for trouble? The warrior blinked and became confused. I saw the portrait of the guy. It's impossible that Emperor God Qiufeng didn't see it. Could I have made a mistake? How could he know that Emperor God Qiufeng didn't care about that at all? All his thoughts were on Yi Yaorao and he had only taken a glance at the portrait. That was also the reason why he felt that Yi Qinghan had some impression of her, but he couldn't remember. The 2 of them walked to Snake Concubine's house. Emperor God Qiufeng pressed his hand on the mechanism of the stone door and the protective cover instantly disappeared. Emperor God Qiufeng took the lead and walked in. Yi Qinghan followed him in immediately. When he went in and didn't see Yi Yaorao, he rushed to the room beside him. The room was a bedroom. The bedroom was gorgeously decorated and full of charm. There was a large bed in the room, and beside the bed sat a coquettish woman with a slender waist. When she saw Yi Qinghan rushing in, her coquettish face was filled with astonishment. Then she angrily shouted, Who are you? How did you get in? Get out! Yi Qinghan roared in anger. His eyes were fixed on the woman in white on the bed and he couldn't move his eyes away. There was a woman lying on the bed quietly. Her beautiful face was pale and her eyes were closed tightly as though she was asleep. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted and it would make one's heart ache for her. Although she was asleep, her body naturally emitted a faint chill that caused the temperature of the entire room to drop by a few degrees. Yi Qinghan's eyes became moist. He hadn't felt such an aura for a very long time. Snake Concubine, come out. Snake Concubine was furious. Although the small warrior looked handsome, he dared to barge into her room and roar at her? She couldn't tolerate it anymore. Just as she was about to teach Yi Qinghan a painful lesson, she received Emperor God Qiufeng's voice transmission from the door. Looking at Emperor God Qiufeng's cold face and his resentful gaze, Snake Concubine's heart quivered and she hurried out. In her heart, she knew clearly that her but was going to bloom again. Yao Rao. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. I'll bring you back now. I'll bring you back. Yi Qinghan muttered. Although his face was cold and he didn't have any other expression, he was crying in his heart. It was extremely painful. It was heart-wrenching. His divine sense could clearly sense that although Yi Yaorao looked fine, her divine crystal was broken. Although the small hole in her lower abdomen wasn't bleeding, the bloody wound was still there. Yi Qinghan bent his body and carried Yi Yaorao gently. He smiled at her. He turned around and his face instantly turned cold. He walked out and stared at Emperor God Qiufeng and Snake Concubine coldly. He humphed coldly and ran out. Mr. This is? Snake Empress saw Emperor God Qiufeng sending Yi Qinghan off with an apologetic smile and she quickly asked in a low voice. Emperor God Qiufeng slapped Snake Concubine and pushed her against the wall. Then he quickly followed Yi Qinghan and saw Yi Qinghan's back disappearing at the corner of the long corridor. He blinked his eyes confusedly. Why is Mr. walking here? This isn't the way to the heaven stairway. He shook his head and walked towards his own small hall, but he was thinking in his heart. It seemed that his life was saved this time. However, he didn't know if he could keep his position as the manager of the second floor. He knew clearly that if it wasn't for his uncle, he definitely wouldn't be able to keep his position as a fifth-grade war god. It seemed that he had to pass a message to his uncle secretly. When he walked to the small hall, Emperor God Qiufeng saw the group of warriors still standing there. He couldn't help but scold them angrily. However, he received a message from a warrior and he was dumbfounded. Mr. That person seems to be the freak from the Rain Emperor tribe. The warrior believed in his judgment. Although he just took a glance, he remembered it. After all, the freak was too famous in the Forgotten Land. Although he didn't know why Emperor God Qiufeng was so respectful to him, he felt that it was better to be safe than sorry. Hence he reminded him. As expected, Emperor God Qiufeng's expression changed. His originally angry expression became confused. Then he suddenly slapped his head. His face turned pale and he rushed to his small hall like a madman. He took out a document from the file on the wall and glanced at it. Then his face instantly turned pale. He came to a realization and scanned with his consciousness. He realized that Yi Qinghan was carrying Yi Yaorao and running to the teleportation formation. At that moment he finally understood why Yi Qinghan wanted to take this route and not the heaven stairway. His head was filled with blood and he almost fell. F***CKU. Stop that green-robed young god general. Emperor God Qiufeng was like a tiger whose tail had been bitten. He jumped up abruptly and his divine power surged. He opened his mouth and roared. His voice was so loud that it almost shook the entire second floor. The group of warriors at the entrance was so shocked that their eardrums started bleeding. Go away. The dozen or so warriors outside were still in a daze from the shock. Then they saw Emperor God Qiufeng dashing out from inside. With a slap, he sent 3 to 4 warriors who were blocking the entrance flying. Then he dashed towards the teleportation formation like a raging lion. As he dashed, he roared furiously. **T. When Yi Qinghan heard Emperor God Qiufeng's roar, he knew that he was in trouble. He merged with his beast immediately and his divine power surged. Then he dashed to the teleportation formation at a faster speed. Surround the teleportation formation. Don't let the young god general escape. I will tear all of you apart. Emperor God Qiufeng's consciousness locked onto Yi Qinghan at all times. When he realized that Yi Qinghan was only a few hundred meters away from the teleportation formation, he roared at the few warriors at the side of the teleportation formation. Chapter 706. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. Yao Rao, I'm bringing you home. Yi Qinghan could feel the countless sounds of air breaking behind him. He wished he had 4 legs at this moment. He knew that he would reach the hall after turning the long corridor. As long as he entered the teleportation formation, he would be teleported to the 5 Emperors Mountain and then to the Rain Emperor's tribe. However, when he rushed to the hall, he saw that the teleportation formation was surrounded by 6 or 7 martial artists. There was no gap at all. Moreover, these martial artists were all divine kings. F***ck, I'm going all out. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. He clenched his teeth and held Yi Qinghan's waist with one hand. He put her head on his shoulder and flipped his right hand. God's slaying appeared in his hand out of nowhere. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly turned cold. He didn't stop at all. His eyes started to turn bloodshot and his entire body was filled with murderous intent. He dashed towards the teleportation formation. His face turned ferocious and he shouted, "Those who block me will die. Those who block me will die. Those who block me will die." A furious roar reverberated in the hall. Everyone could feel the monstrous baleful aura coming from Yi Qinghan's body and the aura coming from the black saber that caused their hearts to palpitate. The 6 or 7 martial artists surrounding the teleportation formation felt fear instinctively. 2 of them moved to the side subconsciously. At this moment, the 6 or 7 divine kings were shocked by a minor divine general. "Stop him." Just as Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up and he was about to rush through the gap, Emperor God Qiufeng's angry roar was heard. Emperor God Qiufeng's divine consciousness had been locked on Yi Qinghan. He knew the situation clearly and would not give Yi Qinghan a chance. "If you don't move, die." Yi Qinghan knew he had no other way. The divine kings woke up immediately after hearing the angry roar. The saber light on the weapon in his hand surged. He could only leave the secret book that concubine Lan gave him to see if it could confuse the souls of these god kings. As long as they were confused for a second, he could rush over. An evil, icy-cold presence rapidly radiated from the god-slaying sword silently. Before the god kings could do anything, it suddenly swelled up before them, enveloping them instantly. Charge! When Yi Qinghan saw that the light in their eyes dimmed, he became extremely excited. He swung his slaughter god saber at one of the martial artists. Bang! As expected, the martial artist was sent flying. However, what Yi Qinghan did not expect was for a palm to softly slap him from the side. The target was none other than Yi Yaorao, who was in his arms. At this moment, the martial artist in front of him was sent flying. He did not take the palm strike head-on and rushed into the teleportation formation. However, he did not do so. Instead, he forcefully twisted his body. Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already shattered. If he were to receive that palm strike, he did not know what would happen to him. He didn't dare to take the risk, so he twisted his body and forcefully endured the palm. The one who attacked was a peak-stage God King realm martial artist. His soul spirit was very strong, and the slaughter god saber did not affect him much. Needless to say, a God King realm martial artist could easily kill a God General realm martial artist. Luckily, God Emperor Qiufeng only said to stop him and not to kill him. Hence, this peak-stage God King realm martial artist only used 30% of his god power. Bang! 30% of a peak-stage God King realm martial artist's god power was not something that Yi Qinghan could withstand. He was sent flying. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood in midair, dyeing Yi Yaorao's white robes red. However, his left arm was still tightly hugging Yi Yaorao. He forcefully twisted his body in midair and landed on the ground first. He did not care how many ribs were broken on his back or whether his internal organs were shattered. Yi Qinghan swallowed the blood in his throat. The slaughter god saber slammed the ground, jumped up again, and rushed towards the teleportation formation. You overestimate yourself. At this moment, the remaining god kings had woken up. Without waiting for Yi Qinghan to swing his saber, 5 or 6 god powers shot towards him. Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to swing his saber. He was so frightened that he forcefully turned around and protected Yi Yaorao in front of his chest. However, his back was hit by another 5 or 6 god powers. This time Yi Qinghan did not have the strength to turn around again. He landed on the ground first as he had no more strength left. With Yi Yaorao in his arms, he was sent flying dozens of meters. The 2 of them rolled on the ground dozens of times before coming to a stop. Wherever they rolled, there was a glaring patch of blood red and there was even a piece of flesh on the ground. It's over. Yaorao, it seems like we have to go to the 9 Netherworld realm together. His body was already half paralyzed, but Yi Qinghan still did not let go of the hand that was hugging Yi Yaorao. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes weakly and looked at the pretty face in front of him. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. Phew. Emperor God Qiufeng looked at Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao who were lying on the ground and let out a long breath. Luckily this brat did not escape. Otherwise, if this matter was spread out, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would lose all its face. Moreover, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Slain God? Supreme Slaughter God Saber? Looking at the two words on the black saber in Yi Qinghan's hand, Emperor God Qiufeng's eyes shrunk. He linked it to the secret that the Wandering God King had told him. Most importantly, he thought of the scene that he had seen in the Divine World's Battle God Pavilion. His heart suddenly burned with passion and his body trembled slightly. He suddenly rushed forward and put the saber into his spatial ring. Then he stood at the same spot and stared at Yi Qinghan's weak face. He started to ponder. If he reported this to the Thunder Emperor, the Thunder Emperor would definitely pay attention to him. Even if he fell out with the Rain Emperor, the Thunder Emperor would still protect him. But, if he reported this brat would definitely become rich. Then his future would be difficult. Most importantly, this saber, trespassing into the Thunder Emperor's tribe and passing a fake decree. Such a villain deserves to die. Hence he didn't ponder for long. He revealed a ruthless look and the divine power in his hand surged. He was about to smash the saber down on Yi Qinghan's head. Swish. At that moment, the teleportation formation suddenly lit up and stunned Emperor God Qiufeng. The dozens of people who had gathered in the hall also looked at the teleportation formation subconsciously. God damn it. If Yi Qinghan dies, all of you will have to die with him. The person who came was Qi Li, who rushed over. He saw Yi Qinghan, who was badly mutilated, and his heart trembled. He knew clearly how important this brat was. If he died, the Rain Emperor would definitely turn the Rain Emperor Mountain and the Thunder Emperor Mountain into a river of blood. Instantly his aura exploded. As the manager of the third level of the Rain Emperor Mountain, Qi Li was quite powerful. He had been a 6th grade war god for tens of thousands of years. When his aura exploded, the entire hall shook and all the divine kings were immobilized. At the same time, Qi Li dashed towards Emperor God Qiufeng at a terrifyingly fast speed. His hand glowed with violent divine power and he smashed it at Emperor God Qiufeng's head. Emperor God Qiufeng had the ability to kill Yi Qinghan. However, if he were to smash his fist, his head would definitely be smashed too. Helplessly, he retreated and shouted, "The Rain Emperor's tribe is going to war. Report to the higher-ups immediately. Today, none of you from the Rain Emperor's tribe can leave." Swish. Just as Emperor God Qiufeng was roaring, the teleportation formation lit up again. Emperor God Qiufeng looked over and his expression changed abruptly. There were more than 10 black-armored warriors standing in the teleportation formation. Their auras weren't weaker than his and some of them could even be compared to Qi Li. As soon as they teleported over, they struck the warriors near the teleportation formation away. Then they dashed to Qi Li's side with lightning speed. They were glowing with divine power and it seemed as though Qi Li could kill all the warriors with a roar. "Ah, I want to leave. Do you think trash like you can stop me? Let's go." Qi Li's divine senses detected that Yi Qinghan wasn't dead. Of course he wouldn't create trouble. He grabbed the two of them with one hand and dashed to the teleportation formation. Swish. Suddenly, a few purple figures dashed over from a long corridor on the left. Before they arrived, a long spear was already flying towards the teleportation formation. The black airflow around the spearhead and the terrifying aura made Qi Li's body tremble. He felt a chill run down his spine as though he was faced with a formidable enemy. "If I let you leave just like that, how can the Thunder Emperor's tribe raise our heads in the Forgotten Land in the future? Everyone who came today, stay here." The purple figures dashed to the side of the teleportation formation. The leader smiled sinisterly and looked at Qi Li arrogantly. At the same time, there were countless air-rending sounds from the corridor and countless warriors in purple armor appeared. Instantly the situation was reversed. Qi Li and the others were surrounded. "God damn it, there's a war god at the peak of 6th grade. Prepare for war and kill our way out." Qi Li's expression turned gloomy. He handed Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao to the warriors behind him and a fiery red axe appeared in his hand. Chapter 707. Even without Qi Li's reminder, the dozen or so warriors beside him could feel the power of that spear. Looking at the effeminate man standing proudly in front of the transportation portal, they thought of a name, Feng Qi. The strongest warriors in the Forgotten Land were, of course, the 5 martial emperors, all of whom were 7th grade war gods. Of course, 7th grade was also divided into lower, upper and peak 7th grade. As for the specific strength of the 5, only the 5 of them knew. Under the 5 of them each tribe had an inspector. Needless to say, the inspector of the Thunder Emperor tribe was this peak 6th grade war god Feng Qi. War gods were everywhere in the divine realm. Thus, the divine realm was divided according to the standards of the war god pavilion. According to the standards of the war god pavilion, a 5th grade war god could defeat any war god below the 5th grade. A 6th grade war god could fight against 10 5th grade war gods. After reaching the 6th grade war god level, the classification of strength was more detailed and more difficult. An upper 6th grade war god could fight against 10 lower 6th grade war gods. A peak 6th grade war god could fight against 10 upper 6th grade war gods. It was true that Qili was an upper 6th grade war god. This time, among the dozen or so warriors he brought with him, there were 3 upper 6th grade war gods for lower 6th grade war gods, and the rest were all 5th grade war gods. According to the standards of the War God Pavilion, Feng Qi alone could destroy all of them. Although the standards were often different from reality, one should not forget that Feng Qi brought with him more than 20 warriors, including several upper 6th grade war gods. Feng Qi. This brat is valued by our Reign Emperor. This time we are not here to cause trouble. We are only here to take him back. Although Qi Li secretly ordered his subordinates to prepare for battle, he did not dare to make a move. The transportation portal was right in front of them. Once a battle broke out, some of them could take advantage of the chaos to teleport away. However, in the chaos, who could guarantee that this brat would not be hit by the dissipating energy of the battle? He was just a little god general. If any of the experts present hit him with a small airwave, he would definitely die instantly. He did not dare to watch. Feng Qi looked quite delicate. Even though he was tall and big, his purple battle armor was also quite majestic, his appearance was a bit feminine, and his smile was also quite gentle. His long and narrow eyes swept across Qi Li's back, where Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao were being carried. His eyes turned as he said, "I'll give face to the Reign Emperor and Lord Liao Qi. This brat and this cold ice jade body will stay. You can commit suicide and this matter will be over. Otherwise humph." Following Feng Qi's words, the experts who surrounded them unleashed their divine power and the aura in the area instantly became extremely oppressive. Emperor God Qiufeng's face turned pale and he took a step back slowly. Why isn't Lord Liao Qi here yet? Qi Li's expression became extremely gloomy, and the martial artists behind him also had ugly expressions. Qi Li knew that the Reign Emperor normally wouldn't make an appearance for this kind of matter, but wasn't the Thunder Emperor also not making an appearance? Once 2 emperors made an appearance, it wouldn't be easy to clean up the situation. But at the very least, Lord Liao Qi would rush over immediately. As long as Sir Liao Qi arrived, this matter would be easy to handle. This was because Liao Qi was the Reign Emperor's tribe's patrol envoy, the strongest person below the 5 emperors. 100,000 years ago, he broke through to 7th grade war god. Are you trying to stall for time? Just tell me, can you do it or not? If you don't, die. Feng Qi's lips curled into a sinister smile. His words were light, but as soon as he finished speaking, his green spear suddenly shone with a black light, causing the originally oppressive atmosphere to instantly become heavy. Yes, F*CKU kill. Qi Li's eyes revealed a maniacal smile. He wasn't afraid of death, but if Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stayed, he would die in vain. With a roar, the fiery red axe in his hand emitted a white flame. It was like a fire snake that revolved around the axe and slashed at Feng Qi. The axe cut through the sky at a very slow speed. Even the small martial artists who were watching the battle from afar could see the trajectory of the axe clearly. But apart from Feng Qi, the expressions of the surrounding experts changed slightly. It seemed like Qi Li was prepared to risk his life. He had even used his strongest move. Kill. As soon as Qi Li made his move, his subordinates split into 4 groups. 2 groups attacked the 2 sides indiscriminately, while the other group followed Qi Li and attacked the teleportation formation. The 2 war gods behind Qi Li did not make a move. Their bodies lit up with a khaki-colored barrier that protected Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. Qi Li's strategy was very simple. The strongest few people would use their strongest moves to the front while the rest would take advantage of the chaos to rush into the teleportation formation. He was very confident that even Feng Qi wouldn't dare to block his strongest move, right? As long as Feng Qi dodged, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and continuously attack Feng Qi. Then, the 2 martial artists behind him with strong defensive abilities would be able to protect Yi Qinghan and Lin Ming as they entered the transmission array. As for whether he would die in the end, Qi Li didn't care anymore. Since he was going to die anyway, as long as Yi Qinghan was fine, the Reign Emperor would avenge him sooner or later. You overestimate yourself. However, Qi Li was wrong. Feng Qi didn't retreat. Instead, he sneered and his eyes revealed a disdainful smile. He casually lifted his long spear and lightly pierced it toward Qi Li's huge axe. The spear's shadow was very slow, and even the black gas that circled the spearhead became slower. Bang! 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 A huge explosion sounded, and the entire Thunder Emperor Mountain seemed to shake at this moment. Colorful air waves filled with a terrifying aura shot out in the hall, and the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. The air waves hit the wall of the hall and triggered the barrier on the wall. This barrier actually glowed with a purple light and forcefully reflected the air waves. However, the barrier shook violently and didn't break. Qi Li made a move, his subordinates made a move, and everyone rushed forward. Feng Qi made a move, the people behind him made a move, and the surrounding martial artists made a move. There were so many people attacking, but the battle was always over in the short span of a second. I'm afraid it's really over this time. Although Yi Qinghan was weak and his entire body was in extreme pain, he was still very conscious. The level 6 divine general who was hugging him quietly transferred a gentle divine power to his wounds. In addition to the self-recovery of the soul ring, his body was already slightly better. He had been very clear about the situation in the hall. Initially, when he saw Qi Li leading a group of experts over, he thought that there was hope. However, at this moment he felt a little hopeless. This was because in the previous round of attacks, Qi Li and Feng Qi first exchanged blows. His powerful attack was casually struck by Feng Qi's spear, and the fiery red huge axe was instantly sent flying. Then the long spear struck again and Qi Li was sent flying. The armor on his chest was completely cracked, and his chest was a mess of blood and flesh. Qi Li, who looked extremely powerful, was actually not a match for Feng Qi's spear. One wrong move and every step was wrong. As Qi Li was sent flying, he also messed up the attack of the group of people who were charging forward. The result was very obvious. As Feng Qi attacked, the few people behind him also attacked, and this group of people was instantly severely injured. There was no need to talk about the two groups on either side. The surrounding experts were already several times more than theirs. In just a short second, the dozen or so martial artists led by Qi Li were all severely injured. 6 of them even died instantly. The only martial artists left standing were the two who were hugging Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. It seemed like Feng Qi had given the order. Otherwise, the two of them would also be lying on the ground. Put down this kid in the cold ice jade body. Otherwise, everyone will die. Feng Qi casually swung the long spear in his hand and looked at the two remaining experts. He smiled gently, but this smile seemed a little cold. Chapter 708. Put it down. The two experts looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The two of them did not make a move just now. They had only used all their strength to protect Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao. When Qi Li was sent flying, the two of them had no choice but to retreat. Qi Li had said clearly how much the Rain Emperor valued this kid. As for the cold ice jade body, they knew how important it was even without Qi Li saying it. Most importantly, the cold ice jade body had a close relationship with this kid. What should we do? What should we do? The two of them were in a dilemma. They looked at Qi Li, who was lying on the ground, and saw the determination in his eyes. The yellow barrier around them glowed brighter, and they charged forward. Kill. Hence, at the same time, Qi Li, who was lying on the ground, and the remaining martial artists who were still alive, suddenly unleashed their divine powers and charged towards Feng Qi without any regard for their lives. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Feng Qi sneered and raised the spear in his hand again. This time he did not stab. Instead, he flicked the yellow barrier of the martial artist who was holding Yi Yaorao and sent him flying. Then, the spear flashed and turned into hundreds of spear shadows that enveloped everyone that was charging forward. Strangely, the martial artists at the side did not move. Even the martial artists guarding the transportation formation moved to the side quietly. Clearly, he wanted to fight several people at once and was prepared to risk his life. His intention was clear. The cold ice jade body belonged to the Thunder Emperor's tribe. As long as the cold ice jade body was fine, everything else would be fine. After all, he had already killed so many martial artists today, and the Thunder Emperor's tribe's reputation had been preserved. As for the rest, he had given them a chance. If they could escape, it would be because they were capable. Sensing the destructive aura from Feng Qi's green spear tip, Qi Li knew that he was doomed this time. He knew that Feng Qi had shown mercy. If he was not injured, he would definitely be able to dodge this attack easily. However, he was already severely injured and it would be difficult for him to dodge now. Not only him, but only 2 or 3 of the 8 martial artists that had charged forward had the confidence to withstand this attack. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, Feng Qi's spear shadows suddenly disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed to be able to survive in such a desperate situation, but they were also astonished. With Feng Qi's cold and gloomy character, he would kill without batting an eyelid. Why did he show mercy today? It was not that Feng Qi wanted to be lenient, but he had no choice but to withdraw his spear because the teleportation array had lit up just now. This time only one person was sent over, but this person made him feel incomparably dangerous. It was just like when he sneaked out of the city and encountered a demonic beast when he was young. Feng Qi didn't care about the warriors in front of him. He turned his body and suddenly turned around. This time he didn't dare to hold back and attacked with all his strength. His spear wasn't slow anymore. It was as fast as lightning. Wherever the spear had passed, the space was shattered. White cracks were revealed, and inside the cracks, there was a dark space turbulence. The space in the immortal world was extremely stable, and the fact that a single move could cause a slight tremor in space was already an incredible feat. Feng Qi's spear actually pierced through space. Its power was terrifying. However, this incomparably terrifying spear suddenly withdrew halfway. Feng Qi didn't even look at the people. He actually turned the spearhead and his body slid to the side at lightning speed. The last spear strike landed on the body of the expert who was still holding on to Xiaorao. Feng Qi, why didn't you stab with your spear? A calm voice resounded. It was the person standing in the teleportation array. This person looked very ordinary. He was dressed in white and had his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face. After the teleportation array, he had been standing there quietly. When Feng Qi stabbed with his spear, he still didn't move. At this moment, Feng Qi broke the barrier of the expert and smashed the expert away. He grabbed Xiaorao in his hand and said leisurely, "Lord Liao Qi. Greetings, patrol envoy." Qi Li and the others were ashamed. Feng Qi slid to the side. They had already seen the white-robed man standing quietly in the teleportation array. They hurriedly ran over, endured their injuries, and knelt down on one knee in front of this person. The people of the Thunder Emperor tribe were originally shocked by Feng Qi's actions. Now, with the shouts of Qi Li and the others, their doubts disappeared. They all looked at the white-robed man standing quietly in the teleportation array. His body did not radiate any divine power. After all, this person was too famous. He was the strongest person below the 5 emperors. Apart from the 5 emperors, he was the only 7th-grade war god in the entire forgotten tribe, Liao Qi. Liao Qi looked at the kneeling Qi Li and the others. His gaze swept across the 6 corpses on the ground not far away. He frowned slightly. He had received the news a long time ago. However, he was refining a strange fruit and did not care about Yi Qinghan, so he did not rush over. However, the Rain Emperor had sent him a message just now, so he could only reluctantly make the trip. Since he was already here and a few of his subordinates had died, he felt that if he did not do something he would be looked down upon. Therefore, he turned his head and coldly glanced at Feng Qi. An indescribable look flashed in his eyes. Retreat quickly. Feng Qi clearly understood what this indescribable look meant. It was a clear warning to him not to obstruct him. However, his shout came too late. When Liao Qi's gaze swept over, a white long sword had already appeared in his hand. The long sword was taken out with lightning speed. Before anyone could see it clearly, it had already been sheathed as if it had never been taken out. However, the moment the long sword appeared, Liao Qi casually swung it to the left. The swing was very light, so the blade of the sword only produced a wisp of wind. It was as if the swing of the sword had naturally produced a ripple in the air. 6 crisp sounds rang out, as if 6 watermelons had been cut open at the same time. At the same time, the waists of the 6 corpses were severed, and 6 spatial rings instantly floated up. Liao Qi actually killed 6 warriors with at least the strength of a 5th-grade war god with a casual strike. They did not even have time to react. The 7th-grade war god Liao Qi was actually so powerful. The experts surrounding the hall swallowed their saliva and began to slowly retreat. Even Feng Qi began to retreat quietly. He clearly knew that although the peak of 6th grade and 7th grade were only separated by a thin line, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Alright, we're even. Let's go back. Liao Qi clearly did not want to cause trouble. After saving his face, he did not pursue the matter any further. He calmly said to Qi Li and the others who were still kneeling on the ground. Feng Qi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The other warriors naturally did not dare to say anything. After all, since Liao Qi could easily kill 6 warriors, he could also easily kill them. The 5 great emperors usually did not show themselves in conflicts between tribes. After all, once they showed themselves, the entire Forgotten Land would be in chaos. Therefore, if Liao Qi insisted on being targeted by the Thunder Emperor and started a massacre here, even Feng Qi could not do anything. The current situation was already the most reasonable. After all, Liao Qi had shown himself. Qi Li stood up bitterly and walked over to collect the 6 corpses. Just as he was about to let everyone enter the transportation formation to teleport back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, an indifferent voice sounded out, causing him to stop in his tracks. "Wait, Lord Liao Qi, please help save my wife." Chapter 709. The one who spoke was Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan wanted to speak and send a voice transmission, but the martial artist who was hugging him kept the earthy yellow barrier open. Now that he was about to enter the teleportation formation, the martial artist removed the barrier. Of course, he hurriedly struggled and shouted, "En?" Liao Qi glanced at Yi Qinghan indifferently, and the coldness in his eyes was very obvious. Today's incident was caused by this brat, and the current situation was already the most satisfactory. Although the cold ice jade body was important, it was still from the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If he snatched it forcefully, the Thunder Emperor would definitely be displeased. He wouldn't make a move openly, but it wouldn't be fun if he secretly targeted him. "Yi Qinghan, let's talk about this when we get back." Qi Li smiled bitterly and hurriedly advised. Swish. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could barely move. He shook his divine power, and before the martial artist who was hugging him could react, he flipped over and stood up. A dagger had already appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at his lower abdomen. His eyes were filled with determination as he stared at Liao Qi and said, "If I can't save my wife, I can only accompany her." "Yi Qinghan, how dare you?" Liao Qi didn't say anything, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. Qi Li shouted angrily. This brat actually dared to threaten the patrol envoy with death? His courage was really bigger than the sky. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and stubbornly stared at Liao Qi. The determination to die was very obvious in his eyes. He was very clear that so many people from the Rain Emperor's tribe had come today because of him. Moreover, there was even a person who had killed 6 powerful cultivators with a single strike and stunned so many people by himself. This meant that the Rain Emperor really thought very highly of him. And he also knew that if he left this time he would never see Yi Yaorao again in this lifetime, so he could only risk it all and gamble. "En?" Liao Qi suddenly turned his head and glanced at Feng Qi, who was on his right. The warning was very obvious. Feng Qi could only smile bitterly and stop quietly retreating. The meaning in Liao Qi's eyes was very clear. "You can leave, but don't blame me for killing everyone in this hall." Feng Qi was frightened by a single glance, but Liao Qi was troubled. If Yi Qinghan wanted to commit suicide, he had tens of thousands of ways to control him. However, he was very clear what the Rain Emperor valued in Yi Qinghan, even though he did not think that Yi Qinghan could do it. However, since the Rain Emperor thought highly of him, he couldn't say anything more. Since Yi Qinghan had the will to die, even if they stopped him now, he would be a useless person when they brought him back. So he began to have a headache. A frigid jade body was not difficult for him to save. He was determined to save Feng Qi, so Feng Qi didn't dare to refuse. After all, the higher the realm a warrior was in, the more they didn't dare to go all out in a battle. They were not afraid of death. It all depended on what it was about. Feng Qi was not stupid enough to fight to the death over such a small matter. It was just that. He was very clear that this action of his would definitely be a slap to the Thunder Emperor's face. The reason why the Rain Emperor's tribe was superior to the other tribes was that the Rain Emperor's tribe had 2 7th-grade war gods. However, he was very clear who the strongest person in the Forgotten tribe was. It was the Thunder Emperor. If not for the fact that the Thunder Emperor had no intention of changing the structure of the Forgotten Land, the Thunder Emperor's tribe would definitely be superior to the Rain Emperor's tribe. Was it worth it for him to slap the king of the Forgotten Land for a mere godly general? The answer was no. Save that frigid jade body. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. I will explain to you later. However, just as Liao Qi made up his mind to knock Yi Qinghan unconscious and bring him back to the Rain Emperor's tribe, a woman's voice coincidentally rang in his ears. Coincidentally, a woman's voice rang in his ears. Liao Qi helplessly smiled bitterly. He knew that this was not a coincidence, and he also knew who the woman was who sent the voice transmission. However, since she had spoken, he was used to obeying. Feng Qi, bring him over. Liao Qi leisurely turned his head and looked at Feng Qi. His tone was very calm, as if he was ordering his subordinates to bring over a small thing. Swoosh, swoosh. Liao Qi's words caused the expressions of all the warriors in the Thunder Emperor's tribe to change. In particular, Feng Qi's gentle and fair face had turned the color of a pig's liver. Where was this? The Rain Emperor's tribe had rushed over, and it was you who had broken the rules and humiliated the Thunder Emperor's tribe. Now that everyone had suffered casualties, they had given Liao Qi face and let this matter go. Now King want a foot after being given an inch? You still want to snatch people? Liao Qi, if you want people, kill us all if you have the guts. Feng Qi laughed. This time his laughter was not very gentle. Instead it was somewhat sinister. He was still very afraid of Liao Qi. However, he believed that Liao Qi's words had definitely crossed the Thunder Emperor's bottom line. If Liao Qi dared to make a move, the Thunder Emperor would definitely not ignore it. Outsiders did not understand the Thunder Emperor's temper, but he had interacted with the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years, so he could tell a little. Feng Qi's words happened to trigger the anger in the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors. Everyone advanced instead of retreating. They all took a step forward and glared at Liao Qi. Their meaning was very clear. If you dare to kill, we will kill them all. I do not believe that there is no one in this world who is not afraid of death. Liao Qi's expressionless face revealed a hint of a smile at this moment. Those who were familiar with him knew that he was extremely angry. Of course, it was not because of the Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors, but because today's matter had made him feel angry and sullen. He raised his hand gently, and a beautiful long sword appeared in his hand. The cold gleam on the sword dazzled everyone's eyes. I wonder if your words include you? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the hall. The voice was not loud, but the moment it rang out, the smile on Liao Qi's face froze. The smile on Liao Qi's face froze, and the long sword in his hand also disappeared into his space ring. Feng Qi was shocked. Then he placed Yi Yaorao on the ground and actually knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's tribe warriors also came to their senses. There was only one person who could make Patrol Feng Qi kneel, and there was only one person who could make Liao Qi not dare to make a move. That person was the ruler of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor. Sha sha sha. The sound of light footsteps came from the end of the dazzling long corridor. The footsteps were very slow and light, but every footstep caused the hearts of the warriors present to skip a beat. The originally oppressive aura in the area completely disappeared with the sound of the footsteps. All that was left was the purple figure, and the overbearing voice that came from it. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. Liao Qi sighed softly and bowed with his hands clasped in front of him. He led the warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe and bowed towards the purple figure, expressing their respect for the Emperor. Everyone present, including the warriors of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, knelt down on one knee. The warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe, however, all bowed. All of them retracted their divine power and put away their weapons, afraid that they would offend the legendary Thunder Emperor, the strongest warrior in the Forgotten Land. Of course, there was one exception. Yi Qinghan's divine power was still surging, but the dagger in his hand was not aimed at his lower abdomen. He stood proudly and stared blankly at the approaching purple figure. When he saw the Thunder Emperor's handsome and carefree face clearly, when he saw the elegant purple hair and the two purple demon horns, he smiled. Then he bent his body with some difficulty and said with a smile, Yi Qinghan greets Uncle Lei Zhen. Chapter 710. Uncle Lei Zhen? Thunder Emperor walked over slowly. There was no expression on his face. He was already numb to Feng Qi and the others kowtowing to him. He didn't mind when Liao Qi, the number one under the 5 emperors, lowered his head to him. However, when Yi Qinghan said Uncle Lei Zhen, his face tensed up and his eyes lit up. They were even brighter than the gems on his head. How many years has it been? He almost forgot that his name was Lei Zhen. In the Forgotten Land no one knew his name. However, this little god general knew and called him Uncle. Since he called him Uncle, he must be someone close to him. However, he wasn't from the Thunder clan. Besides, he was arrogant. Besides the people in his clan, he didn't have any friends. Then this uncle must be special. Who is your father? The Thunder Emperor did not have much of an expression on his face as he looked at Yi Qinghan indifferently. Although Thunder Emperor didn't have any expression, his eyes, which were brighter than the gems on the corridor, caught the attention of the experts present. The experts from the Thunder Emperor tribe were confused. The eyes of the people from the Rain Emperor tribe lit up. Emperor God Xiaofeng, who was in the corridor, quivered. Who I am isn't important. However, I know a lady. Yi Qinghan smiled and shook his head. When he thought of that exquisite face and that petite figure, a smile appeared on his face. He lifted his head to look at the Thunder Emperor and said, Her name is Wuxia. To be more precise, she is Lei Huohua. The Thunder Monarch's eyes completely lit up. Not to mention the gemstone on the ceiling. At this moment, in the eyes of all the cultivators, everything in front of them disappeared. All that was left was a vast expanse of whiteness, leaving only a pair of dazzling bright eyes. Huohua Huohua. The 2 purple demonic horns on Thunder Emperor's head shone with sparks. The sparks made a sizzling sound and surrounded Thunder Emperor's armor. A destructive aura erupted from his body out of nowhere. Under this aura no one present could move. Liao Qi was the only one who was barely able to resist the Thunder Emperor's pressure. However, he didn't dare to move. Instead, he was terrified. The Rain Emperor had said that the Thunder Emperor was the strongest in the Forgotten Lands, and it was indeed true. The Thunder Monarch grabbed out with one hand, and a ball of purple qi enveloped Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan flew into the air and headed toward the Thunder Monarch. Not only did Yi Qinghan not feel any discomfort in this purple mass of qi, but the injuries on his body were recovering at 100-fold speed. Tell me about that Lei Hua. For the first time, the Thunder Emperor revealed an expression. It was an expression of hope. Furthermore, he even stuttered. However, he didn't seem to mind the situation at all. With a wave of his hand, a purple barrier quietly formed and enveloped the two of them. Miss Firework, he is the young lady of the Thunder Clan of Longyang Manor. She also has 2 pink demon horns on her head. She said that her father is called War God Lei Zhen. She and you look very similar. Yi Qinghan had basically confirmed Thunder Emperor's identity. He knew that Thunder Emperor wanted to confirm Firework's identity, so he did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was very obvious that Thunder Emperor was indeed War God Lei Zhen and Firework's father. This was because Yi Qinghan realized that when he said the last sentence, Thunder Emperor's body trembled slightly. Continue. Tell me everything about your encounter with Firework. Don't leave out a single thing. Thunder Emperor took a light breath. After that, his expression became calm again. However, his eyes became brighter and brighter. Yi Qinghan nodded. When Thunder Emperor said this, he had already confirmed that Firework was indeed his daughter. Of course, Yi Qinghan also relaxed. He had saved Firework a few times. No matter what, Thunder Emperor would not make things difficult for him and Yao Rao. After pondering for a moment, he started to recall and slowly started to narrate. I ascended from the material plane and was teleported to a place called the Firework Tribe. The tribe leader is called Neopodian. In the hall, the ancient martial art practitioners of the Thunder Emperor tribe were still kneeling on one knee. Apart from Liao Qi, the rest of the people of the Rain Emperor tribe were still bowing slightly. Everyone could clearly see Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan talking. Of course, most of the time it was Yi Qinghan talking and Thunder Emperor listening. However, no one could hear what they were talking about. Liao Qi used his divine senses and could hear them, but he did not dare to. What should I do? What should I do? Emperor God Qiufeng's legs and body were trembling. At this moment he felt that his soul was trembling. If it was just about the cold ice jade body, Emperor God Qiufeng would not be afraid. If he insisted that he did not recognize her, coupled with his relationship with his uncle, the higher-ups would definitely not pursue the matter. At most, he would lose his position as the manager of the second level. However, looking at the situation now, this trashy god general actually knew the Thunder Emperor. Furthermore, it seemed that their relationship was not ordinary. The two of them had been chatting for an hour and were still chatting. How could their relationship be ordinary? Alright. Suddenly, Emperor God Qiufeng thought of something which caused his body to tremble even more violently. That knife. That supreme slaughter god knife. He offered that knife to the Thunder Emperor. Although he did not know how strong this knife was, he knew that it was definitely very strong. As long as the Thunder Emperor took a fancy to this knife, wouldn't the relationship between the Thunder Emperor and the little god general be destroyed? As long as there was a gap between the two of them, wouldn't it mean that he could be saved? He took a few breaths and forced himself to calm down. Then he sent a voice transmission to Autumn Water in the hall. Moreover, he insisted that he did not recognize the cold ice jade body. Then he mentioned the matter about the knife. Autumn Water's voice transmission was very fast. Of course, he knew what kind of person his nephew was. However, he did not expose him. After all, if Qiufeng could keep his position, it would be a help to him. Moreover, if it wasn't for him back then, Qiufeng would not have been implicated here. Hence, he did not think for long and started to send a voice transmission to Feng Qi. When Feng Qi heard this, he was a little angry at first. At such a crucial moment, you uncle and nephew are still trying to play tricks? However, when he heard that it was actually that knife, Feng Qi could not remain calm. After pondering for a moment, he decided to help them. The main thing was that the Thunder Emperor tribe had to obtain this knife. This would allow the Thunder Emperor tribe to completely surpass the other 4 tribes. The conversation between the Thunder Emperor and Yi Qinghan finally ended after an hour. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and removed the protective shield. Then he closed his eyes and fell silent. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He stood at the same spot and slowly recovered from his injuries. With the help of the Thunder Emperor, His injuries were almost completely healed in a short period of more than 2 hours. There was dead silence in the hall. No one knew what the Thunder Emperor was thinking. However, no one dared to ask and could only wait in silence. After a while, Feng Qi could not wait any longer. He decided to tell the Thunder Emperor about this so that he could weigh the pros and cons. Hence, he started to send a voice transmission. Thunder Emperor, Qiu Feng just took a knife from this god general's hand. It is the supreme slaughter god knife. Feng Qi did not say much and only gave a simple reminder. He knew that the Thunder Emperor did not like others to affect his thinking. Of course, he also removed himself from it. As expected, the Thunder Emperor opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on God Emperor Qiu Feng, who was in the long corridor. He said indifferently, "Knife?" God Emperor Qiu Feng was overjoyed but did not dare to show it on his face. He climbed up and walked in front of the Thunder Emperor. With a flip of his hand, a black long knife appeared in the air. The Thunder Emperor extended his hand and grabbed it. However, his hand was surrounded by white lightning. He did not dare to grab the slaughter god knife completely in his hand. Instead, he held it in the air and looked at it carefully. Then he nodded and praised, "Good knife." Chapter 7:11. The moment the saber appeared, everyone who knew what it was shocked. The people from the Rain Emperor's tribe were delighted. Qi Li and Liao Qi turned pale. When they came over, Emperor God Qiu Feng had already taken the saber. Hence, they didn't know it belonged to Yi Qinghan. However, they knew the power of the saber. The Thunder Emperor was the number one in the Forgotten tribe. With the saber he was like a tiger that had grown wings. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan only smiled faintly and didn't express much. He saw the Thunder Emperor's eyes. There was only admiration and no greed. "Haha, little Yi, you're really a genius." The Thunder Emperor laughed loudly. Before everyone's shocked gazes, he said something strange and casually handed the saber to Yi Qinghan. Then his face darkened. Lightning flashed in his hand and several electric snakes leaped out and entangled Emperor God Qiu Feng. "Spare?" Emperor God Qiu Feng opened his eyes wide. He only managed to say one word before a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Then electric snakes danced on his body. His body emitted flames like the sun and instantly turned into ashes. Not even a divine crystal shard was left. Hiss! Everyone in the hall gasped. The people from the Thunder Emperor's tribe and the Rain Emperor's tribe were all shocked. They were astonished by the Thunder Emperor's actions and the Thunder Emperor's tyrannical strength. Qiu Feng was a 5th-grade war god, so it wasn't hard to kill him. However, since he was from the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the Thunder Emperor wouldn't kill him in front of outsiders in order to protect his tribe and his reputation. What is he trying to do? Even Liao Qi, a 7th-grade war god, felt his heart palpitate when he saw the blazing flames. Liao Qi recalled the Rain Emperor's words and understood why the Thunder Emperor was the number one in the Forgotten Land. Because he was a descendant of the ancient god who had awakened the bloodline of the Thunder God. His power was similar to the other 4 emperors. With the Thunder God's source skill, who would dare to fight with him? Swoosh! However, just as everyone was still in silence over the Thunder Monarch's inexplicable actions, the Thunder Monarch's figure flashed forward. Everyone was dazzled. Then, they realized that the Thunder Emperor was standing in front of a warrior. Before this cultivator could react, Xiao Chen's hand smashed down heavily. The flickering electric snakes on his hand enveloped this cultivator again. With a sizzling sound, this martial artist turned into ashes again. "This is Qiu Feng's uncle Qiu Shui. Little Yi, are you satisfied with the result?" When the Thunder Monarch turned around and smiled at Yi Qinghan, he even gave him a brief explanation. Everyone understood. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Thunder Monarch had killed the 2 of them not to sing but to give Yi Qinghan an explanation. This was not important. What was important was that the Thunder Monarch had given him an explanation, and he had even explained it with a smile. The experts present had more or less heard about the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor's reputation had been built on a path of slaughter. The corpses of countless peak powerhouses in the Forgotten Land had proven his tyrannical strength, as well as his cruel and ruthless reputation. Today he actually smiled, and he even smiled for a little divine general. Feng Qi had been the Thunder Emperor for more than 10 years. Not to mention seeing the Thunder Emperor smile, he did not even utter a single word of nonsense. At this moment he wished he could give himself a slap. He knew that the Thunder Emperor would not kill him. However, at least the Thunder Emperor might not continue to trust him. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan. The meaning of the Thunder Emperor's words was very obvious. "Are you satisfied with killing the 2 of them? If you are not satisfied, I can kill a few more." Uncle Lei Zhen Qinghan is very satisfied. That's enough. Of course Yi Qinghan was not a fool. He was very clear that the Thunder Monarch was trying to establish his prestige and to repay Firework for saving his life. He was already very satisfied that the Thunder Monarch had killed Qiu Feng in front of everyone. Now he had even killed Qiu Feng's uncle to get rid of any future troubles. Most importantly, he had even smiled and explained for him and asked for his opinion. This was really too kind. All right. With regards to Yi Qinghan's understanding, the Thunder Monarch was evidently very satisfied. This was because he smiled again. With a look of admiration in his eyes, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Little Yi, are you willing to join the Thunder Emperor's tribe? As long as you agree, I will speak to the Rain Emperor, and you can do whatever you want on the Thunder Emperor Mountain. How about that?" The Thunder Monarch's words shocked everyone once again. What the F***ck was going on? The dignified Thunder Monarch had actually invited a small god general to join the tribe. Furthermore, he had indicated that he could slap the Rain Emperor's face for the sake of Yi Qinghan. Most importantly, the last sentence was, "I can do whatever you want?" These words were a little too serious. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Everyone's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan again. They wanted to see if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, and if he could breathe fire or something. The Thunder Monarch had actually put down his pride and said such a sentence. Countless martial art practitioners in the Thunder Emperor's tribe felt nervous. If this Yi Qinghan were to agree, he would definitely stand above Feng Qi. As for the people present, their future days would be difficult. However, the martial art practitioners in the Rain Emperor's tribe looked a little gloomy. This Thunder Monarch was obviously trying to snatch Yi Qinghan away. This was slapping the Rain Emperor's face. Slapping the Rain Emperor's face was also slapping their faces. How could their faces look good? Of course no one dared to say no. The 2 piles of ashes that Qiu Feng and Qiu Shui had turned into were still on the ground. "It's okay. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle Lei Jin. I'm living a good life there. Of course I'll come and visit you when I have time." Yi Qinghan did not hesitate for too long. In fact, he had already considered this question when he had confirmed Lei Jin's identity. The Rain Emperor's tribe had been really good to him. Although Concubine Lan had said that she wanted to kill him, deep down, he felt that Concubine Lan did not mean that. On the contrary, she had treated him very well. This could be seen from the treatment he had received. Most importantly, this time he had come to the Thunder God tribe to snatch Yi Qinghan away. So many martial art practitioners from the Rain Emperor's mountain had come, and they had risked their lives for him. 6 people had even died. He had always been a person who would return the favor tenfold if others showed him respect. He knew that he would have a better life if he joined the Thunder Emperor's tribe, but he still chose to refuse. At this moment, everyone in the hall forgot to gasp. They just looked at Yi Qinghan as if they were looking at a fool. What happened today was too unexpected. It was too strange. The #1 martial art practitioner in the Forgotten Land wanted to invite a young god general, but this young god general did not give him any face. He did not even say anything tactful and directly refused. The martial art practitioners in the hall all found their acquaintances and looked at each other. Had the world changed? Were they unable to keep up with the times? Or were the Thunder Emperor and this young god general crazy? Liao Qi was not stupid. He did not lose his mind. For the first time he looked at Yi Qinghan seriously. His eyes were filled with a gentle smile and admiration. For the first time he felt that the Rain Emperor seemed to have a good eye. "Good. Little Yi, I accept you as my nephew. This is my token. You can enter the Thunder Emperor's tribe at any time. You can come to me directly if you need anything." The Thunder Emperor's eyes were also filled with happiness. He walked away. He really admired this weak young god general in front of him. When a martial art practitioner cultivated, the most important thing was one's disposition. Only with a good disposition could one go further. This god general could actually refuse a temptation that even a high-level emperor god could not refuse. This disposition. Chapter 7:12. In the second level of the Rain Emperor tribe, countless people had already gathered in the Great Hall. Wu Shan was leading the countless warriors of the second level to stare at the teleportation array. The warriors of the second level were all extraordinary figures in front of the warriors of the first level. Lord Wu Shan was a high and mighty figure. However, Wu Shan knew that they were nothing. The people who went to the Thunder Emperor tribe to snatch people were the real deal. With their strength, they would not dare to go to the Thunder Emperor tribe even if they were given 100 guts. Pah! Wu Shan smacked his head suddenly and started pacing left and right. The warriors in the hall felt their hearts skip a beat. They did not know why Wu Shan came for no reason today. They only knew that Lord Wu Shan was in a bad mood. If they provoked him, they would not end well. I'm a pig, I'm a pig. I'm really a pig. Wu Shan paced left and right anxiously, but his eyes were glued to the teleportation array. He kept wondering whether he was a pig or not. When he saw Yi Qinghan teleport to the Thunder Emperor tribe, he knew that he had done something wrong. When he saw Qi Li leading a group of cultivators into the teleportation array, he knew that what he had done was not only wrong, but also extremely stupid. In the end, when he saw that Inspector Liao Qi had also left, he was almost in despair. In the past, he was confused as to why the Rain Emperor did not allow Yi Qinghan to go to the 3rd or 4th level. He thought that the Rain Emperor did not value Yi Qinghan. Only now did he realize that the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan so much. However, the person that the Rain Emperor valued had charged into the Thunder Emperor tribe because of a piece of news. His fate was unknown. Seconds and minutes passed. The atmosphere on the 2nd floor was extremely oppressive. Everyone was waiting in torment. Although many people did not know what had happened, they knew that it was definitely something big. Did you not see Lord Wu Shan's expression? Did you not see the experts of the 3rd level running anxiously? Swish. Finally, the teleportation array lit up. When he saw the people in the teleportation array, Wu Shan's eyes also lit up. He hurriedly knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Rain Emperor is mighty. Lord Liao Qi is mighty. Lords are mighty. The Rain Emperor is mighty, Lord Liao Qi is mighty, everyone is mighty." Although the warriors in the hall did not know what was going on, since Wu Shan had knelt down, they quickly followed suit and shouted. Phew, Wu Shan exhaled quietly and relaxed. He saw the frail figure standing in the middle of the crowd and the woman in his arms, who gave off a faint chill. Yi Qinghan had returned with the ice jade body. What did this mean? This meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had been very successful in snatching people, and this meant that the Rain Emperor's tribe had obtained a glorious victory in a direct confrontation with the Thunder Emperor's tribe. If this matter were to spread out, the prestige of the Rain Emperor's tribe would definitely rise to another level. Since there were so many benefits, the Rain Emperor probably wouldn't make things difficult for a small commander like him, right? Mighty? Liao Qi laughed coldly in his heart. He was mighty, my ass. If one were to talk about mighty, then this young divine general was mighty. However, after thinking about it, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face this time. Although the Thunder Emperor was giving face to this young god general, this young god general was a member of the Rain Emperor Mountain. From another perspective, the Rain Emperor's tribe had gained face from the Thunder Emperor. If this matter were to spread out, the Rain Emperor's tribe would indeed be mighty. Yi Qinghan, bring your woman up here. Just as Liao Qi was pondering whether or not the Rain Emperor's tribe was mighty, an ethereal voice came from the hall. Everyone who heard this voice trembled subconsciously. This voice was very familiar. It was the Rain Emperor's voice. However, when the 2nd floor's warriors heard the Rain Emperor's words clearly, they were all petrified. Come up. Come up where? The answer was very obvious. Come up to that high and mighty palace. What kind of place was that palace? How many people in the entire Forgotten Land could enter it? At this moment, even Liao Qi was slightly jealous. Because he had only entered that palace a few times. Not only could this brat enter the Rain Emperor's palace, but the Thunder Emperor's palace was also always open for him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. He wasn't happy because he could enter that palace. Instead, it was because he knew that the Rain Emperor definitely wouldn't allow him to enter. It was definitely because he could save Yi Yao Rao. The Thunder Emperor didn't mention this matter. It was unknown whether it was because he had no other choice or because he couldn't bring himself to do it. However, under the circumstances at that time, it wasn't appropriate for Yi Qinghan to bring it up. Now that the Rain Emperor had summoned him, he was naturally ecstatic. Yi Qinghan didn't pay attention to the 2nd floor's warriors' complicated gazes. He hurriedly followed Liao Qi up the stairway to heaven. Qi Li and the others didn't say anything else and walked up to the 3rd floor. All of them were injured, so why would they waste their breath talking to the 2nd floor's warriors? After ascending the stairway to heaven, Qi Li and the others cupped their hands at Liao Qi and Yi Qinghan and walked up to the 3rd floor. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only looked at everyone gratefully, indicating that he would remember this favor. Although he didn't know if Qi Li would care about this favor from a divine general realm warrior. As Liao Qi continued to quickly ascend the stairway to heaven, a white light flashed and they appeared on the 4th floor. The layout of the 4th floor was actually completely different from the 2nd and 3rd floors. This floor was actually built entirely with limestone, just like a grand and majestic castle. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to admire the scenery on the 4th floor. He followed Liao Qi up. After taking a few steps, Liao Qi stopped. A token appeared in his hand and he tossed it up. Only then did he continue forward. A white light flashed and Yi Qinghan's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again he was secretly startled. What entered his eyes was a place that looked like an immortal realm. Clouds churned in the surroundings and he couldn't see the ground. It was like he was standing on the clouds. Furthermore, he couldn't see the end of this white fog. A white palace floated above the clouds. This palace was several times larger than the unfettered pavilion. As it floated in the air, it emitted a majestic immortal aura. It was extremely gorgeous. The doors of the white jade palace were already open, as though they were welcoming the two of them. Liao Qi gazed at the palace with a complicated expression. Then he turned his head and smiled warmly at Yi Qinghan. "Let's go up, little brother Yi." "Alright, many thanks, big brother Liao." Yi Qinghan was astonished by the way Liao Qi addressed him. Although the Thunder Emperor had acknowledged him as his nephew, Liao Qi was a 7th-grade war god. There was no need for him to lower his status to befriend him, right? Regardless of the reason, Liao Qi was powerful. In addition, he made a move today. Although he didn't know what made him change his mind, since he had made a move, Yi Qinghan had to accept this favor. Carrying Yi Yaorao, Yi Qinghan soared into the sky and flew toward the white jade palace doors. Without hesitation, he flew through the palace doors and disappeared from Liao Qi's sight. The palace was huge, magnificent, and even somewhat luxurious. The difference between the unfettered pavilion and the Rain Emperor's palace was like that of an imperial palace and a bungalow. Yi Qinghan looked at the countless man-made muslin fluttering in the air in the palace. He looked at the graceful figure of a woman with a blurry face standing under the light muslin. At this moment he finally knew that the beauty in the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword in the first training room was actually the Rain Emperor. Chapter 713. Greetings, Rain Emperor. Although Yi Qinghan did not like to kneel to others and only bowed to the Thunder Emperor, he still knelt on one knee to the Rain Emperor. There was no other reason but to save Yi Yaorao. He did not know why Yi Yaorao had entered the Forgotten Land or why Li Shu'er had not taken good care of her. However, he knew very well that Yi Yaorao had come for him, just like how she had come to find him without hesitation in the baleful Yin stream. Yi Qinghan found it hard to imagine how a weak-looking woman like Yi Yaorao, a first-layer divine general martialist, had found the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range, found that deep pit, and jumped in without hesitation. However, Yi Qinghan knew that she must have suffered. Yi Qinghan's heart was in extreme pain as he looked at her pale and frowning face. "Get up. You don't have to bow to me in the future. Also, my own people can call me the Rain Empress." The Rain Emperor stood quietly under the veil, as if he had merged with the surrounding scenery. He stood there quietly like a beautiful painting, very natural. "Please save my wife, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan is willing to pay any price." Yi Qinghan did not get up. He knew that the Rain Empress could save Yi Yaorao, but he still sincerely expressed his wish. Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had shattered and her soul had fallen into a deep coma. The divine crystal was the most important thing to a martialist. Once it shattered, Yi Yaorao would definitely die. He did not dare to move recklessly and only looked at the Rain Emperor's blurry face with a face full of hope. "I let you come up because I naturally have a way to save your wife. Of course, the 4 emperors of the Forgotten Land all have this ability. However, I can heal her the fastest and the most suitable." The Rain Emperor still stood in the same spot and did not move. Because of her blurry face, it looked like her mouth was not even open. She paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the price, the higher and faster you can climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, that would be the best repayment to me. Alright, put your wife down and go down to the 2nd floor to cultivate." Yi Qinghan blinked and rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Although he felt that the Rain Emperor was a trustworthy person, he was still worried about leaving Yi Yaorao here. He looked at the Rain Emperor and said, "Rain Empress, can I watch from the side? I have no other intentions, I just want to take a look." "Follow me." The Empress of the Rain didn't say much. She just said something indifferently, then turned around and walked inside. Her footsteps were very light, as if her feet were not on the ground. Her back view was very beautiful, and her white palace dress was well tailored, perfectly showing off her perfect figure. Why does this back look so familiar? Just now Yi Qinghan did not dare to stare at the Empress of Rain directly, but at this moment he took a closer look at her back, but the more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. After muttering to himself for a while, he came to a sudden realization. He had often tried to comprehend the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword. That woman was the Rain Empress, so how could she not be familiar? The Empress of Rain, who was in front of him, suddenly paused when she saw Yi Qinghan's pondering expression. Yi Qinghan did not dare to look at her anymore. He lowered his head and followed the Empress of Rain to the side hall. After turning around the side hall, they finally came to a room. The Empress of Rain stood quietly inside, looking at the white jade bed inside. Yi Qinghan quickly put Yi Yaorao on the bed gently, then stood aside obediently, not daring to look around. Then he saw an ivory-like hand reach over. The fingernails were light blue, just like concubine lands. The hand gently pressed against Yi Yaorao's lower abdomen, and a light blue light appeared on the hand. Your wife's injury must be healed with gentle divine power, completely enveloping the divine crystal, and slowly healing the broken parts bit by bit. This divine power cannot be too much, too little, or too strong. Otherwise the divine crystal will shatter. Furthermore, each treatment has to be done a month apart, so this injury cannot be healed in a day or two. It will take at least 10 years. The Rain Emperor said gently. His tone was very calm. Although his voice was faint, it was very gentle. It was as if he was talking to an old friend, which made people feel very comfortable. 10 years? Thank you, Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Yaorao's pale face and his heart ached. At this moment, he also understood why the Thunder Emperor did not help and why the Rain Emperor said that she was the most suitable person to heal. To heal the divine crystal, one had to stay close to her for such a long time. The Rain Empress was a woman, so of course she was the most suitable. Although 10 years was very long as Yi Yaorao was fine, he would wait for 100 years. Rain Empress, can I come and see my wife in the future? Yi Qinghan turned his head slightly to look at the blurry face and asked expectantly. Go back and cultivate well. I will allow you to visit her once a year. This is the token. The Rain Empress flipped her other hand, and a white token appeared out of thin air. Yi Qinghan grabbed it and saw that it was exactly the same as Liao Qi's token. He looked at Yi Yaorao deeply. Without any hesitation, he bowed to the Rain Empress and quickly walked towards the palace. I didn't expect this little man to be so infatuated. He actually dared to go to the Thunder Emperor's tribe alone for a woman. However, he is so fickle. I wonder how many more women he has. When the Rain Empress sensed that Yi Qinghan had disappeared from the palace, her eyes gradually became clear, revealing a pair of bright eyes. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. Thunder Emperor's tribe, peak, Thunder Emperor Palace. Bang, bang, bang. In the training room, the Thunder Emperor's entire body was releasing the aura of a ferocious beast. He punched the surrounding walls one after another. With every punch, the walls would tremble slightly. The entire Thunder Emperor Palace was shaking non-stop. It was obvious how powerful he was. Fortunately, he had controlled his divine power. If he had used his full strength, the Thunder Emperor Palace would definitely have to be rebuilt. Lei Bao, how dare you treat my wife and son like this? Once I get out, I will definitely kill everyone in the family and leave no one alive. After a long while, the Thunder Emperor seemed to have vented enough and stopped. However, his eyes still emitted a devouring aura, and lightning surrounded his body. Needless to say, if anyone dared to provoke him now, they would definitely be turned into ashes in an instant. How could you leave me? How could you do this? The information that Yi Qinghan had given him was not much, but it did not stop him from deducing some things. Fireworks had grown up alone in the Fireworks tribe and had only brought a dozen or so divine general guards with him. Needless to say, Fireworks' mother and his subordinates were definitely dead. At this moment, the Thunder Clan had completely disappointed him. Lei Yun, take good care of my daughter. Wait for me to get out. After a while, the sorrow in the Thunder Emperor's eyes faded. What replaced it was a face full of guilt and tenderness. He did not continue to vent his emotions. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. He knew that it would be very, very difficult to get out. However, for the sake of his daughter, he could only continuously advance toward that elusive goal. In just over 100,000 years, he had cultivated to the 7th grade war god realm. He did not believe that in this lifetime he could not cultivate to that legendary realm. Chapter 7:14. Not long after the incident of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, the other 3 emperors immediately knew what had happened. Although the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor had issued a gag order, it was difficult to conceal the incident since it had caused such a huge commotion. Several experts from both sides had died, and even the Thunder Emperor had taken action. Moreover, all the tribes had spies on the 2nd level of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and the incident happened there. With the intelligence of the emperors, it was easy for them to guess the gist of the matter. The Demon Emperor heard his subordinate's report and did not care. He waved his hand to dismiss his subordinate. 4 of the 5 tribes in the Forgotten Land were made up of human warriors. The Demon Emperor was not stupid. The more intense the internal strife, the better. Moreover, it was a matter of the Thunder Emperor's tribe, and he had no intention of getting involved. The 4 emperors had not figured out the Thunder Emperor's character. If he was angered, the Demon Emperor's tribe would no longer exist. The Supreme God slaughtering blade. A human warrior can actually use it? This kid is indeed a strange talent. Fortunately, he was not killed. Otherwise, it would have been bad. The Cloud Emperor sat on the throne high up in the palace. Although there was no one in the palace, he still felt that sitting on this throne could show his supreme status. After a moment of silence, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to a warrior in white armor outside the palace. Pay close attention to this. Yi Qinghan. Report immediately if there is any news. Inform all the warriors in the tribe who are 5th grade war gods and above. This kid is someone I value. The warrior who was kneeling on one knee outside the palace trembled. Although the Cloud Emperor was always smiling, he had never shown that he valued someone. Even when the Cloud Emperor's divine king stayed in the 5 Emperors Mountain for 10 days and 10 nights, he only said, "Not bad, continue to work hard." What did it mean to be valued by the Cloud Emperor? It meant that this young divine general could basically do whatever he wanted in the Cloud Emperor Mountain. In addition, the Thunder Emperor had promised that he could enter and leave the Thunder Emperor Palace at any time, and this kid even went to the Rain Emperor Palace. At this moment, the white-armored martialist was filled with jealousy. This was the first person in hundreds of thousands of years to be valued by 3 emperors. Furthermore, he was a young divine general. He still didn't know if the Wind Emperor also thought highly of him. If he did, this little divine general would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Forgotten Land. The Wind Emperor indeed thought highly of Yi Qinghan. From the moment he received the news, he stood up and slowly stomped around in the palace. It could be seen that he cared about this matter very much. Lu Yun respectfully knelt on one knee in the palace. As the patroller of the Wind Emperor tribe, he knew very well that he didn't sit in this position because of his strength. He was only a lower 6th grade war god. There were 7 or 8 people in the tribe who were stronger than him, but he was the one who climbed the 5 Emperors' mountains the highest. Pass down my order. All the spies in the tribe are to pay close attention to this person. If there is any news, report it immediately. Go down. The Wind Emperor stopped in his tracks and waved his hand to dismiss Lu Yun. He stood alone in the empty palace in a daze. Why would the supreme slaughter god blade appear in the divine world? And in the hands of a young divine general? Those 2 fools, the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, were actually not moved? I must get it. If this young divine general can use it, I can definitely use it too. As long as I get this blade, who would I be afraid of in the Forgotten Land? Rain Empress, you be *Tsich, I will definitely make you kneel before me, haha. The Wind Emperor suddenly opened his mouth and laughed loudly. His laughter reverberated in the spacious palace and was unusually ear-piercing. Yi Qinghan didn't know that at this moment, he had already attracted the attention of countless experts in the dark. He obediently walked down the stairway and didn't linger on the 3rd or 4th level. He directly returned to the 2nd level. Little brother Yi. When Wu Shan saw Yi Qinghan walking down, he hurriedly revealed a respectful smile. He originally wanted to call him Lord Yi, but after thinking about it, he didn't do so. Yes, big brother Wu Shan. Yi Qinghan will remember today's favor. Yi Qinghan smiled at Wu Shan. If Wu Shan hadn't passed the news to him, he didn't know what would have happened in the end. It's my duty, my duty. When Wu Shan heard the words big brother Wu Shan, he smiled so widely that his face almost became crooked. The worry and fear that he had been feeling all this time instantly disappeared. Since Yi Qinghan said that he owed him a favor, if the higher-ups wanted to pursue this matter, Yi Qinghan would definitely help. His eyes darted around a few times. As he walked inside with Yi Qinghan, he whispered to Yi Qinghan, "Little brother Yi, I will find a way to arrange for the Ox-Head Celestial King that you know to go to the 2nd level after some time. Yes, I'll go back and rest first. You can do what you need to do." Yi Qinghan nodded but didn't say much. He had expressed his intentions, and Wu Shan had also expressed his intentions. Both of them understood that it wasn't good to say too much. Under the respectful gazes of Wu Shan and the martial artists on the 2nd level, Yi Qinghan returned to his room alone. He activated the protective shield, walked into the room and fell onto the large bed inside. Today's events had been full of twists and turns. There were a few times when he was in despair, but in the end there was light at the end of the tunnel. Under such a high level of stimulation he was extremely tired. Now that the danger was over, and with Empress Yu Yiyaorao would wake up sooner or later. At this moment, his mind was completely relaxed. Not long after, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Qinghan woke up. He took a bath and changed his clothes. Then he sat in the living room in a daze. He started to recall the recent events. He thought about his bet with concubine Lan, about how he killed Long Kuei, about what Empress Yu had said to him, and about this kidnapping incident. He understood that Empress Yu thought very highly of him. However, he didn't know why she thought so highly of him. He was just a small god general. If there was anything special about him, it would be Xiaohei, his 2 souls, and the slaughter god blade. Xiaohei's father, the Soul Emperor, had a very high status in the divine world. However, Yi Qinghan didn't think that he would be able to meet the Soul Emperor's subordinates or people who were indebted to the Soul Emperor. Although his 2 souls were protected by a layer of faint yellow light, he wasn't sure that martial artists of the Empress Yu's level hadn't discovered them. As for the slaughter god blade, this blade was very powerful. In fact, it was way more powerful than he had imagined. Given the Thunder Thearch's strength and experience, how could this blade be bad? However, what puzzled him was that this blade seemed to be recognized by many people. In other words, this blade was very famous? But why didn't the Soul Emperor recognize it? Was Elder Lu wrong, or was there some secret hidden in this? No matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. Yi Qinghan decided to cultivate for a while. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a curse. If it was a curse, he couldn't avoid it. He was just a small god general. He couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. It was better for him to cultivate hard first. After the impact of this incident passed, he would take some time to visit the Thunder Thearch's tribe and ask him for an explanation. Chapter 7:15. Yi Qinghan entered the first training room and prepared to cultivate. The Rain Empress had said that cultivating diligently and climbing higher in the 5 Emperors Mountain would be the best way to repay her. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was still being treated by the Rain Empress. Yi Qinghan naturally understood the Rain Empress words to mean that the faster he cultivated, the higher he climbed, the more effort the Rain Empress would put in to treat Yi Qinghan. The 2 souls revolved at the same time. Yi Qinghan began to enter the soul quietude state. The 4th level of soul quietude was easy to cultivate, but it was also very difficult. As long as one continuously entered the soul quietude state for hundreds of thousands or millions of times, one would become proficient. If one could enter the soul quietude state at any time, it would be considered as entering the 4th level. If one was lucky, he would only need to enter it tens of thousands of times. If he was unlucky, he would need to enter it millions of times. In the Sea of Soul, the 2 mini Yi Qinghan began to practice the law of space. They compared and verified each other to find a point of fusion. Yi Qinghan had 3 choices for his cultivation path. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan decided to proceed with all 3 paths at the same time. On one hand, he could enter the soul quietude state and allow his soul to grow. Although he did not know how to cultivate as a soul cultivator. But there was nothing wrong with continuously strengthening his soul, right? On the other hand, he could continuously fuse the profound mysteries of space. If he did not have the opportunity to fuse them for a while, he would choose to look at the painting of a beautiful lady performing a sword dance to comprehend the basic profound mysteries. The 3 moon queens who entered the soul quietude state. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. His soul had grown a little in the past 3 months. Although this was negligible compared to the huge sea of soul, it was still good to have some growth. After cultivating the soul to the God King realm, it was indeed extremely difficult to improve. Without the soul quietude state, it would be extremely difficult to advance even 1 level. The profound mysteries of space still did not make any progress. There was no sign of fusion. But Yi Qinghan was not discouraged. The profound mysteries of space were incomparably difficult to fuse. Elder Lu had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years and was still a peak heavenly god. He had cultivated in the divine world for hundreds of thousands of years and was still in the heavenly god realm. Therefore Yi Qinghan was not discouraged or anxious. What made him anxious was Xiaohei. Xiaohei had been asleep for a few months. It was fine if he was asleep, but the problem was that he still could not sense Xiaohei's condition. Could it be that Xiaohei's soul has also mutated? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiaohei. He looked at Xiaohei's cute sleeping face and smiled helplessly. This was very unusual, but Xiaohei's body was fine. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to interrupt Xiaohei's sleep. If Xiaohei was having an epiphany or something, it would be a huge mistake to interrupt him. After recalling Xiaohei back into the war beast space, Yi Qinghan's eyes began to light up. He locked his gaze on the wall in front of him and observed the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. The scene in front of him changed again, turning into a palace with a hazy woman elegantly brandishing a sword under a light veil. He had comprehended this diagram many times and was very familiar with it. But this time, Yi Qinghan recalled the figure of the Rain Empress he saw in the Rain Emperor's palace. The clear figure of the Rain Empress began to overlap with the hazy figure in front of him. Finally, the woman in front of him began to become clearer. Every step and every movement was so clear. Even the light veil dancing seemed to become clear. Everything was so natural, so clear. The steps, the movements, the light veil contained all kinds of profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. It was so clear, so penetrating. *CK What happened? I've struck it rich this time. Forget it, I'll comprehend it first. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls trembled at the same time. The scene in front of him was not a painting of a beautiful woman dancing with her sword. It was clearly a painting that contained countless profound mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, these mysteries of the laws of heaven and earth looked so clear and penetrating. As long as he comprehended it slightly, he would definitely be able to get started. Although Yi Qinghan did not understand what had happened, he always wanted to get what he wanted first. As for the reason who the *CK cared so much. After carefully observing for a while, Yi Qinghan firmly memorized the few scenes that had stirred him. Then he quickly entered a state of spiritual stillness. Both of his souls revolved at the same time and started to comprehend the profound mysteries in this state of spiritual stillness. Gulp, gulp. 8 months later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were blank, and his Adam's apple squirmed as he continuously swallowed his saliva. 8 months. In a mere 8 months, Yi Qinghan had actually comprehended the remaining 8 profound mysteries of the law of wind and the law of earth. In addition to the wind blade and the earth elemental art that he had comprehended previously, this meant that he had comprehended all 5 basic profound mysteries of the wind and earth elemental arts. The most difficult part of comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was comprehending the basics. Since he had already comprehended these 8 profound mysteries, mastery was only a matter of time. At this moment, Yi Qinghan did not feel too happy about this. Instead, he felt a little lost, a little in disbelief, and even a little afraid. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws was not the same as cultivating divine power. Comprehending the profound mysteries of the laws would not guarantee growth. In the first 3 months, he had also been in a state of spiritual stillness, but he had not fused a single strand of the law of space. Now, after 8 months, he had comprehended 8 basic profound mysteries. If this matter were to spread, the entire divine realm would definitely be in an uproar. Even if it reached the ears of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, they would probably be stunned. Although the basic profound mysteries were the easiest to comprehend, it shouldn't be as easy as he was, comprehending 8 profound mysteries in one go. Yi Qinghan did not dare to cultivate anymore. Just now, when he was in a state of spiritual stillness, he did not stop to think about these questions. But now that he had woken up, he did not dare to cultivate anymore. There was definitely something wrong when something was out of the ordinary. Right now, this matter had already exceeded the scope of what was out of the ordinary. He did not know what would happen if he continued to cultivate like this. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan stood up, his eyes blank. Without a teacher, he was like a headless fly on the path of cultivation, bumping around in a daze. Should I ask the Thunder Emperor? Or the Rain Empress? If this was outside, Yi Qinghan would definitely ask Lord Devour for advice. Lord Devour was someone that he could trust completely. Although the Thunder Emperor was Fireworks' father, and he had also expressed his admiration for Yi Qinghan, they had only met once, after all. Yi Qinghan was a little hesitant. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan had an indescribable sense of trust towards the Rain Empress. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in the life and death arena, or perhaps it was because of the kidnapping incident, or perhaps it was because he had seen her sword dance painting that he had comprehended the profound mysteries, or perhaps it was because she had directly helped to save Yi Yaorao without any request. After thinking for a day, Yi Qinghan still did not dare to cultivate. Eventually, he decided to go to the Rain Emperor's palace to see Yi Yaorao and ask the Rain Empress. If he didn't ask clearly, he would always be a little worried, and he would not dare to cultivate with all his strength. Under the envious gazes of the second floor's warriors, Yi Qinghan walked up the stairway to heaven alone. When the guards of the third and fourth floor saw Yi Qinghan, they did not dare to ask anything. Instead, they all greeted him respectfully. Taking out the token, Yi Qinghan walked to the palace one more time. He saw the woman sitting quietly under the light veil. The Rain Empress didn't blame him for coming up after less than a year. She pointed at the room, asking Yi Qinghan to go and see Yi Yaorao. After sitting with Yi Yaorao for a day, Yi Qinghan's soul consciousness sensed that the cracks on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had healed a little. After walking out of the palace and greeting her, he told the Rain Empress about the strange things that had happened to him. He didn't conceal the fact that his soul had quieted down. Of course he would not tell her about his soul mutation. The Rain Empress sat lazily on a chair and listened to Yi Qinghan's words. After she finished listening, a dazzling light blossomed on her blurry face. She suddenly sat up straight and puffed out her ample chest. She actually asked in a doubtful tone, "Are you sure?" Chapter 7:16. The Rain Empress was such an important person, yet she had subconsciously voiced her doubts. It could be seen that Yi Qinghan's news was unheard of even to her. Yi Qinghan was startled, but she still nodded obediently. Only then did the Rain Empress notice that she had lost her composure. She sat back on the chair and sank into deep thought. Yi Qinghan stared at that blurry face, not daring to glance at it. Even though the Rain Empress gave him an indescribable sense of trust, or perhaps a sense of closeness. Even though he had fantasized about something when he was comprehending the painting of a beautiful woman dancing with a sword, it didn't mean that he dared to look at it frivolously. If he angered such an important person, even if the Thunder Emperor protected him, it definitely wouldn't be a good ending. The Rain Empress didn't stay silent for too long. She suddenly said, "You said, you've already cultivated to the 3rd level of soul stillness? How long have you cultivated in total?" "How long?" According to the God Realm's time, it's about 10 years, less than 20 years. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and answered honestly. He had only cultivated in the Flame Dragon continent for a little over 10 years, and had only been in the God Realm for a little over 10 years. According to the God Realm's time, it really hadn't been 20 years. "Are you sure?" The Rain Empress suddenly stood up, and stared at Yi Qinghan again as she asked a nonsensical question. The moment the words left her mouth, she saw Yi Qinghan's innocent expression, and knew that she had lost her composure again. Fortunately, the blurry face made Yi Qinghan unable to see the shock on her face. Otherwise, her dignity as the Rain Empress would have been completely lost in front of this little god general. There was no lack of geniuses in the God Realm. It wasn't rare for someone to become a god at a young age, and there were also those who broke through to the God King realm in 20 years. However, she had never heard of someone who could comprehend the 8 basic profound mysteries in 8 months. She had also never heard of someone who could cultivate to the 3rd level of soul stillness in 10 years. The former might be recognized as a peerless genius, but the latter definitely belonged to the category of freaks. She was very clear on how difficult it was to cultivate the 3rd level of soul quietude. Many martial artists were unable to comprehend this state, so they gave up on cultivating the soul. This was also the reason why there were so few soul cultivators in the God Realm. After a long time, the Rain Empress recovered from her shock and opened her mouth. Her tone was not as indifferent as before. Instead, it was filled with a trace of joy. "Good, very good, little Yi Qinghan, continue to work hard on your cultivation. Although I've never seen or heard of a state like yours, I'm still in a good position. But I can assure you that this is a good thing, a very good thing. Also, you have to work hard to enter a state of soul stillness. Put aside your law cultivation for now and raise your soul to the God King realm. As long as your soul reaches the God King realm, you will be qualified to become a soul cultivator. At that time, I will teach you how to cultivate the soul. As long as you become a soul cultivator, your future will be limitless." This, Yi Qinghan nodded lightly. His expression was a little solemn, but his mind was spinning quickly. He was analyzing the meaning of the Rain Empress words. It was obvious that the Rain Empress was a soul cultivator, and a powerful one at that. At least she was much stronger than Imo Xiaoxiao. Also, it seemed like the Rain Empress could not detect the state of his soul. This made him very surprised but also very happy. This was because the strength of his soul had reached the God King realm, but the Rain Empress did not know. As a soul cultivator, the Rain Empress' soul was definitely very strong. She actually could not detect his soul? This meant that the Rain Empress was still not clear about the matter of his soul mutation. Could it be the effect of the pale yellow barrier on his soul? Then what? The Rain Empress actually my soul has already reached the God King realm. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, "And you know the soul strength of a God King realm?" Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, the Rain Empress almost jumped up again. She originally wanted to ask, "Are you sure?" Fortunately, she reacted halfway and quickly changed her tone. However, the doubt in her voice was still very obvious. Soul cultivation was easy to cultivate in the God General realm, but from the peak of God General to the God King realm was a threshold. This threshold also made countless martial artists hesitate to become soul cultivators. When Yi Qinghan said that he had cultivated the soul quietude to the 3rd level, she could still reluctantly accept it. However, if he said that he had crossed this hurdle in such a short period of time, she simply did not believe it. I know. If the peak of God General's soul is the size of a fist, then the strength of my soul is already the size of a palm. Yi Qinghan obviously would not foolishly say that he had 2 souls, so he could only make an analogy. The combined strength of his 2 souls had indeed reached the level of a God King. Is that so? The Rain Empress clearly still did not believe it. With a flip of her hand, she took out a small booklet from her spatial ring and handed it over. She said, "This is the most basic soul skill of soul cultivators, deterrence. If you can successfully cultivate it, then you will become a soul cultivator. After you succeed, immediately come and see me." "Yes, Rain Empress, I will take my leave first." Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and took the booklet. The Rain Empress's meaning was very clear. As long as he successfully cultivated it, it would mean that he had become a soul cultivator. She would also teach him how to cultivate his soul. Of course, she would not let such a good thing go. She hurriedly bid farewell and left. Seeing Yi Qinghan happily walk down the palace, the Rain Empress' eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at the palace gate and the rolling clouds in the distance and murmured, "This little man is really a little monster. Could it be that the strength of his soul has really reached the God King realm? Could it be that after his soul became 2, the strength didn't decrease but increased instead? Cultivated for less than 20 years? What a little man. If he really became a soul cultivator, then it would really be too scary." Yi Qinghan did not know exactly how strong a soul cultivator was. However, he knew that since a soul cultivator could become a lower 7th grade war god when he just entered the God Emperor realm, he must be extremely powerful. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had always relied on the body fusion technique and the slaughter god blade, which were actually soul attacks. Therefore he had a special liking for soul attacks. Now that there was a chance to become a soul cultivator, he naturally would not let it go. He immediately returned to the number 1 training room and started cultivating the secret booklet that the Rain Empress gave him. The booklet in the secret booklet only recorded 1 skill, deterrence. Yi Qinghan flipped through it for a while and quickly understood the cultivation method of this skill. Deterrence was actually a very simple skill. To put it simply, it was to make use of the soul cultivator's soul, which was stronger than other martial artists, to create a spiritual pressure. This would cause the enemy to develop an instinctive fear of you, which would then lower their fighting strength. This was actually similar to the natural aura of a supreme expert. When you faced an expert and developed a feeling that you could not defeat him, you would naturally not use your full strength to attack. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of cultivation of aura. Half a month later, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes, which inadvertently released an astonishing aura. This caused his originally gentle appearance to produce a domineering aura that made people's hearts palpitate. However, this aura instantly disappeared as he grinned. He laughed and said, "F***ck, I actually succeeded in cultivating this deterrence skill so easily? I actually became the legendary Soul Cultivator?" Chapter 717. Blinking his eyes, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the training room for an hour. In the end, he still couldn't believe it. He stood up happily and decided to go out and find someone to test it out. If he succeeded, he would go to the Rain Empress immediately to confirm it. Yi Qinghan walked out of the training room and quickly walked down the long corridor. After walking for a while, he discovered 2 cultivators in front of him. They were chatting in low voices as they walked. Hearing someone coming from behind, the 2 of them turned around subconsciously. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's 2 souls circulated, and his body naturally gave off a terrifying aura. An intense pressure appeared, and a chill appeared in his eyes as he coldly stared at the 2 of them. Plop. The 2 captains were both god kings. Even their souls shivered when Yi Qinghan glanced at them coldly. They dropped to one knee subconsciously and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they said politely or even fearfully, "Greetings, sir." Success. While Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, he was secretly shocked. This deterrence was so powerful. He could feel the instinctive fear from the 2 of them. He also knew that these captains were usually very respectful to him, but not to the extent of kneeling to him. He was a divine general realm cultivator, but he could make 2 divine kings kneel in fear with just a look? Yes. Yi Qinghan responded indifferently and walked forward quickly, leaving the 2 captains looking at each other. "Little brother Yi." Yi Qinghan walked out and prepared to go straight to the Rain Emperor Palace. As he walked to another corridor, he heard Wu Shan's call. He thought for a while and decided to use Wu Shan to test the power of the deterrence. His eyes gradually turned cold as he turned around slowly. These few months he didn't receive any orders from the higher-ups. Wu Shan knew that the higher-ups didn't blame him. Not long ago, he had been secretly making arrangements for the Ox-Head God King. Today he could bring the Ox-Head God King to the second floor. At this moment he was about to bring him to look for Yi Qinghan and ask for credit. He didn't expect to see Yi Qinghan on the way, so he quickly called out to him. Yi! When Ox-Head Celestial King saw Yi Qinghan's back, his face was filled with joy. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have been able to reach the second floor. Just as they were about to open their mouths in joy, they saw Yi Qinghan turn around. There was an indescribable aura emanating from his eyes, as though he had transformed into a completely different person. Wu Shan was stunned for a moment, while the Ox-Head Godly King felt as though he couldn't breathe properly. What a powerful aura! Wu Shan regained his senses after being stunned for a moment. His heart was filled with incomparable bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, he had not seen Yi Qinghan for a few months. He was still a first-layer divine general. No, even if he had broken through to the celestial the arch realm, he shouldn't be intimidating him, right? What was going on? This was too strange. Ox-Head God King had a different thought. This little brother was originally the weakest and most inconspicuous among the four of them. At that time he thought that Yi Qinghan would be the first to die. He didn't expect that not only would he survive, but he would also win 15 consecutive victories. Now, not only did he bring him to the second floor, but he was also able to intimidate a second-layer divine king God King with the strength of a divine general? Ah, Big Brother Ox-Head. Big Brother Wu Shan, help me make arrangements for Big Brother Ox-Head. I'll go up first. I'll talk to you in detail when I come back. When Yi Qinghan saw that it was Ox-Head God King, he immediately withdrew his aura and smiled happily. However, when he recalled Yu Ho's words, he left after informing Wu Shan. Big Brother Wu Shan? Make arrangements? Ox-Head God King Yi Qinghan smiled gratefully, but he was even more astonished. This little brother seemed to be doing quite well on the second floor. He actually called Commander Wu Shan Big Brother? And he allowed him to make arrangements for him? Looking at Yi Qinghan's back, Ox-Head God King swallowed his saliva and cupped his fists at Wu Shan. Go up? Brother Yi, where are you going? The Rain Emperor Palace. Wu Shan looked at Yi Qinghan's back enviously, then turned around with a faint smile and transmitted his voice as he pointed upwards. Ox-Head God King's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared in the direction where Yi Qinghan had disappeared. Wu Shan glanced at the shocked Ox-Head God King and continued to drop a bomb. You have a good eye. Acknowledge this little brother of yours. Let me tell you, not only can this little brother of yours enter the Rain Emperor Palace at any time, he's also recognized by the Thunder Emperor as his nephew. He can enter and exit the Thunder Emperor Palace at will. Gasp! Ox-Head God King gasped. His body trembled and he was completely dumbfounded. What? The Rain Empress was lying lazily on a slanted chair. When she heard that he had mastered the art of deterrence, she couldn't stay calm anymore. She sat up from the chair, but her heart was filled with anger. Why did she lose her composure again and again in front of Yi Qinghan? This was very abnormal. Ever since she broke through the God Emperor realm hundreds of thousands of years ago and became a 7th-grade war god, there were very few things that could make her lose her composure. However, during this period of time, show me. The Rain Empress told herself to stay calm. She lay down again, but her blurred face was fixed on Yi Qinghan, waiting for his performance. Okay. Yi Qinghan was also very excited. If the Rain Empress confirmed that he had mastered the art of deterrence, it meant that he could become a soul cultivator. Immediately, he hurriedly circulated his 2 souls. His body slowly emitted an imposing aura, and his eyes also produced a formless pressure. Not bad. Yi Qinghan, from now on, you are one of the soul cultivators. To be able to become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time, you can be considered the first person in the history of the immortal realm. This time, the Rain Empress' tone didn't change too much. She just revealed a hint of admiration. However, she was shocked and confused again. Because only she knew how powerful Yi Qinghan's deterrence was. Logically speaking, the soul of a God King realm shouldn't have such a powerful deterrence. This kid is really strange. Yi Qinghan, of course, knew that it wasn't a coincidence that he could become a soul cultivator in such a short period of time. This wasn't a coincidence. It was all because of his soul mutation. Without the soul mutation, it was impossible for his soul strength to directly reach the first tier of the God King realm from the second tier of the Divine General realm. If it weren't for the fact that his soul had become two, he definitely wouldn't have been able to cultivate the third tier of the soul quietude technique. He had met the two conditions to become a soul cultivator because of his soul mutation. Rain Empress, can you teach me to cultivate my soul? Since he had become a soul cultivator, Yi Qinghan, of course, wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. He immediately looked at the Rain Empress with hope. If the Rain Empress could become his teacher, not only would he have a good time in the UD Mountain, but he would also have the chance to become a peerless expert like her. At that time, if there was a chance to go out, not to mention the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord, it would be easy for him to conquer a city in the Immortal Realm and bring all his relatives and friends from the Fire Dragon continent to the Immortal Realm. No. However, the Rain Empress in different words extinguished the flame of hope that had just risen in Yi Qinghan's heart. The Empress of the Rain looked at the stunned Yi Qinghan and laughed softly. Her laughter, which sounded like silver bells, echoed in the palace. When Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy, the Rain Empress stopped laughing and said slowly, "I'm not related to you, why should I teach you? Rain Empress, if you have any request, just say it. If Yi Qinghan can do it, I will do my best." Hearing the Rain Empress words, Yi Qinghan relaxed. She was not related to him, so her meaning was clear. If you don't take out something and do something for me, why should I teach you? It's simple. Climb to the top of the Five Emperors Mountain, and I will give you whatever you want. The Rain Empress' answer was straightforward, and even exaggerated. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, if I want your people, will you give them to me? Of course he could only think about it. After pondering for a while, he asked a question that had puzzled him for a long time. Climb to the top of the Five Emperors Mountain. Is there any special meaning? Of course there is. The Rain Empress stood up and turned her blurry face. Through the white jade palace gate, she looked at the clouds in the distance and said seriously, only when someone climbs to the top of the Five Emperors Mountain can we have hope to leave this cursed land. Chapter 7:18. Walk out of the Forgotten Land? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. It was the first time he had heard of a way to walk out of the Forgotten Land and the apotheosis of the gods. He was instantly excited. He had learned from Li Bai that no one had ever walked out of the apotheosis of the gods. The five emperors were all seventh-grade war gods, but they could not walk out of the apotheosis of the gods for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that he heard there was a way out, how could he not be excited? If I climb to the top of the Five Emperors Mountain, will I be able to walk out and return to the divine realm? The fire in Yi Qinghan's eyes seemed to be able to melt an iceberg. He had not dared to think about this question and had been deliberately avoiding it. Whether it was in front of Concubine Lan or Wu Shan, he did not dare to mention or ask about it. Because he was afraid that this dream would be broken. He could never go back, never see his three beloved wives, never see the three flowers, never see his relatives, and never return to the Tsang city in his dreams. There are three ways to get out. The Rain Emperor's words made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up again, but the following words made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom. First, you can directly fly out of that cave when you reach the realm of ninth-grade war god. Second, you can also fly out by comprehending the advanced occult of the law of space, eternal space. However, this advanced occult only exists in legends, and no one has ever succeeded in comprehending it. Third, you can climb to the top of the Five Emperors Mountain. There is an altar at the top of the Five Emperors Mountain. As long as you walk into the altar, you will have a chance to break the curse of the apotheosis of the gods. Once the curse is broken, the apotheosis of the gods can no longer be achieved. There was no need to consider the first condition. An invincible ninth-grade war god was a legendary existence. There were trillions of warriors in the divine realm, and there were countless peerless geniuses. No matter how confident he was, he dared not think about something that others could not comprehend. As for the third condition, at this moment, Yi Qinghan knew why the Rain Emperor and the other four emperors valued the Five Emperors Mountain so much. Why Concubine Lan said that he could get her if he climbed to the top of the Five Emperors Mountain. Why did the Rain Empress say that climbing higher and faster would be the best repayment to her? After he climbed up, she even asked him to stay in the Rain Emperor Palace. After all, that place was related to whether or not everyone could leave. Once someone broke the curse, that person would be the benefactor of all the cultivators in the Forgotten Land. Who here didn't want to go out? After the rain, has anyone climbed to the summit so far? Yi Qinghan asked after a moment of silence. The Rain Empress answered simply, yes. In the entire Forgotten Land, 8 people have climbed it and I can also climb it, but so far no one has been able to enter that altar. What the hell is this place? Can we get out of here? Yi Qinghan's heart turned cold. So many experts had climbed up but they couldn't enter the altar. Even if he climbed up, what use would it be? Perhaps he would never have the chance to walk out of this place in this lifetime. He would never have the chance to see Yi Qingyu and the others again. The Rain Empress waved her hand and said, "You can't say it like that. Yi Qinghan, you have to understand that the Five Emperors Mountain is very strange. You can't climb it just because you are strong. Do you know Liao Qi? He couldn't even climb the third mountain. There are no rules in the Five Emperors Mountain. If you climb up, you can climb up. If you can't climb it for the rest of your life. I think, as long as people keep climbing up, there will be someone who can break the curse and let us leave this God's penitentiary. You are the strangest genius in the Forgotten Land. Maybe you can do it. If you don't try, who knows?" "That's true. If you don't try, how do you know it's hopeless?" Yi Qinghan was encouraged by the Rain Empress, and his heart was on fire again. The Five Emperors Mountain was indeed strange. Even Liao Qi couldn't climb the third mountain, but he could easily climb the second mountain. Furthermore, no one in the Forgotten Land had ever won 15 times in a row. He had 2 souls and everything was strange. Maybe he could really make it. It was better to think of a way to climb up first. He turned his head and thought of something. He asked in surprise, "God's penitentiary? This sealed God Valley is a God's penitentiary? No way. Who has the power to build a God's penitentiary that can trap 7th and 8th grade war gods? This is indeed a God's penitentiary. You didn't hear wrong. As for who built it, it's useless even if you know. It will affect your state of mind." The Rain Empress stood up and walked inside. Her figure disappeared in the light muslin. After a while, she transmitted her voice again, "Go back and cultivate. Duo Jingru's soul is in a state of silence. Cultivate your soul more. Once a soul cultivator's soul cultivation increases, the rest can be done slowly. If you have nothing to do, you can go climb the Five Emperors Mountain. Of course, you can also cultivate there. Maybe you will have a special encounter." The Rain Empress floated away. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to stay and walked down. After receiving confirmation from the Rain Empress, Yi Qinghan was relieved. He decided to cultivate the 8 Foundation occult to the great completion. After that, he would go climb the Five Emperors Mountain. This Five Emperors Mountain was related to whether or not he could get out. He wouldn't give up until he found a way to climb it. Walking down to the 2nd floor, Wu Shan led him to the Oxhead Godly King's residence. After chatting with the Oxhead Godly King for a while, he realized that he didn't have the same feeling as before. It seemed that the Oxhead Godly King was a little polite or respectful to him. Yi Qinghan didn't like this feeling. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell and went to the number 1 training room to start cultivating. The Oxhead Godly King couldn't be blamed for this. In the past, he was just a small godly general. When facing Yi Qinghan, the Oxhead Godly King had a slight sense of superiority. However, at this moment, not only was his life saved by Yi Qinghan, but he was also arranged to go to the 2nd floor. Most importantly, he realized that he and Yi Qinghan were no longer on the same level. Naturally, they couldn't casually chat like before without any barriers between them. Using his divine sense to check on Xiaohe, he found that Xiaohe was still in a deep sleep. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Qinghan didn't try to comprehend the painting of the beautiful woman dancing with the sword. He directly entered the soul silent state and started to cultivate his soul while cultivating the 8 foundation mysteries to the great completion. The spirit qi in the training room continuously gathered above Yi Qinghan's head. In the spacious training room, the cold wind blew continuously. Yi Qinghan's 2 souls started to grow continuously. Although the speed of growth was extremely slow, it was a continuous growth. With this kind of continuous cultivation, his soul would sooner or later reach the 2nd level of the God King realm, the 3rd level, and finally the God Emperor realm. At the same time, the 2 souls started to verify and deduce the foundation mysteries he had learned. With the 2 souls in the soul silent state, his deduction speed was several times faster than usual. Cultivating like this was extremely easy. After making sure that Yi Yaorao was fine, Yi Qinghan completely relaxed. This time he went into seclusion for 5 years and 6 months. He only came out when he had achieved the great completion of the 8 foundation mysteries. Phew! I finally reached the 2nd level of the God General realm. My soul has probably reached a quarter of the 1st level of the God King realm. Xiaohe is still in a deep sleep? That's strange. I'm a freak, but Xiaohe has also become a freak. Yi Qinghan stood up and stretched. His entire body felt comfortable. His comprehension of the nomological laws had already reached the 1st level of the God General realm in the Flame Dragon plane. He didn't expect that he would only reach the 2nd level after cultivating for so long. Furthermore, he didn't comprehend the middle-grade profound mysteries this time. Instead, he relied on some modeled foundation profound mysteries and middle-grade profound mysteries to advance. However, Yi Qinghan had already become a soul cultivator, so he didn't really care about the comprehension of the nomological laws. A soul cultivator's cultivation of the soul was the way to go. When his soul was strong, he could directly attack the enemy's soul. When he walked to the Rain Emperor Palace, the Rain Emperor wasn't around. He went straight to Yi Yaorao's room. After checking, he realized that the crack on Yi Yaorao's divine crystal had already healed halfway. He was even more grateful to the Rain Empress and relieved. After accompanying Yi Yaorao for 3 days, he walked down the Rain Emperor Palace. He pondered for a while and decided to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Unexpectedly, when he reached the 2nd level, he received a message from Wu Shan saying that Concubine Lan had come out of seclusion and wanted to see him. Chapter 719. Concubine Lan? The corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile. When he thought of this mysterious woman and her delicate lips, he always felt a sense of pleasure. After bidding farewell to Wu Shan, he strolled toward Concubine Lan's small hall. When she walked out of the small hall, she found that the shield on the stone door was closed. Before she could knock on the door, the stone door suddenly opened. "Beauty, long time no see. I miss you very much. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've become much more beautiful." Yi Qinghan walked in and looked at Concubine Lan, who was sitting on the chair and smiling faintly. Looking at her beautiful face, he subconsciously flirted with her again. For some reason he always had a feeling of teasing Concubine Lan. Perhaps it was because Concubine Lan was always gentle and calm, so he liked to provoke her and see her exasperated expression. Perhaps it was because of Concubine Lan's high strength and status, so he subconsciously wanted to shorten the distance between them by teasing her. Or perhaps he just wanted to tease her. Concubine Lan's eyes curved into crescent moons, and her plump lips slightly pursed, forming a seductive arc. She looked down slightly, glanced at Yi Qinghan's lower body and said with a smile, "Haha, little man. I haven't seen you for a few years, but you're still as bold as ever. You're so flirtatious. Aren't you afraid that your wife will cut your thing and feed it to the demonic beasts when she wakes up?" Yi Qinghan felt a chill down his lower body. He was not willing to let Concubine Lan take the upper hand. He rolled his eyes and said, "You're wrong. I'm not flirting. In fact, I've always kept a low profile wherever I go. But I can't resist a flashy man like me. I'm like a firefly floating in the night sky or the tallest bunch of foxtail grass in the field. I'm always so eye-catching, and there are always women rushing at me like moths darting into the fire. My wife doesn't care how many women I have. She only cares if these women really love me and are worthy of my love." T. You're obviously a playboy, but you're looking for so many excuses. No man is good, and you're not a good man either. Concubine Lan rolled her eyes and said bluntly, "You are wrong again." Yi Qinghan rebutted once again and said seriously, "I'm not a playboy. If I was, I would have no problem marrying hundreds or even tens of thousands of wives in my plane. But I don't. I have only 4 wives and they love me very much and I love them all. I was very happy with them and they enjoyed being with me. I could die for them and they could also die for me. I've always believed that women don't need to care about how many women a man has. What matters most is whether the man is worth her effort. Will she be happy when she's with the man? If the answer is yes, that's enough." Concubine Lan seemed to have some thoughts after hearing Yi Qinghan's nonsense. She was stunned for a moment, then she glared at Yi Qinghan angrily and said, "What **T theory? Do women have to rely on men to survive? Even without a man, isn't this lady still living very well? You are living well, but are you happy? Have you ever asked your heart if you're happy? Are you lonely?" Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually became deep. He looked into Concubine Lan's eyes and asked lightly, "What does it have to do with you whether I'm happy or lonely?" Concubine Lan looked into his deep eyes with a trace of panic. It was true that she was very lonely. How could a woman who had cultivated alone for tens of thousands of years not be lonely? In order to get rid of loneliness and not let her heart grow old, she kept looking for some fun, so she often played with Yi Qinghan. But now it seemed that she was being played by this guy. She knew that she could not continue to talk about this topic, so she immediately changed the topic and said as if nothing had happened, "I heard that you have an uncle? Is it the Thunder Emperor? I'm very curious about you. Why don't you go to him? The Thunder Emperor is the most powerful person in the Forgotten Land. If you follow him, you will definitely live a more comfortable life than in the Rain Emperor Mountain. Miss Concubine Lan has treated me well. How can I bear to leave you without you? Although Yi Qinghan's words were still frivolous, his tone was very serious. He looked around, stretched comfortably and said, "This Rain Emperor Mountain. I live very comfortably. I don't want to leave." "Aha, you still have a conscience." Seeing that Yi Qinghan's expression did not seem to be fake, Concubine Lan smiled and glanced at Yi Qinghan. Her charming eyes and flirtatious look stunned Yi Qinghan. "By the way, Miss Concubine Lan, I have a question for you." Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered that Xiao He had said that Concubine Lan seemed to know the Soul Emperor. The question about the Slaughter God Saber had always been stuck in his mind. Anyway, it seemed that Concubine Lan also knew this saber, so he simply asked her directly, "Is my saber very famous?" "Your saber?" Concubine Lan was silent for a moment, then said, "It is indeed very famous. Some people in the divine realm know it, or in other words, almost all the people above the 5th grade war god level know it." Yi Qinghan was even more surprised. He asked, "Then, why doesn't the Soul Emperor know it?" "The Soul Emperor?" Concubine Lan rolled her eyes as if she had guessed something. She smiled and said, "It's not strange that the Soul Emperor doesn't know it, because the Soul Emperor is not a member of the War God Pavilion. Only the people of the War God Pavilion or the 5th grade War Gods of the War God Pavilion know it." "I see. I have always been curious. It turns out that there is such a saying. Then, can you tell me the specific information about this saber? And why did the Thunder Emperor just take a look at it and directly return it to me? It seems that he is not tempted at all." Yi Qinghan nodded and looked at Concubine Lan with hope. If he could know more secrets about the Slaughter God Saber, his strength might be able to improve. The last sentence was actually an indirect question to Concubine Lan. "Why are you not tempted when you know that this saber is very powerful?" "I don't know the specific usage of your saber. I guess the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor don't know either. You have to figure it out yourself. Of course, if you can become a 5th grade war god and walk out of here, you will know it when you go to the War God Pavilion. As for the reason why the Thunder Emperor, the Rain Emperor and I are not tempted by your saber, it is because we think that we can't use this saber at all. In the divine realm, only you, a freak, can use it." "Ah." Concubine Lan smiled like a fox. Obviously, she had seen through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. At the same time, there was a look in her eyes as if she was looking at a freak. "I see." Yi Qinghan was completely relieved. Since this saber could only be used by him, he would not have to worry about it being robbed in the future. But why were they so sure that they could not use this saber? Didn't God Emperor Qiu Feng want to rob it? However, seeing that Concubine Lan was unwilling to talk about it, he did not ask further. Then, he remembered that Concubine Lan had called him here and asked, "Miss Concubine Lan, why did you call me here? You don't just want to see me, do you?" "In your dreams. I just want to see if you have been slacking off. Not bad, your strength has improved. I wonder how high you can climb to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Are you still lingering at the pass of the 2nd mountain? I just want to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain. Miss Concubine Lan, do you want to go and have a look together?" "Let's go. I'll go and see how embarrassed you look when you roll down." "Humph, I will roll down? You look down on your man too much. It's useless to talk. If you can't climb to the top of the 2nd mountain, I will look down on you." "Okay, I'll climb up and show you." Concubine Lan left immediately. She took the lead and walked out of the small hall, leaving a slim figure behind. Yi Qinghan touched his nose and followed her. However, he suddenly stopped and his eyes became misty. "Concubine Lan, why does this figure look so familiar?" "Hiss!" He remembered the figure he saw when he went to the Rain Emperor's palace last time. The two figures gradually overlapped with each other, plus the light blue fingernails and many inexplicable things. A bold idea suddenly came to Yi Qinghan's mind. Could this Concubine Lan be the Rain Emperor? Chapter 720. As soon as this idea came to his mind, Yi Qinghan forcibly suppressed it. It was not because this idea was ridiculous. It was because Yi Qinghan did not dare to think further, because he had flirted with Concubine Lan, touched her, and even kissed her. If she was the Rain Empress, wouldn't he die a miserable death? Although Concubine Lan had a high status and was quite powerful, she was completely different from the superior Rain Empress. The Rain Empress. She was one of the 5 great lords of the Forgotten Land and a 7th grade war god. Even outside the divine realm, she would be the most powerful expert at the top of the pyramid. If Concubine Lan was really her, how could he, a little divine general, touch and kiss her? No, I must have seen it wrong. I'm sorry. I'm so evil. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think too much and didn't dare to look too much. He quickly followed after her. Under the respectful gazes of the warriors on the 2nd floor, the two of them directly entered the teleportation formation. With a flash of white light, the two of them appeared in the Five Emperors Mountain. Seeing the Five Emperors Mountain again, Yi Qinghan could not help but marvel at the magic of the Five Emperors Mountain again. He looked at the Five Emperors Mountain in a daze and calmed himself down a little. Then, under Concubine Land's shining eyes, he rushed toward the Five Emperors Mountain like a gust of wind. At the moment, dozens of warriors were climbing or sitting on the mountain to cultivate. They felt someone rushing toward the Five Emperors Mountain at a high speed, which caused an air-rending sound. He hurriedly stopped climbing the mountain and cultivating, turned around and looked at Yi Qinghan with a foolish expression. After Yi Qinghan climbed the mountain in a carefree manner last time, many warriors imitated him and rushed directly to the Five Emperors Mountain. However, each time they were directly sent flying backward after only a few steps. Some people were even knocked unconscious by the strong recoil. None of the people present had seen Yi Qinghan in person, so they thought he was another fool and were ready to see him make a fool of himself. However, 5 seconds later, everyone's eyes suddenly widened, and their eyes were full of shock and doubt. In just 5 seconds, Yi Qinghan had actually climbed halfway up the first mountain. His speed was much faster than last time, and his figure was also more graceful. Interesting. At the foot of the mountain, Concubine Lan watched him run wildly toward the first mountain. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan had climbed more than half of the first mountain, and his speed had only slowed down a little. Beast fusion. Yi Qinghan bellowed. When he felt that his speed had slowed down, he immediately merged with his beast. However, his heart was filled with doubt. This time he was clearly climbing faster than before. Was it because he had broken through to the second level of the Divine General Realm, or was it because his soul strength had increased? Without thinking too much, Yi Qinghan flipped over the first mountain lightly. Unlike last time, he didn't climb the last 10 meters but ran up. All the martial artists below were stunned, which made Concubine Lan's eyes brighter. Instead of resting in the isolation zone between the first mountain and the second mountain, Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and ran directly to the second mountain. As soon as he stepped on the orange soil, Yi Qinghan felt that the gravity on his body suddenly sank, and there was a sharp pain in his mind, which almost made him fly down. He quickly bent down, stabilized his center of gravity and continued to climb up. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. Yi Qinghan's waist was bending more and more, and his running turned into walking. 200 meters, 500 meters. Yi Qinghan began to climb with both hands and feet, and his speed became extremely slow. His face began to change color and become distorted, and the pain in his mind also became continuous. Concubine Lan is going to watch me down there. I can't lose face. Although Yi Qinghan felt that his limbs and body were so heavy that he couldn't breathe, he couldn't show weakness in front of a woman when he thought that Concubine Lan was looking at him with her beautiful eyes down there. He gritted his teeth, stubbornly continued to climb up. He's already halfway up. This guy is really awesome. This guy is a second-layer Divine General. Could he be that freak? I guess so. Didn't you see that he came with Concubine Lan on the Rain Emperor Mountain? Also, if it wasn't for that freak, who else in the Forgotten Land could climb so high as a Divine General? Powerful. This guy is still climbing. Don't tell me he wants to climb to the top of the second mountain. Brother, are you going to defy the natural order? All the cultivators looked at the figure slowly moving forward on the orange soil with envy, jealousy, and respect in their eyes. The higher one climbed on the Five Emperors Mountain, the higher one's status would be. They had climbed the Rain Emperor Mountain so hard just to enjoy better treatment. This young man. What a strong belief. There are still 50 meters left. Can he still climb up? Concubine Lan was well aware of Yi Qinghan's current state. If he was an ordinary person he would have flown down. She didn't expect him to still be struggling. What were his nerves and soul made of? How could they be so strong? Yi Qinghan was in a terrible state at the moment. All the muscles in his body felt like they were about to explode. His nerves were numb from the pain. His mind was like a paste and his consciousness was blurred. Veins were bulging on his face and he looked extremely hideous. Climb up. As long as I climb up, I can go back. I can see Qingqing and the others. I want to go back, I want to go home. Climb, climb, climb up. Both of Yi Qinghan's souls were recalling these words at this moment. Relying on the strong conviction in his mind, although his consciousness was blurry, his body was still wriggling non-stop. He felt that he wasn't crawling up but crawling back to Tsang City. This freak is bleeding from his 7 apertures but he is still climbing. This is too terrifying. I can't compare to him. This guy's belief is too strong. What is his soul made of? Doesn't it feel pain? There are still 5 meters left. I wonder if he can hold on. Ah, he's climbing up. He's climbing up. He really climbed up. When Yi Qinghan climbed to the isolation belt of the second mountain with great difficulty, he lay on his stomach and panted for a while. But when he suddenly turned his head and smiled down, everyone was shocked. At this moment, Yi Qinghan looked extremely terrifying. His cyan robe was covered with blood, his black hair was extremely messy, and his pale face was mottled with blood. When he grinned, his white teeth were all stained with blood. This little man is so desperate. I just said it casually, but he really climbed up. Did he climb up to the top of the second mountain because he didn't want me to look down on him? Concubine Lan looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered with blood, and thought that Yi Qinghan had risked his life for her. An inexplicable feeling welled up in her heart. Looking at his somewhat terrifying face, Concubine Lan fell silent. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not do it because he was angry with Concubine Lan. In fact, he climbed to the back because he had a strong desire to go out, so he forced himself to climb up. At this moment he smiled blankly. After that, he directly fell on the isolation belt of the second mountain and fell asleep. Go back to the tribe and call Wuxian over. Concubine Lan smiled helplessly and asked a warrior of the Rain Emperor's tribe on the mountain to go back and call Wuxian over. After a while, Wuxian teleported over. Concubine Lan pointed to Yi Qinghan and said, "You stay here and guard him. When he wakes up you can take him back." Concubine Lan directly teleported back, but Wuxian stayed below to guard Yi Qinghan. Although the 5 emperors valued the 5 emperors' 5 emperor mountain, warriors of different tribes had killed each other again in history. Given Yi Qinghan's current status and situation, if he was killed, the Rain Empress would definitely tear him to pieces. However, when Wuxian did not care, a warrior had already quietly teleported away through the teleportation formation. After a while, the news that Yi Qinghan was unconscious on the top of the second mountain of the 5 Emperors Mountain was spread to the palace on the top of the Feng Emperor Mountain. Chapter 721. The Wind Emperor was dressed in a green robe. He was tall and burly, looking righteous and dignified. After receiving the news, he did not look at Lu Yun, who was kneeling in front of him. Instead, he slowly strolled around the Wind Emperor Palace. He really wanted that blade. He believed that the curse of the Apotheosis Valley could not be broken. That altar was actually used by the creator of the godly penitentiary to fool the people of the Forgotten Land. That altar could not be entered at all. Otherwise, it was possible that the 8 experts could not even take half a step into the altar after painstakingly climbing up. He even felt that the other 2 ways to get out were fake. How could it be so easy to become a 9th grade war god? There were many 7th grade war gods and a few 8th grade war gods in the realm of the gods, but only a few 9th grade war gods. This was not something that could be cultivated with talent. It required great luck. However, he did not think that there would be such luck in the Apotheosis Valley. As for the eternal space, it was even more of a joke. The realm of the gods had existed for countless years, but no expert had successfully cultivated it. It was questionable whether this mystery existed, let alone cultivated it. Therefore he had never thought of going out. He only wanted to live a better life in the Forgotten Land. To live a better life, he had to become the strongest expert in the Forgotten Land. However, as one of the 5 emperors, he was only slightly stronger than the Beast Emperor. He felt that he could not even defeat that woman, let alone the Thunder Emperor. Therefore he was tempted when he heard about Yi Qinghan's blade. However, he did not dare to act rashly. He suspected that the reason why the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress did not manage to take down the saber was actually a scheme. Their goal was to lure him out so that they could use this as a justification to kill him. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to take the risk, even though it was a very good opportunity. However, this kid had climbed to the second mountain in such a short time. He would definitely attract the attention of the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Emperor. They might have already set up an ambush for him. This kid is not bad. Liyun, you have climbed to the 5th mountain. You have to work hard during this period and try to reach the peak as soon as possible. I will reward you well then. Of course, the Wind Emperor would not let others know what he was thinking, not even Lu Yun, who had followed him for tens of thousands of years. Lu Yun nodded to himself when he heard the Wind Emperor's words. However, he raised his guard. He knew clearly that the reason he was able to become the second in the Wind Emperor Mountain was not because of his power, but because the 5 emperors valued the 5 Emperors Mountain. He secretly made up his mind that he would not be able to focus on cultivation during this period of time. He would have to climb more mountains. Why aren't you awake yet? Wu Shan stared at Yi Qinghan, who was sleeping soundly in the isolation zone of the second mountain. It had been half a month. Even a pig would have woken up by now. Since he was unconscious, Yi Qinghan's green robe had turned into a green and red robe. His hair was still disheveled, and the blood on his face had already coagulated. His delicate face was mottled with blood, making him look like a beggar on the street. As for Yi Qinghan, who looked like a beggar, the warriors of the 5 tribes didn't dare to look down on him. After all, no matter how much he looked like a beggar, he was still sleeping up there. If he had the ability, he could go and sleep up there. Although concubine Lan had sent a message to Wu Shan about the Rain Emperor Mountain, Wu Shan was still troubled. However, Wu Shan was still a little troubled. It was boring to sit here and he could not cultivate either. He had to keep an eye on Yi Qinghan all day, afraid that he would be assassinated. Even a God Emperor would be tired if he was constantly on edge. 5 days later, Yi Qinghan finally moved. Seeing Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged, Wu Shan hurriedly stood up happily and waved at him. However, Yi Qinghan acted as if he did not see it. He was still sitting cross-legged quietly as if he had fallen asleep again. He just changed his position. When Wu Shan was about to transmit a message to him, the 5 Emperors Mountain suddenly became windy. Although the 5 Emperors Mountain was named the 5 Emperors Mountain, it was not built by the 5 Emperors. The 5 mountains of the 5 tribes had existed since the birth of the Apotheosis Valley. There was a layer of inhibition formation outside the 5 Emperors Mountain, so people could not see the 5 Emperors Mountain from the outside. Under the cover of this inhibition formation, there was no air flow in the 5 Emperors Mountain. Of course, there was no wind. Therefore, when the wind appeared, everyone was stunned. When they tried to find the source of the wind, they were even more confused. The source of the wind was the beggar-like god general. Not only the wind, but the god Qi of the 5 Emperors Mountain was also gathering on top of Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan had been sleeping for 20 days. When he woke up, he immediately entered a state of soul silence. Seeing the beggar-like Yi Qinghan, Wu Shan did not know whether to laugh or cry. This young master is really strange. If you want to cultivate, you can go back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. It is absolutely safe there. Why are you cultivating here? Moreover, if you want to cultivate, can't you tidy up your body first? Look at you, UD Mountain has lost all its face because of you. There were still warriors cultivating halfway up the mountain, but they had no choice but to give up cultivating. All the god Qi was gathering on top of Yi Qinghan. They originally came here to cultivate because the god Qi of the 5 Emperors Mountain was thicker than their tribes. They could only enter the number 1 training room of each tribe once a month. Now that Yi Qinghan was messing with them, they could not cultivate anymore. After 10 days, Wu Shan could not stand it anymore. He could not climb to the height of Yi Qinghan, so it was too tiring to guard it from below. He could only send someone to bring the news back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. Not long after, the Rain Emperor Mountain sent 2 warriors to take over the job of guarding Wu Shan. Greetings, Sir Chili, Sir Gucci. Wu Shan was shocked. This Yi Qinghan was really influential. The higher-ups actually sent 3 managers of the mountain and an elder to guard it. Chili nodded slightly. The 2 of them started to run towards Yi Qinghan. However, before they reached the first mountain, they started to climb. In the end, when they reached Yi Qinghan's place, they were so tired that they felt like they were going to fall apart. It was extremely difficult. The 2 of them looked at Yi Qinghan, who was covered with god Qi and looked extremely sloppy. They smiled bitterly, sat down on his left and right and started meditating. Flowers bloomed and withered. The sun and the moon alternated. In the blink of an eye, for years had passed. Yi Qingrao felt like she had a very long dream. In her dream, she felt like she had returned to the cave in the baleful Yin stream. She and Yi Qinghan were tightly hugging each other. Neither of them spoke. Their voices were louder than the silence. In the small cave, it was filled with countless feelings of love. She dreamt that she was searching for Yi Qinghan alone. When she was surrounded by a team of cultivators, Yi Qinghan roared angrily as he charged towards her like a mad lion. Finally, she dreamt that she was pierced by a spear. At that moment, she seemed to hear the sound of her divine crystal shattering bit by bit. Then she suddenly woke up. She blankly looked around the room that was like a celestial palace, and looked at the fairy-like woman in front of her. She blankly murmured, "The netherworld? Why is it so beautiful? This isn't the netherworld realm. Little girl, you're not dead. You're very lucky. You followed a good man." The Rain Empress looked at this woman who was filled with coldness. She looked at this woman who was as pure as a piece of white paper. She couldn't help but feel a trace of tenderness. Her gentle voice rang out as she began to narrate what had happened after she had fainted. "Milord, no. Milord Rain Empress, can you take me to find Qinghan? Or you can ask someone to take me there. I'll miss him very much." After Yi Yaorao finished listening, she still felt like she was in a dream. She couldn't believe it. If she didn't see Yi Qinghan, she wouldn't be able to relax. The Rain Empress looked at this stubborn little woman. She saw the deep longing in her eyes. Her heart was filled with doubt. Does this brat really have such great charm? He actually made a woman love him so much that she wanted to die. After pondering for a while, she cheerfully stood up and said calmly, all right. I'll take you to see him. However, don't alarm him. He's currently in a state of enlightenment at the Five Emperors Mountains. Don't waste such a good opportunity. Perhaps after this enlightenment he'll give us a huge surprise. Yi Yaorao followed the Rain Empress and the two of them teleported to the Five Emperors Mountains. When she saw the man who looked like a beggar sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, that incomparably sloppy figure, that delicate face covered in blood, Yi Yaorao smiled, like a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain. 2 streaks of tears silently slid down her cheeks. Chapter 722. Qinghan, I finally found you. Yi Yaorao raised her head and looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze. She shook her head gently, but her body slowly slumped to the ground. Her slender and beautiful legs didn't even feel the rough ground. Her snow-white dress was stained by the black mud, but she did not care. She just smiled and cried silently. Her entire body became relaxed as if the world had become bright. Oh? The Rain Empress watched quietly from the side. Her face was blurry, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Her body did not move at all. However, her heart was filled with shock. This little man, did he really have such great power? He could make a woman do this for him? Yi Qinghan did not know what was happening at the bottom of the mountain. He did not even know that his woman had already woken up and was currently looking at him in a daze. He sat on the mountain like a rock, unmoving like a mountain. At this moment he really was like the brightest star in the night sky, very dazzling because his appearance was really too eye-catching. After the Rain Empress left, Wuxian received another difficult task. This time it was not to protect Yi Qinghan, but to accompany Yi Qinghan to the Five Emperors Mountain to visit him every day. Yi Qinghan was arranged to stay in Yi Qinghan's room. Every day she would come to the Five Emperors Mountain to look at Yi Qinghan. Every time she saw his blood-stained face, her heart would become incomparably calm. The cool Yi Qinghan continued to be cool. Flowers bloomed and flowers wilted, and another 3 years passed. The forgotten land returned to its calm state, like a stagnant pond. However, in these 3 months, this stagnant pond once again smashed down 2 huge rocks, shaking the forgotten land. Lord Lu Yun of the Wind Emperor tribe had once again made great progress in the past 3 months. He had climbed 3/4 of the 5th mountain, and was only a few dozen meters away from the summit. The 9th powerhouse to climb to the summit of the forgotten land was about to be born. Other than the Wind Emperor, the other 4 emperors saw hope again, and the experts who knew the inside story all became excited. Their eyes were filled with the light of hope, as if they could see Lord Lu Yun climbing up to the peak of the mountain and finally walking into the altar. After that, he would lead everyone out of this place of death and return to the immortal world in their dreams. The shock from 3 months ago had yet to settle in everyone's hearts. Today the forgotten land once again experienced a major earthquake. A month ago, the Cloud Emperor's tribe's godly king came out of seclusion after more than 10 years. He climbed the Five Emperors Mountain again with the Yun Emperor tribe's patrol. After more than a decade of seclusion, his realm did not change much. However, after climbing the Five Emperors Mountain for a whole month, he had already climbed the 3rd mountain and he was still climbing. Like a snail, it stubbornly wriggled towards the misty peak. More and more strong cultivators gathered at the foot of the Five Kings Mountain. There were strong cultivators from every tribe. They stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at this mysterious man quietly. Looking at this little warrior who was like a cockroach that could not be killed, they silently cheered him on and encouraged him. Among the 8 people from the 5 tribes who climbed up, 2 of them chose the same method as this young godly king to climb the Five Emperors Mountain. Remember, you're climbing, not sitting on it to cultivate. Even though the distance he climbed was almost imperceptible, he was crawling all the time. Warriors who climbed the mountain this way would not be affected by the sudden pain or tumble down. Their bodies were like a magnet, firmly glued to the mountain. However, people who climbed the mountain this way were the most painful, because their minds were constantly experiencing the torment of pain. If a warrior did not have a thick mind or a weak endurance, he would have gone crazy a long time ago. Another half a month passed. More and more warriors gathered at the foot of the mountain to watch. At this moment, warriors who had not reached 5th grade war god were not qualified to watch. Yi Yaorao had no choice. Every day she could only watch from the transportation array from afar and immediately teleport back. No more warriors dared to sit and cultivate at the waist of the mountain. Under the gaze of so many strong cultivators, they did not have the guts to cultivate even if they wanted to. Of course, there were still 3 people on the second peak of the 5 Emperors Mountain. Qi Li and Gucci were no longer in the mood to cultivate. The 2 of them stood up and looked at the wriggling figure above their heads. This godly king had already climbed a third of the 4th peak. He was less than 1,000 meters away from the 4th peak. This was simply a miracle. This little divine king had only climbed the mountain for the 2nd time, but he had already climbed up the 3rd mountain. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he still had hope of climbing up the 4th mountain, even though his current appearance was a bit worse than Yiqinghan's. The Cloud Emperor Tribe's patrol envoy Tianchen had a faint smile on his face. Even a blind man could see his joy and pride. He was very clear that this godly king called Feng Bai's success was not a coincidence. It was inevitable. This was because, after this Feng Bai climbed the first time, he did not cultivate for more than a decade. Instead, he was training his body. For more than a decade, he used all kinds of methods to make himself feel pain. He allowed his nerves and soul to get used to the pain. Fortunately, after more than a decade, he did not go crazy. He was constantly advancing towards the peak. Success was not a coincidence. If you wanted to succeed, but you did not have a good father or heaven-defying luck like others, how could you succeed? You could only rely on being more ruthless and diligent than others. If you did not dare to fight, why would the heavens give you a chance? That was what Patrol Envoy Tianchen always thought. There was a dead silence. Everyone looked at the figure on the green soil. They looked at the ghastly trail of blood that was left on the green soil after Feng Bai crawled. Everyone's eyes revealed a trace of admiration and affirmation. At least in their hearts, this godly King Feng Bai was not strong, but he was a strong cultivator worthy of respect. Everyone knows that I am coming out of seclusion today? I am ashamed. So many people came to welcome me. How could I? All of a sudden, a voice rang out, causing the extremely nervous strong cultivators to tremble. For more than a month, no one dared to speak or make any unnecessary movements. They were afraid that they would affect Feng Bai's climb. Now a voice sounded out of nowhere. Furthermore, the tone was extremely frivolous. How could they not be surprised? Qi Li, Gucci, and the Rain Emperor at the foot of the mountain were slightly stunned. Then they smiled and locked their gazes on the eye-catching figure on the peak of the 2nd mountain. The cultivators at the foot of the mountain also locked their gazes on the sloppy figure immediately. They already knew about this nephew of the Thunder Emperor and the favored person of the Rain Emperor. At this moment, although Yiqinghan's words were frivolous, many people did not dare to be angry. After all, Yiqinghan did not know that everyone was actually here to watch Feng Bai climb the mountain. He only said it subconsciously after waking up and seeing so many people. Humph, do you think you are qualified? Many people were slightly dissatisfied, but they did not dare to show it. However, Tianchen dared to. Feng Bai had always been a strong cultivator that he valued. He was also proud of this young godly king. However, at this moment, Yiqinghan's unintentional words displeased him. He thought that Yiqinghan was mocking Feng Bai. As the 2nd strongest person of the Cloud Emperor Mountain and a war god at the peak of the 6th grade, he naturally dared to say such words. He also knew that even if his words reached the ears of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor, the 2 martial emperors would not care. Tianchen's words were actually spoken subconsciously. However, in the ears of the Rain Emperor Mountain experts, they had a different feeling. If Yiqinghan was here alone, they would not care. However, with so many experts of the Rain Emperor Mountain here, it was clearly a slap in the face to the experts of the Rain Emperor tribe. Yiqinghan came to his senses. He scanned the area with his divine sense and realized that he had said something wrong. He also understood the reason why so many experts had gathered here. At this moment, when he saw the experts of the Rain Emperor tribe's expressions darken, he pondered for a moment and laughed. His laughter was even more frivolous and arrogant than before. When the expressions of the experts of the other tribes at the foot of the mountain became even darker than the expressions of the experts of the Rain Emperor tribe, he said, "Isn't it just climbing the mountain? If he can climb this mountain, so can I." Chapter 723. Humph. Yiqinghan's words triggered a snort and mocking laughter. Everyone knew that Yiqinghan had climbed to the top of the 2nd mountain many years ago. How could they not know? Right now he was standing on the boundary of the 2nd mountain. The bloodstains on his body and face had not been cleaned, and his hair was messy. After years of seclusion, everyone could clearly sense his cultivation level. He was still at the 2nd level of the Divine General Realm. It was so difficult for him to climb this mountain many years ago. Now that his strength had not improved at all, he still dared to climb the 3rd mountain? Many people looked at Yi Qinghan with disdain. It was fine if he was weak. He would become stronger one day as long as he cultivated diligently. However, it was wrong of him to pretend to be weak in front of a group of experts. Qi Li and Gu Qi stood at the side with awkward expressions. They clearly thought that Yi Qinghan had said those words out of anger. Tianqin sneered. If it wasn't for the close relationship between Yi Qinghan, the Thunder Emperor, and the Rain Emperor, and the countless experts from the Rain Emperor's tribe, he would have attacked long ago. Even if he didn't die, he would skin Yi Qinghan alive. He sneered and laughed sinisterly. Young master? Brat, you've got guts, huh? You actually dare to be my Tianqin's young master? Fine. Don't say that I am petty. Didn't you say that you can climb mountains? If you can climb the third mountain, I will accept you as my young master. If you can't, then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Tianqin didn't believe that Yi Qinghan could climb the third mountain. He even thought that he couldn't climb even 1/5 of the third mountain. The 5 Emperors' mountains might be strange, but if one wanted to climb higher, one's body had to undergo a qualitative change. One could either be like Feng Bai and constantly stimulate one's nerves, or be like some martial artists and climb the mountains continuously to get used to the 5 Emperors' mountains. Otherwise, one's strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, Yi Qinghan had barely climbed to the top of the second mountain a few years ago. He only cultivated in seclusion for a few years, but his strength did not improve at all. How could he have ascended the third mountain in a single bound? The more Tianqin thought about it, the more he felt that his reply was a good one. Not only could he vent his anger, but he could also gain some face for the Cloud Emperor's tribe and himself. The Thunder Emperor's nephew had personally kowtowed to him. This was also something to be proud of. Furthermore, the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor would not make use of this matter to find trouble with him and the Cloud Emperor. After all, he was in the right. Don't agree with him. Qi Li's expression turned even more gloomy. With this kowtow from Yi Qinghan, not only did they lose all their faces, even the Rain Empress and the Thunder Monarch's faces were smeared. Alright. If I don't do it, wouldn't that mean I'm not giving you face? Of course, if I climb up and you don't call me young master, that means you're not giving me, Uncle Leijin, any face. Yi Qinghan smiled at Qi Li but did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Tianqin and spoke with a smile. He was in a good mood after coming out of seclusion today. Initially, he had been joking with everyone, but he did not expect this person to be so sarcastic. He was very clear that his face was not important. If the Thunder Monarch and the Rain Monarch lost face because of him, it would be a sin. Furthermore, he had gained a lot from this seclusion. This small third mountain. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine power on Yi Qinghan's body trembled. The blood on his hair, face and robe was directly shaken off. His jet-black hair floated unruly behind his head as he smiled at Qi Li and Gu Qi. Then he lifted his feet and sprinted towards the third mountain. Hiss! The moment Yi Qinghan's body turned into a bolt of lightning and sprinted upwards, everyone gasped. This brat was actually sprinting instead of climbing. Did he think that this was the first mountain? Arrogant. You're courting death. Tianqin laughed coldly again. There was only one person in the entire Forgotten Land who dared to sprint on the first 3 mountains. That person was the Rain Empress. Even though the Thunder Monarch had climbed to the peak of the 5 Emperor Mountains, he did not dare to sprint on the third mountain. Did this brat think that he was more powerful than the Thunder Monarch? In reality, in some aspects, Yi Qinghan was indeed more powerful than the Thunder Monarch. In fact, he was more powerful than everyone in the Forgotten Land. The longest winning streak in the history of the Forgotten Land was the Thunder Monarch's 12 consecutive wins. However, Yi Qinghan had succeeded in winning 15 consecutive wins. Furthermore, at this moment he was even more powerful than the Thunder Monarch. This was because his first step covered tens of meters, and his second step covered close to 100 meters. Tianqin's smile froze before it could even spread. Some of the warriors at the foot of the mountain opened their mouths slightly, and their pupils dilated. Some of the warriors' eyes lit up. However, Qi Li, Gu Qi and the warriors of the Rain Monarch laughed. 100 meters. 300 meters. 500 meters. Seeing that Yi Qinghan had covered 1/3 of the distance in the blink of an eye, Tianqin's face darkened. It was not strange to climb 1/3 of the third mountain. There were at least a few hundred people in the 5 tribes who could do that. However, Yi Qinghan was sprinting. Furthermore, his speed had only decreased slightly, 600 meters, 800 meters, 1,000 meters. Yi Qinghan finally slowed down, but Tianqin did not relax. This was because Yi Qinghan had already climbed 2/3 of the distance, and was only 500 meters away from the top of the third mountain. Beast Fusion. Unexpectedly, What shocked everyone was that Yi Qinghan let out a low grunt and sped up again. Tianquan's face was as pale as a dead pig. He knew that he was wrong. Climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain did not depend on one's strength. In fact, no one knew how one could climb higher. The only thing that could be confirmed was that warriors with strange bodies were more suitable for climbing the mountain. For example, Feng Bai and Lu Yun were not tall, but they were strange bodies. However, this young godly general in front of him was a great genius. Only a genius could overturn 15 consecutive wins? If he was not a genius, how could he climb the first mountain for the first time with the strength of a level 1 godly general? If he was not a genius, how could he use that saber? He thought of Yi Qinghan's frivolous laughter, thought of the strong confidence revealed in his words, and thought of the words, "not giving Uncle Lesion face." He wanted to give himself a few slaps. He had already lived for hundreds of thousands of years, how could he still be so immature? Did he want to slap others? It looked like he was going to be slapped in the face. Wow! Oh Supreme Divine Emperor, he actually succeeded. He ran up. This is unbelievable. As Yi Qinghan bent his body with great difficulty, he stepped onto the isolation belt at the top of the 3rd mountain peak. Then he instantly stood up and waved his hand with a smug smile. At first, the entire place was incomparably quiet, but in the next moment, it exploded. This kid had gone too far. Something big had happened. Other than Tianqin, the rest of the experts, including those from the Cloud Emperor tribe, were all excited. Their eyes shone like countless torches, and they all looked at Yi Qinghan. These experts had all turned into hungry perverts. When they looked at Yi Qinghan, it was as if they had seen a naked beauty. At this moment, they did not care about the bet between Yi Qinghan and Tianqin, nor did they care about their own identities. Their faces were filled with joy, and they exclaimed and expressed their shock like children. Many of them had stayed in the Apotheosis Valley for hundreds of thousands of years. They knew clearly that it was impossible to become a war god or comprehend the eternity of space. If they wanted to leave, they had to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain and enter the legendary sacrificial altar. This was also the reason why Feng Bai's climb to the 4th mountain attracted so many experts. As more and more warriors climbed to the peak, their hopes of returning home increased. Now Yi Qinghan gave them hope, a way home. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's value in their hearts was much higher than Feng Bai, who was still climbing, and even higher than Lu Yun, who was about to reach the peak. What? Because of Yi Qinghan's weirdness. The first time he climbed, he went straight to the 1st mountain. The second time he went to the 2nd mountain. This was not important. What was important was that on the 3rd time he actually ran up. Furthermore, his strength did not improve, and he did not deliberately cultivate or get used to the 5 Emperors Mountain. It felt like he just sat cross-legged on the 5 Emperors Mountain for a few years, and he easily climbed up. Everyone's hearts were filled with enthusiasm. They looked at Yi Qinghan and thought that Yi Qinghan would run all the way up to the sacrificial altar and open the path to heaven, the path home. Yi Qinghan did not care about them. He stared at Tianqin, who had a gloomy expression, and said embarrassedly, "What? Sir, do you want to keep your promise?" Chapter 724. Yi Qinghan's words made the warriors present feel awkward. He had only said it casually, and there was no deep hatred between them. Was there a need to be so extreme? Tianqin was one of the strongest warriors below the 5 emperors in the Forgotten Land, a 6th-grade war god. Even the Cloud Emperor would not dare to disrespect him like this. How could he let Tianqin call a little godly general young master? How could he live in the future? Did the Cloud Emperor's tribe still have any face? Yi Qinghan obviously did not know that Tianqin was the patrol of the Cloud Emperor's tribe. If he had known that Tianqin was at the peak of 6th grade, he would not have been so bold. He had always felt that those who provoked him were not important figures. In addition, there were too many powerful warriors below. How could he know who was a 5th-grade war god and who was a 6th-grade war god? Moreover, it was the other party who provoked him. He was not only representing himself, but at least the Thunder Emperor. Qi Li and Guqi looked at the ashen-faced Tianqin with a faint smile, feeling great. Although the warriors of the Rain Emperor's tribe did not dare to express it openly, the joy in their eyes was obvious. They knew how much the Rain Emperor valued Yi Qinghan. In addition, Yi Qinghan had rushed to the peak of the 3rd mountain today. Needless to say, the Rain Emperor would value Yi Qinghan even more. Moreover, he had an uncle, being stared at by so many people, especially by Yi Qinghan, who was standing on the peak of the 3rd mountain. Tianqin's face turned red. Tianqin's face turned as red as a pig's liver. This couldn't be called, right? In the future, the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor could use this matter to cause trouble for him. Not to mention, in the fight for the mutant fruit, It was easy for the Rain Empress to send Liao Qi to beat him half to death. However, if he shouted, where would he put his face? Would he still need to be the patrol? Bang! Just as Tianqin was in a dilemma, Feng Bai, who was still climbing up, finally couldn't take it anymore and tumbled down. When he reached the foot of the mountain, he had already fainted. However, his body was still convulsing and he looked extremely terrifying. Tianqin hurriedly used his divine sense to check and heaved a sigh of relief. Although the situation was bad and his body was bleeding profusely, and his internal organs were severely injured, he could still be saved. But as long as he didn't die, he could be saved. Feng Bai's incident was a small matter. There had never been a martial artist who died while climbing the Five Emperors Mountain. What made him heave a sigh of relief was that he sensed through his divine sense that Yi Qinghan's gaze was no longer on him. Yi Qinghan was merely looking elsewhere. Judging from the situation, this brat did not intend to pursue this matter anymore. Yi Qinghan did not want to pursue this matter because he had more important things to do. His eyes went through Tianqin, through the warriors at the foot of the mountain, looking behind them at the teleportation formation of the Rain Emperor Mountain. He couldn't move his eyes away anymore. The teleportation portal lit up and two figures appeared. One of them wore black armor and was tall and burly. It was Commander Wu Shan. One of them was wearing a white palace dress. Her entire body emitted a cold aura. It was Yi Yaorao, who came to visit once a day. Yi Yaorao teleported over and subconsciously raised her head to look at the peak of the second mountain. Unexpectedly, she discovered that one person was missing. That unkempt beggar-like figure disappeared. After that, she felt two fiery gazes locked onto her. Raising her head, she saw a delicate and handsome face and a familiar smile on it. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao stood at the top of the mountain and Yi Qinghan stood at the foot of the mountain. Two pairs of eyes met and couldn't be separated anymore. At this moment, both of them felt that the Five Emperors Mountain had disappeared. The dozens of elites had disappeared. Only the two of them were left in the world. Swish. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan did something that caused everyone's hearts to tremble. He directly flew down the mountain, causing Qi Li and Guqi to jump in fright. Although there were people who ran down the mountain directly in history, no one had ever dared to fly down like this. However, what everyone was worried about didn't happen. Yi Qinghan glided down like a giant bird. He flew over everyone's heads and finally stopped in front of the teleportation portal. You've suffered. Yi Qinghan's eyes never left Yi Yaorao. Even Wu Shan, who was beside him, was like a vacuum. After staring at Yi Yaorao for a long time, he finally said this in a serious tone. I'm willing. Hearing Yi Qinghan's words, Yi Yaorao felt that everything was worth it. These few words expressed her true feelings. The moment Yi Qinghan shifted his gaze, the martial artists present had already discovered Yi Yaorao. Of course, many of them knew that Yi Qinghan had gone to the Thunder Emperor's tribe to snatch Yi Yaorao away for the sake of this cold ice jade body. Although the two of them didn't say much, the deep affection between them could be seen even by a blind person. Tianqin's heart completely relaxed. This brat should not continue to pester him after being away for a long time. The people around him felt Tianqin's body relax. However, they made a mental note to not provoke this kid in the future. Didn't you see that the 6th grade war god Inspector Tianqin was defeated? Go. Let's go back. Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao's hand and revealed a bright smile. At this moment he couldn't care less about Tianqin. He even forgot about Tianqin. He pulled Yi Yaorao and ignored everyone else. They entered the transportation formation and teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. Tianqin is really looking for trouble. On the palace at the peak of the Rain Emperor Mountain, the Empress stood quietly in the palace's veil. Her beautiful eyes were abnormally bright. The moment Yi Qinghan woke up, Qi Li had secretly sent someone to deliver the news. Empress, you spread her divine sense over and saw everything that happened in the field clearly. This kid really gave me a big surprise. He climbed to the peak of the 3rd mountain so easily. It seems like he can climb at least halfway to the 4th mountain. Strange, this kid has been in enlightenment for so many years, but he's still at the 2nd level of the God King realm? Normally, people would have a big breakthrough after 1 or 2 days of enlightenment. Why did this kid spend a few years in enlightenment? The Empress sighed faintly again. Then she started to walk slowly in the veil. The veil covering the palace started to flutter as she walked. Although the fluttering veil was beautiful, it looked bleak when it intertwined with her lonely figure. Ignoring the gazes of the 2nd floor's martialists, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Yaorao back to his room. As soon as they entered the room, Yi Qinghan hugged Yi Yaorao tightly. He felt that familiar aura and that cold, delicate body. At this moment he had never felt so at ease and at ease. From today onwards he would no longer be lonely in this forgotten land. Yi Yaorao's body started to tremble as she felt her man's love. Suddenly she pushed Yi Qinghan to the ground and started to kiss Yi Qinghan like crazy. Years of longing, years of suppression, years of love, all of this transformed into raindrops of lips that rained down on Yi Qinghan's body. Their robes fluttered in the air as an enchanting aura began to fill the air. Two shining white bodies began to entangle with each other. Both of them used the craziest movements to prove their love and longing for each other. Yi Yaorao's temperament had always been cold, but today she was abnormally wild. The two of them rolled from the main hall to the small hall, then to the bedroom. The floor, the chairs, and the bed were all covered with traces of their craziness. After making love, the two of them lay comfortably on the soft bed. Yi Yaorao's upper body lay on top of Yi Qinghan's body as she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, couldn't fall asleep. He was sorting out the results of this enlightenment. That's right. In these past few years he hadn't been cultivating normally. Instead, he had entered a very wondrous state of cultivation, enlightenment. Enlightenment was a very wondrous thing. In the past, Yi Yaorao had been enlightened for half a day, but she had broken through her bottleneck and entered the divine general realm. On Honeycomb Mountain, Yi Qinghan had also been enlightened once. It had also taken him half a day, but he had comprehended two types of spatial foundation mysteries. This time he had been enlightened for 6 whole years. However, this time he didn't make too much progress in his comprehension of laws. He had only fused one mid-grade profound mystery, and he had only just begun to fuse it. Of course, fusing one mid-grade profound mystery in 6 years was already very exaggerated. However, compared to such a long period of enlightenment, it was very normal. What was unusual was that during these few years of enlightenment, Yi Qinghan suddenly felt an indescribable sense of closeness to the 5 Emperors Mountain. It was as if he was close to his family. This was also the reason why he could easily climb up the 3rd mountain. The 5 Emperors Mountain is an inanimate object. How could I feel a sense of closeness to it? This is really strange. Let's not think about it. I'll accompany Yi Yaorao for a while first. After that, I'll go to the 5 Emperors Mountain and successfully fuse this mid-grade profound mystery. Then I'll be able to reach the 3rd level divine general realm. At the same time I'll study and sense the 5 Emperors Mountain. Who knows, I might really be able to climb to the peak. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. He glanced at the sleeping Yi Yaorao and smiled gently. Then he hugged her and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 725. Actually, during the 6 years that Yi Qinghan had been meditating, he hadn't spent most of his time comprehending nomological laws. Instead, he had been in a strange state. After he had fallen asleep, he had entered a state of enlightenment. Actually, he hadn't realized anything. Instead, he had heard a strange sound. Thump, thump, thump. Even now, when he recalled the strange sound he had heard while he had been unconscious, his emotions were stirred up. This sound was like a person's heartbeat, or a person's rhythmic breathing. This sound was very penetrating and had a special rhythm. It also had an invisible magic that attracted Yi Qinghan to listen, to explore, and to pursue. Thus, after Yi Qinghan woke up, he immediately entered a meditative state and sat on the mountain in a lotus position. He started to use his heart to discover the source of this sound and listen to its meaning. Towards the end, he didn't even know if he was awake or dreaming. His expression became dreamy and dreamy. After listening for 6 years, he finally confirmed one thing. This sound was coming from within the 5 Emperors Mountain. The 5 Emperors Mountain seemed to have a life of its own. This sound was like his pulse, his heartbeat. When Yi Qinghan had this feeling, the sound suddenly became urgent and lively, as if it had become excited. At that moment, Yi Qinghan also felt that the 5 Emperors Mountain had become closer to him. Furthermore, he had a feeling that he could easily climb up the 3rd mountain, which was why he had agreed to Tianquan's challenge without hesitation. In the end, he had successfully proven that his feeling was right. This feeling was inexplicable, but it was real and pure. Through this sound, Yi Qinghan also realized a wonderful mystery. The power of earth, the throbbing pulse of the earth, and the ground traversal were 3 mid-level mysteries that had been fused together. The power of earth allows me to be closer to the earth. The ground traversal technique has the power of earth, so the fusion speed is faster. The throbbing pulse of the earth allows me to travel thousands of miles in an instant. With these 3 mysteries fused together, my speed will increase by at least 4 to 5 times. This profound mystery of the throbbing pulse of the earth and earth walk could be called shrinking earth. If he could comprehend shrinking earth, his speed would definitely increase by several times compared to close yet worlds apart. The more I climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, the more confident I am. Yi Qinghan sat in the hall and drank his tea leisurely as he recalled what happened at the 5 Emperors Mountain. Yi Yaorao sat quietly at the side without saying anything. To her, as long as she could sit quietly by the side and look at the man she loved, she would be very satisfied. There was no more tea. Yi Yaorao stood up and filled it up. Only now did Yi Qinghan realize that he was distracted. He looked at Yi Yaorao guiltily and beckoned her to sit on his lap. He hugged her waist and felt the comfortable cold air from her soft body. His heart also softened. She didn't explain much about how Yi Yaorao had entered the conferred God Valley. She just told him that she had asked Kong Luo about Shi Yan. Then Lord Devour had brought her to that deep pit. When Shi Yan's soul had mutated, she had felt her heart beating fast, so she jumped down to find Shi Yan. She didn't tell him much. However, Yi Qinghan could imagine the pain that Yi Yaorao had suffered in her heart all those years. He could imagine how she had stood at the mouth of the deep pit for countless days and nights, looking at it all alone. In the end, she had jumped down with determination. Then he remembered how Yi Yaorao had suffered in the Thunder Emperor's tribe. God Emperor Qiu Feng had forced her to explode herself. He felt that he owed Yi Yaorao more. At this moment he really wanted to cultivate shrinking earth to the top level. However, he decided to stay with Yi Yaorao for half a year. Yi Qinghan spent his days leisurely and contentedly. He wasn't in a hurry to cultivate or climb the mountain. Although he wasn't hurried, someone else was. 3 months later, Wu Shan came to visit him and told him that concubine Lan wanted to see him. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to rest and cultivate in the room. Then he followed Wu Shan to concubine Lan's living room. Yi Qinghan climbed up the 3rd mountain. With such a light veil, it was obvious that Wu Shan and the warriors on the 2nd level treated Yi Qinghan even more respectfully. Little brother Yi, if you leave the Rain Emperor Mountain in the future, you must be careful. Wu Shan smiled warmly as he looked around carefully. Then he sent a secret message to Jian Wushuang. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan frowned in surprise. Theoretically, he had the support of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor. No one should find trouble with him. 4 years ago, Long and I died. Wu Shan looked solemn. The content of the secret message made Yi Qinghan tense. I got it. Yi Qinghan understood what Wu Shan meant. Long and I was dead. His brother Long Fei must be resentful. In the Rain Emperor Mountain he didn't dare to do anything. However, outside the Rain Emperor Mountain, such as the 5 Emperors Mountain, he could do something secretly. As soon as he walked into concubine Lan's living room, he found that concubine Lan was playing with a small green jade box with her head down. He found a chair and sat down. Then he asked with a smile, Miss Concubine Lan, why did you summon me? Can't I come to you for no reason? Concubine Lan raised her head. A trace of bitterness and slyness flashed through her bright eyes. Her plump lips curled up slightly. She seemed to be dissatisfied as she said, Little man, now that you have a wife, have you forgotten about me? Back then you called me Xiao Tian Tian and said that you must win my heart. Now, you call me Miss Concubine Lan and haven't come to see me for so long. So disappointing. Ha! Looking at Concubine Lan's resentful expression, Yi Qinghan was amused. Although he knew that Concubine Lan was pretending, he felt happy for no reason. He walked along the slope, leaned over slightly and said with a sneaky smile, Why don't you? How about I spend the night with you? I guarantee that you won't be able to taste meat for 3 months. I'm not bragging, but my Yi family's marksmanship is passed down from generation to generation. Every shot is fatal. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pretended to touch Concubine Lan's pretty face. As expected, a jade-like hand slapped down heavily, almost swollen Yi Qinghan's hand. Concubine Lan's face was full of anger. She frowned and cursed, Get lost. You're being unreasonable. You were the one who took liberties with me first. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Yi Qinghan rubbed his hands and grimaced in pain, but his eyes were full of smiles. Don't talk nonsense with me. Take this. This is your reward for climbing the 3rd mountain. Just refine it directly. Concubine Lan sighed helplessly. She found that every time she confronted this guy, he seemed to have the upper hand. She directly threw the jade box in her hand to Yi Qinghan, turned her head and ignored him. Yi Qinghan was delighted. The reward from the higher-ups was definitely not ordinary. When he probed it with his divine sense, he found that there was a restriction on the jade box, and his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. He was even more curious, so he didn't answer Concubine Lan's question. Instead he asked, What is this? Concubine Lan was obviously still angry. She glanced at Yi Qinghan, curled her lips and said, "Figure it out yourself." "Look at you, stingy. If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. I'm leaving." Yi Qinghan stood up coolly and was about to leave. Concubine Lan snorted a few times and said with a sly smile, "This is a strange fruit. The most precious spiritual fruit in the apotheosized valley. And this is a rare one among the strange fruits. It's a soul-type strange fruit. After refining this strange fruit, it can enhance a martial artist's soul strength by a small part. However, each martial artist can only refine it once. The next time you refine this strange fruit, it won't have this effect. Of course, when refining, there are some things that may lead to failure if you don't pay attention to them. Well, since you don't want to hear it, forget it." Chapter 726. Strange Fruit. Yi Qinghan thought of the well eruption in the Phoenix Cloud Mountain range and the legend that a strange fruit could be sold for 100 billion god stones. He didn't expect that he could also get a strange fruit. It seems to be the best among the strange fruits. "Oh, Miss Lan, how much can your soul strengthen after refining it? How exactly do you refine it? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Yi Qinghan stopped, turned around and asked with great hope with a smile on his face. He had become a soul cultivator, and the growth of his soul was the most important thing. It seemed that this strange fruit was not given by the higher-ups, but by the Rain Emperor. Only the Rain Emperor knew that he had become a soul cultivator and needed a soul-type strange fruit. "Aren't you going to leave?" Concubine Lan looked at Yi Qinghan with a faint smile, as if she had something on Yi Qinghan. "You women are so narrow-minded. Young miss, I'm in the wrong, okay? I'll apologize to you." Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and bowed. Sure enough, this action made Concubine Lan in a good mood. She smiled charmingly. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was staring at her, Concubine Lan was in a better mood. However, she didn't answer Yi Qinghan's question. Instead, she asked, "Answer my question first. How did you climb up the third mountain this time? And did you comprehend anything special during the 6 years of cultivation?" "How did I climb up? That's how I climbed up. Comprehension? Well, I did comprehend something. I comprehended a kind of middle-level occult, which is the law of Earth. In just 6 years, I comprehended a kind of middle-level occult. Your husband is very powerful, isn't he?" Looking at Concubine Lan, who was smiling like a fox, Yi Qinghan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly laughed it off. Of course, he would not tell her about the wonderful connection between him and the Five Emperors Mountain. Besides, no one would believe it if he told her about it, right? Nothing else? Concubine Lan's eyes gradually deepened as if she had seen through Yi Qinghan. Her face also became a little unfriendly. "What else is there?" Yi Qinghan pretended to be confused and asked back in one breath. If you dare lie to me, I'll castrate you." Concubine Lan snorted as if she didn't believe Yi Qinghan's words. She waved her hand and asked Yi Qinghan to get out of here. "The method to refine the strange fruit is in the jade box. As for how much my soul can be increased, I don't know. You can get lost now." "Hee, then I'll take my leave first. Let's find a windless night to talk about life and ideals, and study how to play the Xiao Nongyue together." Yi Qinghan had a guilty conscience, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and walked out like a wisp of smoke. "I forgot to tell you that the Thunder Emperor asked you to go there. Also, the Thunder Emperor has a bad temper. If you keep him waiting, you'll probably suffer." Hee. As soon as he walked out of the small hall, he received Concubine Lan's voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's heart sank. As expected, only women and vile people were hard to deal with. However, he was a little confused. It seemed that Concubine Lan knew that he was hiding something from her. Rushing back to his room quickly, Yi Qinghan pulled Yi Qinghao toward the teleportation formation. Yi Qinghan had promised Yi Qinghao that he would take her wherever he went in the future. Moreover, it was very safe to go to the Thunder Emperor Mountain. Since Qiu Feng and his nephew were killed by the Thunder Emperor, no one would dare to attack him. As expected. As soon as they were teleported to the Thunder Emperor's tribe, there was already a strong Emperor God waiting for them there. The strong Emperor God led the two of them toward the Heaven Stairway and up to the Thunder Emperor Palace. When they arrived at the Thunder Emperor Palace, they realized that the decorations of the Thunder Emperor Palace were much simpler than those of the Rain Emperor Palace. However, it exuded a majestic and domineering aura. In the spacious Thunder Emperor Palace, there was only a large chair placed in the center. This chair was much more domineering and luxurious than the chair in the palace in Yi Qinghan's previous life. "Little Yi, let your wife visit the palace as she pleases. Come into the side hall. I have something to discuss with you." There was no one in the hall. Only a voice rang out. The voice was very majestic, but there was a hint of intimacy in the majesty. Visit the palace as she pleases? Yi Qinghan was shocked. The Thunder Emperor obviously did not treat him as an outsider. Logically, even if he had saved his daughter, there was no need for him to treat him this way, right? The Thunder Emperor's status and abilities were very high. Yi Yaorao nodded obediently at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan headed straight for the side hall. The layout of the Thunder Emperor Palace was the same as that of the Rain Emperor Palace. Yi Qinghan did not need to use his divine sense to find the side hall very easily. The moment he entered the side hall, he saw the back of an imposing figure. His purple battle armor made this figure appear even more domineering. His unruly purple hair was casually scattered behind his back. The Thunder Emperor did not emit any aura. However, when Yi Qinghan saw this figure, he felt as though he was looking at an invincible demon god that could not be defeated. Sit anywhere you like. The Thunder Emperor turned around and revealed a faint smile. It was very faint, but it was very amiable. Hello, Uncle Leijin. Qinghan is very ashamed that I did not visit you during this period of time. Yi Qinghan bowed respectfully. During this period of time he had been very busy. Secondly, he did not dare to get too close to the Thunder Emperor to avoid arousing suspicion. However, he had always wanted to build a better relationship with the strongest expert in the Forgotten Land. That's all right. I asked you to come this time because I want to give you something. I think it might be of help to you. Also, you did very well this time. I'm very happy. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand and did not seem to care. He flipped his hand and a purple jade box appeared in his hand. He threw it directly to Yi Qinghan before speaking calmly. Uncle Lei, what is this? Yi Qinghan received the box in surprise. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was exactly the same as the box that concubine Lan had given him. There was also a restriction that prevented him from examining it. However, he understood why Lei Zhen was so affectionate towards him. It seemed that the Thunder Emperor was in a good mood after he had climbed up the 5 Emperors Mountain so easily. This is a strange fruit. It is a supplementary fruit for cultivation. Furthermore, it is the best fruit in the entire Forgotten Land. It can allow you to sense the laws of heaven and earth more clearly for a period of time. It is best for you to use it when you are at a bottleneck. Haha, if this strange fruit is auctioned in the Immortal Realm, it can easily be sold for hundreds of billions of God stones. The Thunder Emperor's eyes were filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Qinghan and continued, You are a soul cultivator, right? The Rain Empress must have given you one of the top-notch soul-type strange fruits. Don't worry and refine it. It will not conflict with this strange fruit. Strange fruits are divided into soul-type, nomological, supplementary, defensive and offensive types. Each martial artist can only refine one of these 5 types. With your current strength you can use the soul-type supplementary fruit. The others will be wasted. I'll give them to you in the future. This, Yi Qinghan was shocked. He knew that the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor would not be stingy. He did not expect that the two of them would give him a top-notch strange fruit that was worth hundreds of billions of God stones. Hundreds of billions of God stones. When he was in the Immortal Realm, he had been so anxious for 1 billion God stones. He quickly kept the strange fruit and stood up. He bowed to the Thunder Emperor again and said solemnly, Thank you, Uncle Lei Zhen. Fireworks are more important to me than anything else. Although these top-notch strange fruits are rare, they are just worldly possessions and are not worth mentioning. Work hard, little Yi. I hope that you can climb up the 5 Emperors Mountain and enter the altar. If you can remove the seal on the sealed God Valley, I promise, I will give you a huge surprise. A huge surprise. The surprise that Lei Zhen mentioned was definitely beyond his imagination. However, Yi Qinghan did not dare to show his happiness. After all, it was hard to say whether he could climb up the 5 Emperors Mountain, let alone enter the altar. After a moment of silence, Yi Qinghan recalled the Thunder Emperor's words and asked curiously, That's right. Uncle Lei, how did you know that I am a soul cultivator? When the Thunder Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan was not overjoyed because of his words, the admiration in his eyes deepened. He explained, That's because, even I can't see through your soul. Furthermore, you can use the Slaughter God Blade. These 2 points can explain one thing. Your soul is very special, and people with special souls usually walk the path of soul cultivators. Chapter 727. Uncle Lei. What is your soul realm? Yi Qinghan was happy to hear that Lei Zhen was willing to tell him. Lei Zhen was so powerful and knowledgeable. If Yi Qinghan could get some information from him, it would be very beneficial to him. Second stage of the God King realm. Lei Zhen said proudly. When he saw Yi Qinghan's shocked expression, he smiled and explained. You don't have to be too surprised. When a martial artist reaches the God the Arch realm, their soul will basically reach the peak of the God General realm. I had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the God King realm. After I became the Thunder the Arch, I also refined a soul-type fruit. That's why I reached the second stage of the God King realm. It's not because I'm not a soul cultivator, but it's impossible for me to improve further. Of course, I'm on the path of nomological cultivation and don't pay much attention to the soul.
I see.
Yi Qinghan revealed a doubtful expression, but he was actually ecstatic in his heart. The Thunder the Arch was at the second stage of the God King realm, but he couldn't see through his soul cultivation. What did this mean? This meant that he couldn't discover his two souls. If the Thunder the Arch couldn't discover it, then others wouldn't be able to. In the entire Forgotten Body, the only person who could discover his soul mutation was the Rain Empress. The Rain Empress didn't look suspicious at all. Maybe she couldn't detect it either. A huge weight was lifted from his heart. No one would know that he had become an anomaly. This made Yi Qinghan very happy. After a moment of silence, he asked another question. Uncle Lei Zhen, you said that I can use this Slaughter God blade. What do you mean? Can't others use it? Even you can't use it? I can use it, but I don't dare to use it. The Thunder the Arch shook his head and sighed. I really don't know what you are made of. You are so strange. This Slaughter God blade is something from the demon world. It is filled with all sorts of negative emotions and murderous aura. If you use it for a long time you will go crazy. But nothing happened to you. Although this blade is very powerful, smart martial artists will choose not to use it. After all, relying on external help will only lead you astray. Only one's own strength is eternal. It's also the strongest. Yi Qinghan sighed. But how was he completely fine? He had almost died a few times because of this knife. His soul had been split into two because of this knife. Although the two souls did not harm him at the moment, they had instead given him great benefits. But this thing was like a sharp blade hanging over his sea of consciousness. He didn't know when it would tear him into pieces. Fortunately, he was an optimistic person by nature and would not overthink things that he could not solve. Overthinking was not beneficial and would only increase his worries. Since things had already come to this, he could only take things as they came. What is the origin of this saber? It sounds very powerful. The Rain Emperor refused to say, so Yi Qinghan decided to try his luck with the Thunder Emperor. The Thunder Emperor said, don't ask about this. I don't think the Rain Empress told you either. This is a secret of the War God Pavilion. Only 5th grade war gods are qualified to know about it. We swore a divine emperor blood oath back then. When you become a 5th grade war god in the future, go to the War God Pavilion and you will naturally find out. Uncle Thunder, is there anything special about my wife's cold ice jade body? I did not have access to this kind of information when I was in the divine realm. Yi Qinghan immediately remembered something that had been bothering him for a long time and asked the Thunder Emperor to explain it to him. The Thunder Emperor was silent for a while and explained, the cold ice jade body is one of the spiritual bodies of nature. It is only rare in the divine realm, but it is extremely precious in the sealed God Valley. Because the cold ice jade body has a special characteristic. The cold energy in her body can remove any negative state. You know that regardless of whether it is the heavenly battle or the 5 Emperors Mountain, the soul will be affected to a certain extent. However, the cold ice jade body can remove this effect. That is why the cold ice jade body is so important in the sealed God Valley. This is also why Qiufeng risked being discovered and executed to peep on it. No wonder. Yi Qinghan thought of the caves in the baleful Yin stream. He and Yi Yaorao were entangled with each other, and the baleful energy that troubled him was easily removed. Only now did he realize that it was not a coincidence. It was because of Yi Yaorao's cold ice jade body. After chatting for a while, Yi Qinghan learned many secrets from the Thunder Emperor that he did not know. For example, the entrance to the sealed God Valley was not only at the center of the Phoenix Cloud Mountain Range. There were countless other entrances in the Divine Realm's 6 continents and the Star Sea. It was just that Yi Qinghan did not know about them. For example, in the Forgotten Land, besides the Heavenly Battle and the 5 Emperors Mountain, there was also a battle for the strange fruit. It was just that ordinary warriors were not qualified to know about it. For example, the demonic beasts in the Demon Emperor's tribe were actually all apes and they were all created by the Demon Emperor. Moreover, the Demon Emperor was actually the most difficult to kill among the 5 emperors. After 2 hours, Yi Qinghan stood up and left with satisfaction. When he walked out of the hall, he found Yi Yaorao standing at the palace gate and quietly admiring the clouds outside. The two walked down the Thunder Emperor Palace and teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain. After returning to the Rain Emperor Mountain, Yi Qinghan did not dare to continue his leisurely life with Yi Yaorao. After receiving such a big gift from the Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor, if he did not do anything he would be criticized by others. Of course, Yi Qinghan also wanted to see if he could climb to the top of the mountain, walk into the sacrificial altar and finally return to the divine realm. After informing concubine Lan, Yi Qinghan walked up the Five Emperors Mountain alone. This time he did not climb to the isolation belt of the third mountain. Instead he chose the same spot as last time and prepared to meditate in the isolation belt of the second mountain. Concubine Lan promised him to send people to protect Yi Yaorao, so Yi Qinghan was relieved. Moreover, not long after he sat down on the mountain, Qi Li and Guqi immediately came together to accompany Yi Qinghan like last time to ensure his safety. Obviously they had received the Rain Empress's order. Yi Qinghan nodded at the two and gave them a grateful look. Then he closed his eyes to focus and tried to sense Xiaohe again. However, he found that Xiaohe was still in a deep sleep, and the halo around him was getting brighter. He sighed helplessly and did not care about him. He directly entered a state of spiritual stillness, but he did not try to fuse with the intermediate occult contraction. Instead, he quietly began to listen to the special pulse and sound of the Five Emperors Mountain. Dong dong dong. Not long after, the strange sound was heard again. It was sometimes near and sometimes far, and it was ethereal. The sound penetrated his heart, and Yi Qinghan's heart began to slowly beat along with this strange sound. What is this sound? What does this sound mean? Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to find out where the sound was coming from. However, when he released his divine sense, the sound disappeared instantly. When he focused again and tried to sense it with his heart, the sound was heard again. How can I communicate with this sound? How can I capture the source of this sound and the meaning behind it? Yi Qinghan felt that as long as he could find the source of this sound, communicate with it and understand what it meant, he would definitely be able to discover a big secret. It was an inexplicable feeling, but it felt as if it really existed. This was a bit contradictory, but Yi Qinghan decided to believe in his own feelings. Perhaps he could really discover a big secret. He let one of his souls fuse with the spatial contraction while the other used his heart to feel the sound, understand the meaning behind it, and try to communicate with it. This way, the speed of fusing the profound mysteries was a bit slower, but Yi Qinghan really enjoyed this kind of exploration. As for refining the two strange fruits, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry. They were soul-type strange fruits, and his current soul strength was only at the first level of the God King realm. Even if he refined them, it would not increase by much. As for the strange fruit, it could not be used carelessly. It could only be used at a critical moment. Moreover, his two souls were not free at the moment. One was busy fusing the profound mysteries, and the other was busy playing hide-and-seek with the strange sound. They were so busy that they could not stop. Chapter 728. Thump thump thump. As time passed, Yi Qinghan was still playing hide-and-seek with that strange voice. Since only half of his soul was fusing with the profound mystery, the fusion speed was much slower. After 5 years, he had only fused less than half of the law, which was considered to be at the initial stage. If both souls fused together and verified with each other, the fusion speed would definitely be 2 or 3 times faster. By now, he would probably have successfully fused with a third-tier divine general realm cultivation base. This voice is too strange. I've been trying to sense it for 5 years, but I still can't find its source. However, I have a rough idea of what this voice is trying to say. It seems to be calling me? Yi Qinghan was a little depressed. After all, it was very exhausting to spend 5 years searching for a strange thing. Although this thing seemed to have some kind of endless charm that kept drawing him in, he would eventually get bored if he spent too much time searching for it. However, the only thing that comforted him was that he felt even closer to the Five Emperors Mountain while playing hide-and-seek with this strange voice. He had a strange feeling that he could climb at least half of the fourth mountain now. However, Yi Qinghan didn't climb it, because there was an even more strange feeling accompanying this strange feeling. As long as he could find the source of this voice and communicate with it, he would be able to climb to the top of the mountain in a single step. The fact that he had easily climbed the third mountain previously told him that this strange and somewhat absurd feeling was actually real. Since he couldn't climb to the top of the mountain now, there was no need for him to waste his energy. It was also because of this strange feeling that he continued to endure his annoyance and continue playing hide-and-seek with this voice. Thump thump thump. The voice continued to ring in his mind. Yi Qinghan started to gently use his mind to approach the voice and communicate with it to express his goodwill. However, this voice was like that of a shy young lady. Once Yi Qinghan's consciousness got close to it, the voice would run away like the wind. It was faintly discernible, sometimes sounding from a faraway place, sometimes sounding right in front of his eyes. 4 years ago, Yi Yaorao did not continue to visit Yi Qinghan. Instead, she chose to quietly cultivate in room 1. Now that she was sure that Yi Qinghan was safe, she could finally relax. After talking with concubine Lan for a while, she sensibly went to meditate alone to make her strength stronger. In the future, she would be able to help Yi Qinghan instead of being a burden. After Yi Qinghan, there was another martial artist who could cultivate in the number 1 training room for a long period of time. Warriors on the 2nd floor of the Rain Emperor Mountain didn't have any objections. Who didn't know that the young god general sitting on the Rain Emperor Mountain was the favorite of the Rain Emperor and the Thunder Emperor? The women who opposed him were also opposed to him, and those who opposed him were already dead, such as Long Kuei and Long Enai. The forgotten tribe once again fell into silence. The warriors of the 5 tribes were busy fighting on the edge of life and death, throwing away their lives and killing their enemies. The warriors of the 2nd floor were busy cultivating and climbing the 5 Emperors Mountain. The warriors of the 3rd and 4th floors were busy fighting for the strange fruits and improving their cultivation. Every day, warriors came to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain, hoping that they could be like the freak of the Rain Emperor Mountain or the genius of the Cloud Emperor Mountain, reaching the Dragon's Gate in 1 step. However, there were no more geniuses or freaks. After so many years, there was only one warrior who climbed the 2nd mountain. Swish! 3 years later, the 5 Emperors Mountain was cleared again. Powerful warriors of the 5 tribes kept teleporting to the 5 Emperors Mountain. Because the Wind Emperor tribe sent out a message that one of the 3 people who had the highest chance of reaching the top, Inspector Lu Yun, was preparing to climb the 5 Emperors Mountain again. This time his goal was to reach the top. Not long after, the teleportation formation of the Wind Emperor tribe lit up continuously. This time, almost all the powerful warriors of the Wind Emperor tribe came. They all came to cheer for the pride of their tribe, Inspector Lu Yun. Inspector Lu Yun wasn't tall. He was wearing green battle armor and looked very humble. He cupped his hands politely and nodded with a smile. Everyone was satisfied with his attitude and responded to him. Lu Yun then slowly walked towards the 5 Emperors Mountain. As soon as he stepped on the red ground, he didn't rush forward. Instead, he sat with his legs crossed and started to adjust his condition and spirit to the peak so that he could reach the top in one day. There were almost 100 powerful warriors watching the ceremony. Each tribe had sent more than 10 powerful warriors to watch the ceremony to show how much the 5 kings valued the climbing of the 5 Emperors Mountain. The Demon Clan's tribe was made up of apes, but they were clearly larger than the apes that were guarding the holy fruit. The Rain Emperor Mountain even sent Liao Qi this time. Obviously, the Rain Empress also valued Lu Yun's climb. Everyone was very quiet and didn't dare to make any noise as they didn't want to disturb Inspector Lu Yun. 2 hours later, Lu Yun stood up. His face didn't show any emotion. His eyes were peaceful and didn't have any radiance. He started to walk towards the 5 Emperors Mountain slowly. His footsteps were very steady and heavy. It felt like every step was very difficult. However, every step he took on the ground felt very stable. It was as if he was rooted to the ground and didn't move at all. Nobody could knock him down from the mountain. He walked slowly like this. After an hour, he finally reached the 2nd mountain. He didn't rest at the isolation zone and didn't look at Yi Qinghan and Qi Li, who were sitting with their legs crossed on the 2nd mountain. He continued to walk up the mountain calmly. When he reached the 3rd mountain, he started to walk more slowly and his back was slightly bent. However, he was still walking instead of climbing. Every step he took more than 10 seconds and his footsteps became heavier. When he reached the top of the 4th mountain, half a day had passed. However, the people at the foot of the mountain and Qi Li did not feel impatient at all. Instead, their eyes started to light up. Inspector Lu Yun finally stopped. He stood at the isolation zone of the 4th mountain and closed his eyes to rest. Previously, he had climbed 2/3 of the 5th mountain but failed at the last step. This time he came prepared. He was prepared to reach the top in one go and become the 9th person to reach the top in the history of the power of oblivion. 2 hours later, Lu Yun finally stood up. This time he didn't choose to walk. Instead, he bent down and crawled slowly. When he started to crawl on the 5 Emperors Mountain, even the air seemed to have frozen. Everyone seemed to be petrified as they stared at Inspector Lu Yun. They didn't move at all and only their gazes followed the movement of his body. Inspector Lu Yun crawled even slower. It took him a few minutes to move his limbs. The 5th mountain was the tallest and also the shortest mountain. It was only 500 meters away. If it was anywhere else, the powerhouses present would only need 0.1 seconds to cross this distance. However, Inspector Lu Yun had only climbed half the distance to the 5th mountain after climbing for half a day. At this moment, Inspector Lu Yun's body started to emit clouds of mist. He really looked like a ball of Lu Yun. After an hour, the white mist started to turn red. Meanwhile, Lu Yun had already climbed to the height that he had reached previously. Everyone's eyes lit up at this moment. They were like the brightest stars in the night sky, extremely dazzling. Nobody was worried about the first part of the distance. Since Lu Yun could climb it in the past, he could do it again this time. The key was the last few dozen meters. Chapter 729. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. With every step martial Immortal Lu Yun took, the warriors present felt their hearts tremble. It was only a few dozen meters, but everyone's hearts were in their throats. The warriors present all knew a little. They knew that there was a small altar at the top of the Five Emperors Mountain. Only by entering the altar could they break the curse of the Forgotten Land, allowing the hundreds of thousands of warriors in the Forgotten Land to escape and return to the Immortal Realm. Some of the experts present had been in the Forgotten Land for hundreds of thousands of years, while the least had been here for more than 100,000 years. For experts of their level, hundreds of thousands of years wasn't too long. Perhaps they could go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. But in this place, this forgotten place, they couldn't see any hope, and they couldn't smell the familiar scent of the Immortal Realm. They always felt uncomfortable and uneasy. They were like fish trapped in the shallows. If they couldn't return to the sea, they would starve to death. If it weren't for the 3 legendary ways to get out, if it weren't for the 5 emperors' powerful suppression, the Forgotten Land would have long been in chaos. There would have been endless killings and it would have become a sure hell. All the experts present had either been killed or had gone mad. Without hope, no matter how strong one's mind was, one would become numb and crazy. As the blood mist on the 5th mountain continued to wriggle upwards, everyone's hearts burned with passion again. Their bright eyes didn't seem to see the blood mist wriggling, but a golden path extending forward, extending towards the Immortal Realm. The blood mist on Lu Yun's body began to slowly drip down. On the blue 5th mountain, red blood trickled down. Lu Yun was enveloped by the red blood mist. No one could see his appearance, and no one dared to use their divine senses to probe for fear of affecting him. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. They were only 8 meters away from the golden halo, but at this moment, Lu Yun's body suddenly trembled, and the blood mist around him also trembled. Everyone's heart sank. They were so close to success. If they tumbled down now, it would be a blow to Lu Yun and the experts present. Once their hopes soared, they had to fall heavily. This feeling was incomparably painful. Suddenly, Lu Yun roared 3 times. Each roar was several times louder than the previous one. A loud roar suddenly resounded in the 5 Emperors Mountain, causing everyone to tremble. Even Yi Qinghan was surprised by this earth-shattering roar. With this loud roar, the blood mist on Lu Yun's body suddenly expanded and turned into blood swords that shot in all directions. The entire 5 Emperors Mountain started to rain blood on the heads, faces, and bodies of all the martial artists present. It was just that, everyone acted as if they didn't see it. No one went to admire the strange scene of the blood mist drifting down from the sky, and no one went to wipe the blood mist off their faces. Everyone stared in a daze at the blood-covered figure on the 5th mountain. They stared at the figure speeding up to the peak of the mountain. They stared at the figure that charged into the golden shield of light at the peak of the mountain. Silence, silence. The surroundings were deathly silent. Everyone was stunned and they were at a loss at this moment. He climbed up. Haha. Good, someone has finally climbed up. Good. Supreme Divine Emperor, let's pray that Lord Lu Yun can walk into that altar. Someone began to murmur and someone began to laugh. After a while, the 5 Emperors Mountain was like a pot of boiling oil. Everyone was cheering. Sincere and joyful smiles filled their faces. At this moment, there was no distinction between tribes. Even the hatred from the past had disappeared at this moment. Everyone was rekindled with hope, and they were truly happy and happy. *CK he climbed up. After Yi Qinghan regained his senses, he followed everyone's gaze and saw Lu Yun's figure dashing into the golden shield of light at the peak of the mountain. An indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. He was a little confused, but he still felt a sense of joy from the bottom of his heart. Buzz. Suddenly, the space at the foot of the mountain shook and 4 figures appeared out of thin air. At the same time, the second teleportation formation lit up, and a purple figure appeared in the teleportation formation. Greetings, 5 Emperors. Everyone knelt down on one knee. It was no surprise that the 5 Emperors would come together for such a big event. Other than the Rain Emperor, who had a blurry expression, the other 4 Emperors didn't have any change in expression, but the joy in their eyes was very obvious. Especially the Thunder Emperor, His eyes were constantly shining, and no one dared to look at him directly. Swish! 3 figures started sprinting up. They were the Rain Empress, the Wind Emperor, and the Thunder Emperor. The 3 of them were sprinting at the beginning, especially the Rain Empress, who was as graceful as a swallow. With a light tap on the ground, she floated tens of meters away. The Wind Emperor and the Thunder Emperor started to walk when they were at the 3rd mountain. The 3 of them were very fast. The 5 Emperors Mountain, which everyone else was afraid of, was easily climbed by the 3 of them, as though they were walking on flat ground. Finally, the 3 of them disappeared into the Golden Shield. Martial artists of all tribes, listen up. Go back and issue the 5 Emperors' order, and gather all the martial artists of the 5 tribes at the 5 Emperors Mountain. The Cloud Emperor's white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He looked at the Beast Emperor, looked at everyone in front of him, and spoke. When the martial artists heard the order, they didn't have any objections. A few people from each tribe ran out and returned to their own tribes. Lord Qili, why did you gather all the martial artists at the 5 Emperors Mountain? Yi Qinghan looked at Qili with a puzzled expression, and then looked at the empty space at the foot of the mountain. It was such a small space and it couldn't fit so many people, right? Qili didn't explain much. He looked at Gucci and said, "You will know later. Go down, brother Yi." It didn't take long for the Cloud Emperor to dispel Yi Qinghan's doubts. He raised his right hand up high, and streams of white airflow emerged from his hand. These airflows didn't seem to have much power. These airflows didn't look very powerful, but they kept coming out of his palm and eventually shot into the shield outside the 5 Emperors Mountain. Break! The shield of the 5 Emperors Mountain shook, and in a moment, it was completely broken. The black ground and the dusky sky of the Forgotten Land were exposed. Swish! An hour later, groups of martial artists started to run from afar. These martial artists were all wearing green battle armors, and they were surging with divine power. They were extremely fast. Then, figures of martial artists started to appear in other areas. In less than an hour, the entire 5 Emperors Mountain was surrounded by the martial artists of the 5 tribes. Yao Rao, come here. Yi Qinghan saw that Yi Yaorao had also come out of seclusion and was standing together with Wu Shan. He hurriedly transmitted a message to her, asking her to stand beside him. As for the experts present, they merely glanced at Yi Qinghan and did not say anything. The Cloud Emperor looked around, and after confirming that all the martial artists from the various tribes were present, he raised his hand and spoke plainly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by all the martial artists. According to the rules of the Forgotten Land, if anyone climbs up the 5 Emperors Mountain, all the martial artists in the Forgotten Land will make a Divine Emperor blood oath together. If Lu Yun can walk into the sacrificial altar and break the curse, he will lead everyone out of the Forgotten Land and back to the Celestial Realm. Martial artists below the God Emperor level will obey Lu Yun for 1,000,000 years, and those above the God Emperor level will obey him for 500,000 years. Anyone who disagrees, will die. Chapter 730. Bai Wanyin, what the F***, CK? Yi Qinghan's mouth gaped so wide that he could even swallow an egg. For someone like him who had only cultivated for a few decades, 10,000 years seemed so long and distant. Now he had to obey Lu Yun for 1,000,000 years. Although it was just an oath which was not worth mentioning to Yi Qinghan in his previous life, it was a strange world. Yi Qinghan's hair stood on end when he had to swear an oath to the legendary Divine Emperor in this world. The legendary Divine Emperors could kill everything instantly. Lu Yun climbed to the peak. Although he might not be able to enter the sacrificial altar successfully and break the curse, the Divine Emperor's blood oath might not be effective. However, Yi Qinghan was still hesitant. What if he succeeded? Wouldn't he and Yi Qinghan be slaves for 1,000,000 years? The Cloud Thearcha's words caused many of the newcomers in the Forgotten Lands to become restless. However, there was still a portion of people who remained calm. It seemed like the martial artists who had climbed up in the past had encountered the same thing. Actually, everyone understood that if someone could really break the curse and lead everyone out of this place of death, being enslaved for 1,000,000 years was not too harsh. At least it was better than death. However, being forced like this made everyone very uncomfortable. Furthermore, the Cloud Thearcha's meaning was very clear. Anyone who refused to obey would be killed without mercy. Lord Qili, does Patrol Inspector Liao Qi also need to swear an oath? Yi Qinghan's eyes turned as he secretly transmitted a message to Qili beside him. Qili glanced at Yi Qinghan. His gaze was very penetrating, as though he could see through Yi Qinghan's thoughts. He smiled and transmitted a message. Apart from the 5 Thearchs, everyone else has to swear an oath. This is the rule set by the 5 Thearchs. However, you don't have to worry. with the Thunder Thearcha's protection, even if you have to obey him for 1,000,000 years, you will still be very free. It's the same as not swearing an oath. The Rain Empress also promised us that even if we get out, we will still be free. Prepare to swear an oath. Yi Qinghan thought about it and agreed. With the Thunder the Arch around, the Thunder the Arch would not really make him a slave. But in his heart he was very puzzled. Why did the 5 emperors want everyone to swear such an oath? Emperor Yun pressed his hand down, and a formless aura rippled out. The entire place instantly became so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At this moment, Emperor Yun no longer had his usual smiling expression. Instead, his face was cold, and an invincible aura that could suppress the heavens and probe the sun and moon was released from his body. His eyes quickly swept across everyone's eyes, and everyone felt as if they were being sliced by a knife, and they felt a stinging pain. He spoke indifferently and his voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. "All right, all of you swear. Those who dare to not do so will be killed without mercy. Divine Emperor, I swear to the heavens that if Lord Lu Yun can walk into the altar, break the curse and lead us out of the Forgotten Land, I will." The powerful elders of each tribe took the lead and placed their hands on their chests to swear. Then, the second-layer warriors of each tribe followed suit, and finally, the countless warriors of the third layer followed suit. There was a lot of noise in the delivery room and the surroundings were filled with clamor. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the swearing gradually stopped. Elders of all tribes, listen up. Kill the warriors who don't swear on the spot. Emperor Yun's face revealed a trace of coldness. His voice was still indifferent, but the murderous intent in his words sent chills down everyone's spines. Swish! Countless rays of light lit up and countless figures shot out, charging directly into the crowd. Among the hundreds of thousands of warriors present, the powerful elders of each tribe knew very well that there were people who didn't swear during the chaos. Those who could be appointed as elders by the 5 tribes were at least lower 6th-grade war gods. There were dozens of them in each tribe. These powerful warriors were like hungry wolves charging into a pack of wolves. Every time they attacked, there would be warriors who lost their lives. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and divine crystals floated out. In just a short while, these elders returned to their original positions. However, outside the 5 Emperors Mountain, almost 1,000 people were killed in that short period of time. These primate demonic beasts of the Demon Emperor's tribe don't actually need to swear? Emperor Yun still hasn't said anything? These demonic beasts are really strange. Why aren't they attacking the warriors? Yi Qinghan observed the surroundings and realized that the Cloud Emperor's tribe suffered the most casualties this time. Although there were only tens of thousands of demonic beasts from the Demon Emperor's tribe, most of these demonic beasts had bloodshot eyes. It was obvious that they were low-level demonic beasts. What was strange was that these demonic beasts were breathing heavily and glaring fiercely at the warriors around them. However, their bodies didn't move an inch, and their formation was the most orderly, as though they were being controlled by an invisible person. Alright. Everyone rest here and wait for news from the peak. Emperor Yun's aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. He and the Demon Emperor turned to look at the 5 Emperors Mountain and stood with their hands behind their backs. Everyone began to stand quietly and wait for news from the peak. More than 100,000 warriors stood in an orderly manner and surrounded the 5 Emperors Mountain without saying a word. At a glance, all they could see was a dense mass of human and beast heads. The scene was extremely strange. Yi Qinghan looked at the warriors around him and realized that although Qi Li and the rest looked calm, there was a flash of hope in their eyes. Everyone felt as though they were waiting for the lottery. Although they knew that the chances of winning were very low, they still hoped that they could win it. They hoped that they could break this curse and return to the colorful divine world. We must succeed. Yi Qinghan shouted continuously in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the strange voice from the 5 Emperors Mountain or the inexplicable summoning. Although only 20 years had passed, it felt like a very long time to him. He had left the divine world for too long. He had left the Fire Dragon continent and his 3 beloved wives for far too long. 10 days passed. There was still no news from the peak. However, no one was impatient and continued to wait quietly. The passion in their eyes became more and more obvious. 20 days passed. There was still no news. The majestic 5 Emperors Mountain was still standing quietly in front of everyone. The Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor were still standing at the front with their eyes closed as though they were asleep. 25 days. The Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor suddenly opened their eyes. The warriors behind them were also shocked. However, the Cloud Emperor and the Demon Emperor looked at each other helplessly. Then, the two of them disappeared from the foot of the 5 Emperors Mountain and teleported away. Lord Qi this, a bad premonition surged in Yi Qinghan's heart and she turned to ask Qi, I'm afraid they failed again. Qi sighed slightly. Although this result was normal since the Rain Emperor, the Wind Emperor and the Thunder Emperor couldn't enter, Qi still couldn't hide the loneliness in his heart. Swish. After a while, 4 figures rushed down from the 5 Emperors Mountain and reached the foot of the mountain in the blink of an eye. Yi Qinghan took a closer look and discovered that the Thunder Emperor's face was filled with disappointment. The Rain Emperor's face could not be seen clearly, the Wind Emperor had a mocking expression, and Patrol Envoy Lu Yun, who was at the very back, had a bitter expression. Disperse. The Thunder Emperor waved his hand indifferently and gestured for the elders of each tribe to return. Yi Qinghan also sighed slightly. He pulled Yi Yaorao back to the Rain Emperor Mountain feeling a little lonely. However, he received a voice transmission that made him stop. The voice transmission was from the Thunder Emperor. It was very direct, but Yi Qinghan was shocked. Little Yi, I had a long discussion with the Rain Empress at the peak of the mountain. Both of us felt that if the altar in the 5 Emperors Mountain could really remove the curse, perhaps, you have the highest chance. Work hard. As long as you can break the curse, the Rain Empress and I will definitely give you a huge surprise. Chapter 731. The Thunder Emperor's words surprised Yi Qinghan. Why did the Thunder Emperor and the Rain Empress decide that he had the highest chance? Why did they think that he could break the curse that no one had been able to break for millions of years? Honestly speaking, Yi Qinghan was skeptical about the existence of the curse. He did not think that as a transmigrator he would be the so-called savior. However, Yi Qinghan was very hopeful about the Thunder Emperor's reminder of the great surprise. The Rain Empress and the Thunder Emperor working together to give him a great surprise. Needless to say, it would definitely shock him unconscious. Not to mention the Thunder Emperor's guarantee. Even the Divine Emperor Blood Oath today made Yi Qinghan extremely excited. According to the situation today, if he climbed to the top of the mountain, all the warriors in the Forgotten Land would also swear the Divine Emperor Blood Oath. If he could really break the curse and walk out of the Sealed God Valley, he would have more than 100,000 warriors under his command. Among them there would be several hundred 5th-grade war gods. How awesome would that be? If he brought a group of 6th-grade war gods around the Divine Realm, who would dare to provoke him? He told Qi that he would go back and rest for a few days. Then Yi Qinghan teleported back to the Rain Emperor Mountain with Yi Yaorao. After walking into room number 1, Yi Qinghan first checked his strength. 8 years had passed and his soul C had continued to grow. Although the growth was extremely slow, there were still some gains. The current strength of his soul had grown to half of the first level of the Divine King realm. After 8 years of fusion, he had also fused more than half of the Earth Medium Mystery. He estimated that he would achieve great success in a few more years. Xiaohe is still asleep? This is too abnormal. He used his divine sense to scan and found that Xiaohe was still asleep in the beast fighting space. The light around his body was still shining. After thinking for a while, he became a little worried. He summoned Xiaohe and held him in his hands. He observed him carefully but did not find anything. Finally, he used his divine power and slowly approached the light ring. He planned to use his weak divine power to forcefully wake Xiaohe from his sleep. Bang! To his surprise, as soon as his hand got close to the halo, it bounced off. He could not get close to Xiaohe's body at all. Xiaohe, wake up! Xiaohe, wake up! Yi Qinghan grew impatient. He began to send voice transmissions through their souls. However, Xiaohe did not respond at all. This caused Yi Qinghan to grow anxious. He slapped Xiaohe's head with his palm. Bang! The halo lit up with a dazzling light, and Yi Qinghan's hand was directly repelled. His hand went numb and he felt a sharp pain in his hand. What the hell is this? My palm strike is strong enough to break a mountain, but it was bounced back. Is it a treasure from Lord Devour? Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Yi Qinghan thought of the love of the dancing butterfly and relaxed a little. Xiaohe was not hurt. Moreover, Lord Devour had given him a treasure to protect him. He should be fine. The only explanation was that Xiaohe was in some kind of state. With the halo protecting him, it meant that this state would not harm him. Seeing Yi Yaorao sitting at the side, her eyes filled with doubt, Yi Qinghan chuckled and did not explain. Instead, he asked with concern, Yaorao, how is your cultivation recently? Yes, in a few more months, I will be able to fuse my second middle rank occult and enter the second level of the God General realm. Yi Yaorao answered honestly. So fast? Your spiritual body is really strange. Your cultivation speed is so fast. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He knew that although Yi Yaorao had comprehended the first rank occult for some time, she did not have much time to cultivate it. Moreover, she didn't have the silent soul state, nor did she have a monstrous soul like Shi Yan's. This kind of cultivation speed was really rare. Now that I found you, my heart is at ease. My cultivation speed is much faster. Yi Yaorao was never good at hiding her inner thoughts, especially when it came to Yi Qinghan. Her indifferent words moved Yi Qinghan. He pulled her onto his thighs and whispered into her snow-white earlobes, "Yaorao, how long has it been since we've interacted like water and fire? What is the fusion of water and fire?" Yi Yaorao was tickled by the hot breath from Yi Qinghan's mouth. She twisted her body and found that Yi Qinghan had quietly pulled her palace skirt to her waist. Her undergarments were also pulled aside, and a hot flame was quietly pressing against her ice-cold vagina. At this moment she understood what Yi Qinghan meant by the fusion of water and fire. Her entire body softened in just a blink of an eye. Inspector Lu Yun, the 9th person to climb the 5 Emperors' Mountains, was unable to enter the altar. This caused the entire Forgotten Land to sink into an indescribable mood. Some were disappointed, some were lonely, and some were gloomy. In the Wind Emperor Palace, the Wind Emperor reclined on a horizontal couch in a side hall. His head was pillowed on a woman's smooth thigh. 2 women were gently massaging his legs, and there were 7 or 8 women dancing in front of him. The 3 women were only wearing thin undergarments, revealing their fair, jade-like bodies. The woman dancing in front of them was also wearing translucent clothes. She had a graceful figure and a beautiful face. The scenery before her chest and the faint green grass below her body were faintly discernible, extremely seductive. "Pass down my orders. Lu Yun will be the elder. Yet, you will be the inspector. Prepare for the mutant fruit battle in a year's time." The Wind Emperor closed his eyes and comfortably enjoyed the service of the woman beside him. After a while, he opened his eyes and spoke to the woman above him. "Thank you, Emperor. Yet, will not let you down." The woman smiled sweetly. She extended her hands and began massaging the Wind Emperor's head. Her full breasts began to press against the Wind Emperor's head. "Emperor is wise. The position of inspector should have been given to Sister Yer long ago. Sister Yer is a 6th-grade war god. How many people in the entire Wind Emperor Mountain are there?" A silver-haired woman who was massaging the Wind Emperor's legs gave Yer a congratulatory look. Then she lowered her head and said to the Wind Emperor angrily, "You don't understand. Among the 5 emperors, my strength is only slightly stronger than the Beast Emperor. If I don't act like I'm on their side, if I didn't secretly collaborate with the Beast Emperor, I'm afraid I would have been killed by the Rain Empress long ago." The Wind Emperor let out a sigh and said helplessly. Then, a venomous look appeared in his eyes. He said angrily, "The Rain Empress is a little slut. I only secretly peeped at her body, but she has always hated me and always went against me. If there's a chance, I'll definitely let her have a taste of my poison dragon drill. I'll make her wish she was dead." The silver-haired woman saw that the Wind Emperor's face was very gloomy. She quickly bent down and rubbed her full breasts on the Wind Emperor's body. She smiled and said, "Emperor, calm down. Didn't you say that the freak has a butcher's knife? If you get it, your strength will definitely soar and you'll be able to suppress the Thunder Emperor?"